Hey y'all, good morning. Happy Pride Month. We're super excited to be meeting with you again for day 2 of our June mini summit. The theme for this month is Pride at Work. And as I think a lot of us are celebrating Pride this month, but we are super excited to be helping to highlight and talk about and elevate the Alphabet Mafia. Whether you are part of the community or an ally, it's very important that y'all be here to help support this and kind of push this progress forward. So if we can go to the next slide, I'm super excited to talk to y'all about the upcoming presentation, the upcoming speaker. So we'll be having a keynote address from Peter Arvai, who is the co-founder, executive chairman, and former CEO of Prezi. For y'all that don't know, Prezi is this really great tool you can use for video chats, for recording, trainings or videos to send people. It's so awesome. Definitely check it out. It's one of my favorite tools. So if you are just joining us and this is your first day for the Power to Fly Pride at Work Summit, welcome. We are at day 2, and I hope y'all are just as excited as we are. If you're just joining us, I do want to go over real quick some housekeeping items. So through the upcoming conversation, we want to make sure that y'all are ready and ready to drive the conversation. So to that end, you can participate in a couple different ways, but my favorite way and one of the best to kind of get your feet wet in this summit is to put any questions or comments you might have for the speakers into that chat screen you see on the right-hand side of your page right now. So that's going to be like the way you want to, pose questions to our speakers. We'll hopefully be able to grab them in real time, and it's going to be awesome. So what I'm looking at right now, the last thing I want to tell you about is if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's chat, you can check out the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the screen in front of you. That's going to be what you need in case you are part of the Society of Human Resource Management. Those are continuing education credits, so if that's not you, don't worry about it. I am also going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct. I'll be putting that into the chat here in just a moment. And once we post that in, just take a minute to look it over, especially as you're connecting with your fellow attendees, maybe building out your Power to Fly community. I just want to make sure that we are leading from a place of kindness and respect. So just to make sure that this experience, like all of our virtual events, is a positive experience for everyone involved. So I am super excited to introduce you to our first, our kind of master of ceremonies for this chat. Rob Rebar is Power to Fly's own community and events lead. He is an absolutely fascinating person and an amazing host. I can't wait to introduce you to him. Rob, I will turn the mic over to you.
Hi, thank you, Meg, and thank you, everyone. Happy Pride. So excited to be kicking off day 2 of our fabulous Pride at Work Summit. Peter and our wonderful moderator, Sienna, will be here in just a moment. But in the meantime, I just wanted to thank you all for being here today. I also wanted to thank our amazing sponsors who made this event possible. So I want to give a special shout out to our gold level sponsors, Smartsheet, S&P Global, Raytheon Technologies, PwC, NGA, and American Express, as well as our silver level sponsor, Esri, and our many influencer level sponsors, including Prezi, who you're going to hear a lot more about in just a moment, as well as our media partner sponsor, MMCA, who made yesterday's keynote and tomorrow's keynote address possible. So thank you again to all those amazing sponsors for your generosity and for making this event free and accessible to everyone. And now, without further ado, I'd love to start introducing today's opening keynote address, as well as our introduction with our Senior Manager of DEI, Sienna Brown. So I'm so thrilled to welcome Peter Arvai here to the stage. Peter is the co-founder, executive chairman, and CEO of Prezi, and we here at Power to Fly are big Prezi users. We use them internally. We've used them on virtual chat and learns, as well as on client calls. So I'm super excited for those who don't know this product to get to learn a little bit more about it today, as well as the team behind it. Peter is, as I said, the co-founder, executive chairman, and former CEO of Prezi. Peter is also the first openly gay and visible CEO in Central and Eastern Europe, and really looking forward to hearing more about his story. And to lead today's conversation, I'm super excited to also welcome Power to Fly Senior Manager of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, Sienna Brown, who's joining us from wonderful Spain today. So thank you again, Peter and Sienna, for being here. Happy Pride to everyone. Without further ado, I'll turn the conversation over to you both. So thank you again.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And Peter, it is such an honor to have you here. So we are so happy to have you at this summit, and also just to really be able to share your experience and expertise with the audience. And so before we get started, can you actually just share with us and the audience where you are joining us from today?
Yeah, I'm joining you from lovely Utah, actually, where we've ended up with my family during the pandemic.
Amazing, amazing. So I would love to just really start off, before we go into a little bit more of an intro, I would love to start off just hearing a little bit more about your story, right? So I would love to hear a little bit about your career journey and how did you first become involved and interested in tech?
Sure. You know, in many ways, it's easier to connect the dots in retrospect. And so I wasn't necessarily very conscious about becoming an entrepreneur, but when I look back already in high school, I was producing a local theater show and convincing the schools to buy tickets for the students. And really since after university, that's what I've been doing. I've been looking at entrepreneurship, looking at storytelling, and seeing how that can affect the world in different ways. So before Prezi, I started a healthcare company to help patients make better decisions about their own healthcare and the quality of the care that they were getting. And we did that through visual storytelling. And an NGO that I've started in inclusion and diversity in Central and Eastern European workplaces, we use visual communication to inspire people to take action. And of course, Prezi is also an example of visual storytelling. Most of us know about, we do presentations, but you know, the fact that now over 100 million people have created Prezis and that they have spread these stories over 10 billion times around the world is something that we couldn't even have expected ourselves when we got going.
Wow, that's amazing. And Peter, you've really built an international company starting from the unlikely place of Hungary. And so I read that you've had 35 different nationalities joining your office in Budapest, right? Which is highly unusual in Eastern Europe. And so Prezi's become really a role model for human rights in the region. You had the courage to actually create something that wasn't there and that didn't exist. And so not just a new product, but also promoting the culture of inclusion and possibility, like you just shared with all of us, that you had some of that in your background and experience. But I'd love to hear what helped you to do this.
You know, I think one of my superpowers is actually I have the faith that it can be done. And in many ways, that's thanks to a 3-generation immigrant family who had to survive 2 world wars and a socialist dictatorship. And in my family, people have uprooted their lives many times in order to find a better opportunity somehow. So I think that was a very important support in me believing that I needed to, and then I wanted to try. But also I've been very fortunate because, you know, if you think about the comparison to my own family who had to flee to survive, I grew up in a peaceful Europe that was looking to integrate. And so I had the opportunity to really come together with other talented people and do really exciting things.
That's amazing. And thank you so much for sharing your story. Something that I always love to hear from individuals who created companies, not just companies, but really movements, right? Is where did that inspiration and where did it come from, right? And how much that's tied into your mission. So I'd love to hear from you. What inspired you to start Prezi?
Yeah, we didn't get started like many startups looking at a market gap and then thinking about how we could fill it, but actually it was thanks to my Hungarian co-founder, Adam, who is a trained architect, but actually what he ended up doing throughout his life before Prezi was to exhibit these beautiful visualizations around museums in the world. And when we met together with our third co-founder, we sort of looked at that and we wondered, is there a way that we could help anyone make beautiful visualizations without having to be an artist, without having to have an architect foundation? So that's how we got started with Prezi. But yeah, as I mentioned, we could have never imagined that it would be so interesting for so many people around the world. And I think at the heart of it is really that sort of joy for beautiful visuals that got us going.
I love that. When you think about it, I feel like visuals and how do we actually build a story is something that's so important, not just with the way that we learn, but also with the way that we connect with one another on a deeper level. And essentially, that's what you've created, this amazing storytelling tool. So do you consider yourself to be a storyteller?
I would say occasionally, but I also really enjoy just helping to create the conditions for stories to be told. And you know, the reality is that everyone has a story to tell, but too few really get the chance to tell their stories. And so if my work can be a part of helping to diversify and to bring forward meaningful stories that aren't getting out there today, then I'm really so happy.
And I love that. I want to lean in a little bit. And also really quickly, as we're having this conversation, if any of you have questions for Peter, please feel free to put them in the chat and we'll be able to answer them live. So the next question that I'd love to hear from you is, can you talk to me a little bit about the magic of a powerful story? What is the impact that that has?
Sure. I mean, I think stories is probably the most magical tool that humanity has ever created. And it's the way we make the meaning in the world. It's how we understand our past and our future. So in many ways, it's the only thing that can bring us together as a community or as a nation or as even as a religion. All of these aspects, all of these groups of people are essentially a result of people successfully spreading a story and then people joining in for a shared cause. And in that sense, the power of stories also cuts both ways, really. You can use it for good, but obviously it can be used for really bad things as well. But it's definitely the most powerful thing we've got.
I love that. That's so inspiring. Thank you for sharing, Peter. And I want to talk a little bit more about the pandemic and just the shifts and the different things that we've been seeing in the world recently. And so Prezi anticipated and embraced, right, our continued move towards a virtual culture. And so I'd love to hear a little bit about how has the pandemic affected Prezi?
Yeah. Well, Prezi is known for the presentations that people usually do in boardrooms or on a big stage like TED. But really, just in November in 19, before the pandemic hit, we launched Prezi Video that helps you to provide visuals in any video conferencing environment like this one as well. And we did that because we saw that people were moving in a direction where they wanted to have remote setups, etc. But never did we expect that it would come so fast and so quickly, as of course the pandemic made it imperative for as many of us as possible to get on these systems. So as some of the countries were being shut down around the world, we could see just in a matter of weeks 400% growth on Prezi Video because, yes, it was speaking to this sort of new need that we all realized that we had.
Wow, that's fantastic. And I also just want to say that that was very impressive for those of you who were watching when I saw the light bulb pop up. I loved it. So Peter, I'd love to lean into this a little bit more. I'd love to hear a little bit about the lessons or learnings that you've had during this time that the company plans on expanding in the post-pandemic world, right? And again, for those of our audience members who are listening who might be in companies that are also, or who also had to make change, or you might be a leader in one, just to kind of listen into what Peter's experience has been.
I think the biggest lesson for us all is that we can get much more done remotely than what we had thought before the pandemic. And of course, this in turn has accelerated many of the other trends we see in the world. You know, everything from getting your packages delivered through Amazon to being able to do your banking completely online. All of these things were already happening, but I think the pandemic certainly has accelerated all of these trends. And so I don't think remote setup is definitely a solution for everything, but I think a lot of companies are learning from this, and a lot of the things that we are learning will sustain even beyond the pandemic. So Prezi itself has become a virtual first company. Our fastest growing product is based on this new reality. And the hybrid office that people talk about right now, I think is something that will probably stay around much longer than the pandemic itself, because a lot of people want to have the flexibility to work remotely. And as yourself, I think you're in Spain right now, working with mostly an American team, I guess. But yeah, this is definitely something that I expect to stay around. And for us, particularly at Prezi, we envision creating a virtual office setup that you can take with you anywhere where you have your laptop. So if you are sitting in your home office, you should be able to make as compelling visual stories as if you were in a boardroom.
I love that. And I think that that's so important of really just reimagining the workplace and what that looks like, and also adapting to the needs. And so a little while back, you were talking about the importance of building connections and networking. So I would love for you to tell the audience about the Prezi's Dream Dinner tradition, and also how has that had an impact in your leadership style?
Okay, great. Yeah. Well, the Dream Dinners, we set up essentially what I did was I wrote an email to the company and said that I'd love to invite you for a lunch or a dinner if you're willing to share your dream with me. And I said that because I feel like the traditional sort of relationship between employees and companies doesn't necessarily help people connect the dots between their own personal dreams and the work that they do at their company. And we wanted to see if that was possible. And so people would share me stories about, they wanted to see a volcano in Hawaii. So that, in some ways we could support, by them being able to fund that, or just them having the time off. But also sometimes people told me things like, well, I want to become an entrepreneur myself. And obviously then it's sort of much easier to integrate in the daily work. But irrespective of if I found out something that was very relevant for Prezi or not, I was very happy to have these conversations, basically because I think it's very easy, particularly as an organization gets larger, and we were, 350 people at the time when I was leading the biggest size team. And so it's just easy that you end up in a remote or distant. So even if you're locally in the same place as a CEO, it just can create a lot of distance between people from the position you're in. And so I love that I had this opportunity to connect with people.
I love that. Thank you so much for sharing, Peter. And that's an amazing idea and concept. Not only does that help you all be able to say, how can we support you, but also just getting to know individuals outside of the professional aspect as well. So cheers to you. I would love to be a fly on the wall for one of those dinners. So I'd love to talk a little bit, again, continuing with your leadership style and talking about the transition you made. So if you would be open to sharing a little bit about why you decided to take a step back from being the CEO to move into the exec chair, and how do you feel like that decision will impact the future of the company?
Yeah, so I took this step after leading Prezi for 12 years, but the transition itself, I had actually been planning for years. And I wanted to make sure that Prezi has exciting product plans, that we have a great executive team for the new CEO to come into. And then, of course, last but not least, finding the right person to do the job. And in my particular case, I had hired a guy called Jim to be our CEO, and he was, given a job that if anything were to happen to me, he should be able to sort of take care of things. So he was in many ways a natural choice. But having worked together for 5 years, I think also helped to build the trust between us and for him to get the experiences that he needed to be a great CEO for Prezi. So I actually feel really great about the transition, and Jim and I keep partnering in strategic matters. And with Prezi Video now, I think we have a really exciting for the future of the company, where we're integrating with MS Teams, WebEx, Zoom, like what we're on right now. So I think we'll see a lot of exciting things coming from Prezi.
That's wonderful. So everyone who's listening, keep an eye out and be in tune with that. And so, Peter, I would be remiss because number one, obviously we are here to celebrate and highlight Pride this month with our summit. And I know that you were the first visibly out gay CEO in Central and Eastern Europe. And so over the past 12 years, you've been commuting between San Francisco, where you have your investors, as well as Budapest, Hungary, where you actually started Prezi. And so I'd love if you could share with us, like, how does your LGBTQIA identity impact your vision and your journey?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think one of the most inspiring things about being a part of this community is just the amazing progress we have seen in the last few decades. So I was born in Sweden to Hungarian immigrant parents. And at the time, we were living sort of in a small town on the countryside. I really only knew about 3 openly gay celebrities from Swedish television, no one else really in my entire surrounding. And, fast forward where we are today, where gay marriage is allowed in a lot of countries. There's increasing protections coming online against discrimination. All of these things is actually tremendous progress if you consider where we were just when I was growing up. So that's super exciting. And I think in that sense, if we can just keep at this, because obviously there's a lot of work that remains, but if we can keep at this, I do believe we can, have a future where our children and our grandchildren really don't have to make a terribly big deal out of this.
I love that. And Peter, I just want to lean in a little bit because we are also talking about what does inclusion look like in a global aspect, right? And so I just love to hear from you with the different iterations that you've seen. How do you try to find inclusive practices, both to implement at Prezi as well as what you see in the differences depending on where you are?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, so that, in many ways when we got going with Prezi, so I had been living in Sweden, in Stockholm, where Pride is the biggest festive event of the year, and moved to Budapest, where the year when I moved in 2008, there was only 1,000 to 2,000 very, very engaged activists joining the Pride March. I was there myself, but we were sealed off from the larger community because 2 fences away, so there's like first fence protecting the marchers, and then there's an empty gap, and then the other side of a next set of fences were often people with extreme right views throwing stones, eggs, and things like this. So the contrast was really, really big. And in that sense, Prezi actually became the first company to join with a company logo in the Budapest Pride March. And for years, that was the case. So I grew a little bit tired of that and managed to convince Google and a Hungarian company called Dispel to put together a webpage where we would just call in all employers who were for diversity And lo and behold, on our first year already, 450 companies had shown up. And today, that organization is this organization called We Are Open, where we are gathering companies, not just who are standing up, not just for LGBTQ plus rights, but also questions on gender and women equality at work. We have ethnic issues that are specific for Hungary, disabled people. So these are all things we are trying to work with. And today, there's over 1,000 companies supporting the effort. And we are looking to make this now a regional organization.
Wow, that's fantastic. Thank you for sharing that. And I love just the intentionality and impact behind it. And so it sounds to me like you are someone who really leads the way and innovates. And so I would love to hear a little bit about what the situation was like when you first came out as being one of the first people in Central Hungary. Sorry, not in Central Hungary, in Central Europe.
Yeah, I think anyone who's coming out, I had to be thoughtful. Mm-hmm. I knew that being the first in the region would create a situation where a lot of people would have opinions about this. But the one thing that I had, which I think was a huge support for me, was really just support along the whole way. From my immediate family to my friends to my co-founders in the company, everyone was very supportive in me taking this step. And so in many ways, it was straight people who made the first visible gay CEO in Central and Eastern Europe. And I think that's sort of right for most people who are thinking about doing a coming out, that they're considering obviously what is the general societal environment like, how is the conversation happening in the media, but also, and perhaps even more importantly, they're wondering what is their immediate environment going to react like, their family, their friends, their colleagues. And so in that sense, these closer environments, I think, has a huge impact on whether people are able to make this step or not.
That's so important. I also think another layer to that as well is when we look at the stats and also hear the stories of also having those intimate environments in the workplace too is something that's so important. So how are we also helping to create that? I love it. So Peter, we're actually getting into some questions from the audience. And so I would love to share some of them with you. So Vishnu Gash asked, what are the differences, if any, in the way you might approach telling a visual, spoken, or written story?
Well, I think the biggest opportunity with visual storytelling is that actually people can absorb visuals much more effectively than written text, for sure. But also we know that if you have visuals complementing what you're saying, people will both understand and retain that information better. And so it is, I think, if you want to be an effective communicator, it is incumbent that you consider adding visuals to whatever it is that you want to say. And in fact, this was one of the theses behind our entire company and our product. And with time, we actually could see, thanks to some Harvard researchers who compared even slides and Prezi, and that you actually can be improved. So this is a not so humble boast, but it is one of the most exciting thing of having built Prezis. We could see that Prezis could help people be 20% more effective than slides. So we know that even in terms of visual communication, there are ways to be more or less effective. And at the end of the day, the more we have notifications, media noise, everything bombarding us, the more incumbent it is upon all of us to become more effective storytellers if we want to cut through that noise.
That's so impactful, and thank you for answering that question. I also just want to give space to all of you who are watching right now. If you have any questions for Peter, definitely feel free to drop them in the chat, and he'll be able to answer them live. So Peter, I'd love to ask you, Prezi has over 100 million users, which is amazing. And so I'd love to hear, what are your most important growth engines and marketing channels to really continue spreading the word of the impact of storytelling, and then also providing the resources for individuals to be able to do that in an effective way.
You know, Prezi has always been spread by our fans, essentially. So that's been the main way that people adopt Prezi. So you come into a meeting and you realize that, oh, wow, I can add these nice visuals to, you know, this is how simple as it is. So as long as we can help people to be more fun and effective communicators, that's how Prezi is going to spread. And then, of course, this has, you know, aspects to it, like we see different countries coming online at different pace or different functions, but in many ways, visual communication and storytelling is something that belongs with everyone, we believe. And so in that sense, it's a tool for anyone.
I love that. And I also think something I really want to lean into with what you just shared is that it can be for everyone, and that everyone's story is so important. And so that makes me think about representation as well when it comes to telling our stories and when it comes to sharing a little bit about who we are, to go from being one of the only or one of the few, like how you were sharing with your experience, being one of the many. And so I'd love if you could share a little bit of insight of how do you really spark that change and create that wave of going from being an only to one of many? And then how have the people throughout your career shaped your journey?
Well, there's a very neat little video about this question. I think it's a 5-minute TED talk, actually, that somebody shows. There's a guy that's doing a crazy dance in the park, but manages to convince just 2 others to join in. But then when the 2 others have joined, then more and more people are joining in. And in that sense, you know, I think you can apply this to business, you can apply this to movement. There always has to be the crazy visionary at some point. But in many ways, the first 2 people joining in are sort of the most important followers that allow other people to join in. So they are as much, if not even greater, leaders themselves. And, you know, I mentioned to you just with We Are Open how Prezi for a long time was the only company with a company logo at the Budapest Pride event. Well, I think, you know, with Google and Isabel taking the leadership role of joining in and saying, we're going to invite other companies, I think that is one way to build a movement.
Absolutely, and a movement with impact and purpose. So thank you for sharing that. And I've also seen that TED Talk. It's one of my favorites. So we're getting in a couple more questions from the audience. And Amanda is asking, so what is Prezi doing to create a culture of diversity and acceptance, specifically for LGBTQIA+ colleagues in the workplace?
Yeah, I think the most important thing we can do is a cultural, it's a cultural step. And then there's also, of course, many supportive policies, but getting culture right is where it all starts. And I think in that sense, you know, I feel like if I hadn't been out there myself and open about my own identity, it would be very difficult to say that, you know, Prezi is an open and inclusive environment. So it starts, I think, really from the top, and it you know, in a way, we are asking people to be as vulnerable as they can and want to be in this environment, because it's through that mutual openness and vulnerability that we can create an environment where it is okay to bring in whatever background you actually may have. So I think that's where it starts. Then, of course, you know, we engage with various partner organizations to help us grow and help us develop best practices around these topics. So there's a lot you can do there, but I think those policy-based stuff are largely ineffective if you don't have the right values around it.
Absolutely, that culture aspect is so important. Thank you so much for sharing. And I'd love to hear, because you were talking about the importance of it starting at leadership, and I'm sure that we might have a lot of individuals who are listening today who might be allies, right? So people who are supportive of the LGBTQIA plus community, but really want to say, how can I show up and be a better ally in the workplace? So I would love if you would be open to share, what does that entail? And also, what are some next steps that people can take to show some support and be a stronger advocate?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I think this is a super important one. I mean, I think the first thing is it's just good to have an awareness of what the situation is like out there. If we're looking at US specifically, LinkedIn did recently a survey on its network showing that a quarter of the people who responded are still in the closet, and around half also think that if a new employer would know their LGBTQ plus identity, that it would reduce their chances of actually getting the job. And also we should be aware of, well, how big is this group that we're talking about? Well, we used to think that about 5% of the population belongs to this community. And this is done, surveys done on military people back in the 50s and 60s. But when we look today at the surveys being done with Generation Z, so like the youngest research generation born from 97 and on, well, 16% of them would actually say that they have an LGBTQ plus identity. And so we can see that, you know, the more open the environments are, the bigger group of the people this actually impacts as well. And so what can we do beyond being aware of all of these things? Well, I think the most important thing you could do is to just add a supportive comment or a question in any conversation that you're having with your colleagues. It could be, you know, asking the question, are we doing this in a way that makes our project feel inclusive to others? As simple as that. Or can we do something to show this, our support for, say, Pride, or you know, any comment like that will go really a long way, because you don't know who of your colleagues are in the closet. But I assure you that if they are, they will take note of how you phrase your question. They will take note of what it is that you're saying. And maybe weeks or maybe years down the line, they will come back and say thank you to you for being supported in that way.
Absolutely, and that's so important. Like, Peter, something that we talk about quite often here at Power to Fly is when we're thinking about allyship or anything around inclusivity, it's always that awareness, action, and accountability, right? So awareness of how are we getting a pulse on the actual situation and then taking action. So I love those tactical steps that you had shared of maybe just raising a hand and seeing if we could be more inclusive, or doing things like showing support without asking, and then accountability as well, right? So really being able to make sure that as an ally, we're also maybe raising a hand and not always putting the effort on someone who might actually identify as that. And so I really appreciate you sharing those thoughts. And really quickly, I know that we have about 20 minutes left in the conversation. So I just want to give another shout out to all of you who are listening right now. If you have any questions or anything that you would like for us to cover, do not hesitate to drop it in the chat and we will be asking it live. So Peter, I would love to shift gears a little bit and talk about the fact that it sounds like you're doing a lot of things and making big change. And so when we think about working from home, remote work, as well as everything that's happening with the pandemic, et cetera, how do you avoid burnout and practice work-life integration?
Well, I think the most important thing I can do on that is to keep working on clarifying my own priorities. And it actually requires some work, because it's easy to sort of be enamored with all the things that you could be doing there in the world. But the reality is that to find your priorities, it usually takes some reflection. You may need to discuss with some people. And so I think that's the most important practice that I have. Next to that, like most people, I pay attention to making sure that I myself have the support and nourishment that I need, whether it is healthy food, good sleep, or getting my exercise. All of those things are key.
I love that. And I think it's so important, again, like taking care of ourselves before we can show up and then support and take care of others. And so we got another question from Vishnu. And the question is, what is something that you might have done differently at Prezi based on your past experience and what you know now?
That's a great question. I think what I would have done earlier, if I knew how big Prezi and how quickly it was growing, then I would have probably invested earlier on to build out that executive team that I mentioned. In many ways, we were playing catch up to sort of like, wow, there's people in Korea who want to use Prezi. You know, all of these things were happening in a way that we were often trying to catch up just with the interest in the company. And so, yeah, that would be something that I could have been more strategic if I would have had all the knowledge I have today.
I love that. And again, that thought and that idea of like, we're so much better off together. So really building that dream team and finding other people to support you. And so I want to shift a little bit because we got some questions around entrepreneurship. And so what would your advice be to someone who might be listening who is an entrepreneur or an aspiring entrepreneur, and especially someone who might identify as LGBTQIA+, who's looking to start their own business? Do you have any tips around how do you find that dream team we were just talking about, or a co-founder, or even raising funds?
Yeah, you covered a lot of ground there, but let's break it down and then
break it down into small
entrepreneurship to begin with. So, well, first, let's just acknowledge that we are in a world that needs more diverse ideas and diverse leaders. So, you know, if you have any sort of identity that you know, may make this an extra challenge for you, please keep at it, because we need you. And also know that it is possible. So, you know, I think there are a lot of examples with people who are able to overcome even pure out discriminatory situation, but it does require an extra tenacity in many ways. And so I think that's sort of the thing that needs to be acknowledged, and also something that can be a source of inspiration in some ways. So yeah, please keep at it. Now, in terms of finding co-founders, I've myself found that the best co-founders are people that you absolutely love working with. I mean, these are people that you'll be working with 24 hours in a day. And so, because starting a company is just, you know, it's such a endeavor, really. So you want to make sure you have a good time while you're doing all of that work, essentially. So find people who you really, really like working with would be my main advice. And that, you know, requires a little bit of luck, but you also need to make sure that you create the conditions for luck, which is you have to sort of connect with people and get to know yourself, like what kind of people do you like working with, etc.
I love that. That's so important. And I want to take a moment to really just take a step back and ask you about some of the other work that y'all are doing with Prezi, right? So can you share with us a little bit about what the Spur Change program is?
Oh yeah, sure. So Spur Change program is a organization that we have internally to support all the Prezi employees to engage themselves in various causes and do good work out in the world. And so people can come in with ideas of organizations they want to support. And usually we think it's good to have a critical mass of at least a number of people showing up for these organizations so we can really engage in meaningful ways. For example, since year one, we have been engaging with the Roma community in Hungary. And every year, except for now this last year with the pandemic, we have been going to Roma villages and renovating homes together with the Roma community, usually having half of the company join in and renovating entire houses. So those are the things we want to support. And we have over 10 different causes that we work with actively. Right now, I myself and Prezi have started 2 NGOs ourselves, so a lot of Brazilians are joining in that way. But I think it's really fantastic to if a company can enable the employees to sort of engage in their local communities as much as possible.
That's amazing. And I'd love to, because you've had so much impact since you started the company, I'd love to talk a little bit about the future, right? So I would love to ask you, imagine 5 years from now, and how much can change, right? But 5 years from now, where do you see yourself? Where do you see Prezi?
Yeah, Prezi, I think will be a part of that virtual office setup that I mentioned. And I do think that is going to become a central part of the way we work. And so that's super exciting. As for me personally, with having taken the step back to be executive chair and opening up my calendar to some new things, I am very much looking at how storytelling can help people to have heart-opening experiences, because I feel that we have actually so much knowledge and even pockets of wisdom spread out around the world. But in order to make good use of all of that knowledge and wisdom, a lot of times we are just dragged down by a lot of issues. And I believe that if we could have a little bit more connection with each other and open our hearts to each other, we would be better supported also in growing and overcoming a lot of the challenges that are facing us.
I love that. And I want to take a second to just ask you, because we have you here, what would be some good ways for us or anyone who's listening to connect on a deeper level, just small tips that we can do to try to practice storytelling and deeper connection with our colleagues or with people who are close to us?
I think one of the most important things that we could do is to share our stories. So it sort of takes us back to where we started this conversation. And it's a risky thing because you are making yourself vulnerable. So the hard thing about sharing your story, whether it is your own childhood story or even your entire family story or your hobbies, the more personal it gets, the more vulnerable you get. But also, I do think that that's the fertile ground to then have the human connection develop, the empathy develop. And so that's probably my most important suggestion. If you want to be more connected with people, be willing to sort of be the one who go first and share.
I love that. And I think that that's so important, just from a 360 point of view, right? Of really being able to say also, how do we lead with intention and be able to say, well, to be able to connect deeper, I'll take one step forward. And one more question from the audience is, Adam Hart asks, what do you see for the future of tech companies around the world? Is there anything on the horizon that you think will shake things up a little bit?
Yes, yeah. Well, there's a lot actually, but my main interest is actually in the field of us now getting to this point of both science where we are starting to understand how our brain and our minds work, but also in terms of technology, we are becoming increasingly more aware of how technologies can be shaped to be effective tools for the minds that we have. And so that is something that will change, I think, everything about how we develop the next generation services and platforms. And even more importantly than that, it is an opportunity for humanity to be bringing out our best selves. Because if we understand, the full complexity, both our, bright and dark sides and all of those things, and we consciously design experiences that help bringing out their best selves, well, that is a huge opportunity in my view. And clearly we have a lot of challenges with that right now. A lot of technology is not being designed that way.
So true. And so Peter, I just want to give you space. Number one, I just want to acknowledge you and thank you again for your time, for sharing your story, and for sharing some of your experience with the wider audience and those who will be watching afterwards. And I would just love to, before I ask you our final question, ask you, is there anything coming up? Where can people get in contact with you? Do you have anything on the rise that we should be keeping an eye out for?
I have some interesting ideas, nothing to reveal yet at this moment, but if you want to follow me, I'm on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, all of the usual places, and I'll be notifying people through there.
Fantastic. I love that. And so to round us off, I would just love to ask you, what is one call to action that you would like to share with people who are listening in on this session to walk away with?
Yeah, I think today is Pride, and we're celebrating people who are willing to step forward for the inclusion of others. And so that would be the main thing, I think, for us to reflect on. If it is straight people that made the first openly gay CEO in Central Eastern Europe, then is there a supportive comment or a question you can do in a meeting coming up today? And if there is, we would be so appreciative of you doing that.
I love that. And that goes back to the thought of action and then accountability, especially showing up as allies. So Peter, I just want to say thank you again for your time. It was lovely having you here. And we cannot get to wait to chat with you soon. And I'm going to be bringing back Rob to bring us to our next session.
Thank you both. Thank you, Sienna. Thank you so much, Peter. If you were joining us a little late, that was our conversation with Peter Arvai, who co-founded and led Prezi during its first 12 years. Together with over 100 million Prezi users, he created the world's largest library of publicly available videos.
And presentations. Yes.
Presentations, thank you. With many billions of views, this makes Prezi one of the most widely spread brands to have originated from Hungary, and he was named the Entrepreneur of the Year by the EU Commission, Alumni of the Year by the Royal Institute of Technology at Stockholm, and included multiple times in the Financial Times ranking of the world's most influential LGBT executives. So Peter, once again, thank you so much for your time today. I encourage everyone to check out Prezi, who was an influencer level sponsor at this summit. Thank you again, and have a happy Pride to you.
Happy Pride, everyone.
Let's get a round of applause for this amazing speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to give everyone too a little heads up on some of the other programming that we have coming up later today. So we have lots of great talks on this track as well as our second track, which is about to open up, including a conversation with Kyan Durashow, who's the founder of Glitz, who was recently named Grand Marshal of the New York City Pride March, and who was just recently featured in the FX Hulu docuseries Pride. Also a conversation with Beverly Tillery, the executive director of the New York City Anti-Violence Project. We have conversations with several members of the trans tech social community. And actually, speaking of trans tech social, if you visit our merch store, all of the proceeds from the merchandise that we sell during this summit, as well as all of our other summits, is going to Trans Tech Social. And the goal there is to create scholarships and opportunities for trans and non-binary people to excel in the tech field. So please check out that. We have some special Pride merch as well. So be sure to check out those as well. And as we wait for our next speaker to come up, I also wanted to give one more shout out to our amazing sponsors who made this summit happen. So we have American Express NGA, PwC, Raytheon Technologies, S&P Global are our gold sponsors. So thank you to all of them for their support, as well as our silver sponsor, ESRI, and our media partner who was integral to making yesterday's and tomorrow's keynote speeches possible, and that is MMCA, the Multicultural Media and Correspondence Association. We also have a number of wonderful influencer level sponsors who also contributed to this event, including APCO Worldwide, iRelaunch, Black Remote She, Garden State Equality, TransTech Social, Delon, Prezi, Gravity Speakers, O School, Start Out, Gangles, and Reverie. So thank you all to those amazing contributors for making all this possible. So we've got, again, a great lineup of additional programming for you coming up very soon. So I'll bring back Meg here to help us start to kick off as we wait for our next speaker. But Meg, you were on board for all day yesterday. Was there a specific talk that jumped out at you yesterday? So once these videos are available later this week for someone who wants to go back and revisit or might have missed it, was there a talk that really stood out to you?
Yeah, so I got to sit in and listen to, granted, I only saw track A, so apologies to track B. I'm sure there were many great chats there as well. But on track A yesterday, especially later in the afternoon, there was one chat. I'm trying to get the title exactly right. Oh, this one. It was about financial conversations that LGBTQ couples need to have. I remember, oh gosh, I think it was maybe 2 years ago. It was in the middle of the Trump presidency that a lot of non-traditional or non-heterosexual couples were starting to worry about, protections and what their rights would be, and if something would happen, to overturn the legality of their partnership. And so I remember kind of listening in, and obviously with my legal background, that was really interesting to me because there's a lot of like shortcuts that like just getting married like does to your legal relationship to another person that a lot of people don't really think of. So it was really interesting to me to listen in on this chat because they talked about kind of a lot of the concerns that granted same-sex or heterosexual couples might face issues with fertility or something like that, but same-sex couples have those same concerns and then might also have additional hurdles to jump and additional things that they would need support for that, you kind of have to plan when you're planning a family, especially since it's not really like it just sort of happens for most homosexual couples or even, anybody that's anywhere along the spectrum outside of your regular, heterosexual union. So I thought that chat was really interesting. Another one that I really loved was the chat with Christian and Kaja from Garden State Equality. They had some really great things to talk about, especially when it comes to the issue of LGBTQ youth that are dealing with homelessness, especially in light of the pandemic. It was really, really interesting to hear, kind of a lot of the things that are issues for that community and how Garden State Equality is trying to help with that. What about you? Were there any that you really enjoyed?
Yeah, I loved our kickoff keynote panel yesterday. So we began with a pre-recorded video message from Representative Mark Takano, who represents the state of California. He's also the first openly gay person elected to the US Congress. He unfortunately couldn't be here live yesterday because he did have a vote, so we can give him definitely that excuse. But he recorded a wonderful video for us to kind of welcome everyone. That video will definitely be live very soon on Power to Fly. And then we led into a conversation with Reggie Greer, who is the senior advisor on LGBTQ issues for President Biden. So that was a really fascinating conversation. And all of our conversations yesterday really were so wonderful. So I definitely encourage everyone to go on Power to Fly in about 1 week's time to check out those recordings. They'll all be available for free to watch. So, please check those out, if you want to return to a video or maybe you missed a conversation yesterday. And I see that we have our next speakers jumping into the room, so I'm super excited for this conversation as well. So Meg, I'm going to turn things over to you. I'll be back a little later today for a wonderful conversation with Bristol Myers Squibb. But until then, happy Pride, everyone, and take it away, Meg.
Thank you so much, Rob. If we want to jump to the next slide, then we can share with everyone the upcoming event. So in case you are just joining us, welcome to day 2 of Power to Fly's virtual 2021 summit. Obviously, our focus for Pride Month is Pride at Work. And this upcoming conversation is going to be absolutely amazing. I'm really looking forward to it. If you are looking to join in on the conversation and want to make this more of an interactive experience, we really encourage that. So if you have any questions or comments that you would like to submit to the speakers, please feel free to put those into the chat. It's on the right-hand side of your screen. And then we can pass those along to our speakers and so that they can address them as time allows. If you have any kind of technical issues or technical difficulties, please feel free to tag myself. We also have my coworkers, Lauren, Patricia, and Arushi are also in the chat. So if you have issues, please feel free to tag them in as well. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits from this upcoming conversation, you'll need the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. It is 21-P as in Paul, 2 E as in elephant, 3 H as in house. Just in case we've got any visually challenged people that want to make sure they don't miss out on those credits. All right, so last but not least, we are going to refer you briefly to the code of conduct. I'll be putting that into the chat here in just a moment. That will, it's mostly just to ensure that this event, as well as all of our virtual events, are a great experience for everyone involved. All right, so to introduce our next speakers, first up, we have Jimena Almendares. Jimena is a product executive at Facebook, supporting the customer experience of their almost 3 billion users, advertisers, businesses, and creators across the Facebook app, Instagram, WhatsApp, and Messenger. Before joining Facebook, Jimena was the VP of Global Expansion at Intuit and CEO and President of Intuit Payments, Inc. She was also the Chief Product Officer at OkCupid, heading the company through its IPO as part of the Match Group. Jimena has worked in 16 countries across North America, Latin America, Europe, and Asia, and was awarded the 2020 Fast Company Queer 50, as well as 2019 Latino Leadership Award by the Silicon Valley Business Journal. She is a 3-time national ice skating champion and has lived in 8 countries, traveled to 49, and speaks 5 languages. In conversation with her will be our own amazing account executive, Anastasia Rab. Anastasia is passionate about helping companies take actionable steps to tackle their gender parity and inclusion problems. She enjoys working with clients that are ready to marry their rhetoric with results. Before she joined the Power to Fly family, she worked at the Council of Europe in France, the Global Women's Leadership Initiative in Romania, and the Athena Leadership Center at Barnard College. She's a graduate of Barnard, the Women's College of Columbia University, where she earned a degree in political science with a minor in French. She also serves as secretary at, I'm going to butcher this, sorry, Razum for Ukraine, a nonprofit that grows entrepreneurship and increases civic engagement in Ukraine. I'll turn the floor over to you, Anastasia. Take it away.
Wonderful. Thank you, Megan. Jimena, thank you so much for being with us today. I'm so excited to hear from you, learn from you. Thank you for taking the time. All right, we're gonna dive right in. We have about 30 minutes. So I wanna start off by, sharing more about you. Obviously you have really curious. You did a transition from being a 3-time national ice skating champion to working with products, as an executive at various companies. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Sure. And hello, everyone. It's such a big pleasure to be here. And one of the things that I've noticed in life is that career paths are non-linear. And in many cases, I think, at least when I was growing up, I had the idea of the first job that I had was going to be the stepping stone for a career in the function that I had chosen. And in my case, I've seen that careers are built almost like with chapters of books where you learn something that is not just about the function, but about yourself. And then you build on top of that to figure out what are the things that you like the most and what is going to be your next chapter. In my case, yeah, I could have been an ice skating coach, but then I started learning languages and I got the opportunity to do a exchange program in France. And then I started learning German. So my first job was in an analytics company for supply chain. in Germany. And then I realized that I liked analytics, but I didn't like to be in warehouses. So then I shifted into strategy consulting. I started doing a lot of engagements with tech companies like semiconductors, electronics. And that's when I realized that I really like tech and I wanted to come to the US to do that. As always, you need to be scrappy. In my case, I needed to figure out a way where I could come and work here. So I did it through studying in the US first and then starting my career in product. But I have had to do a lot of changes and trade-offs. Like I have this matrix that I always do on what are my values, what are the things that I want to learn, and what are the things that I'm willing to trade off. As a good example, when I started my career in product, I interned at Facebook actually almost 11 years ago. It's funny that I'm back, but back in the day, they didn't allow PMs that didn't have a CS background. And then I had another company, Zynga, that back in the day, we're talking about the CDVille and FarmVille days when it was growing a lot. They actually wanted people that had consulting and analytics background. So I started there because I really cared about the functional learning, much more so than, you know, the trajectory, almost like from internship, you go into a job. So those are the changes that I have had to make. As my career progressed, and I went from only product to leading different functions. I also wanted to understand what it was to manage a P&L. So that's why I went to a general manager role within Intuit. And now I'm coming full circle because the teams that I support at Facebook are not just product, but also engineering, and I support a fairly large function. So it's really fun just to see how you almost like have a backpack of life and you start putting all these experiences, and that's what actually allows you to get to the next role. But don't feel ever pressure about having things right, because it's about one experience at the time that equips you with a good backpack for life.
I love that so much. And I actually need to make a shout out for some folks, because you created an actual like Excel model, you know, for how to think. It's kind of like run your life like a product roadmap. And I mean, given the really impressive, you know, both track record, but also just trajectory that you've had, I want to make sure people look and find that, because you gave real tools. And then if you could kind of speak to it a little bit, you know, like why do you think, you know, like thinking like a product manager can be applied to your personal life that way, or your career?
Yeah. So what Anastasia is referring to is, if you Google women in product and my name, Jimena Almendarez, you'll find this talk, which is about how to think long term. And I thought the following: if as product people, our skill is to have a goal and then make things happen, why wouldn't we do that for life? I think that in many cases, you know, we go to sleep super late working on the thing that is work related. And sometimes we just forget to actually also prioritize ourselves. So I've always loved Excel models for most everything. And what I did was like, well, how do I think about my life? And how do I think about all of the things that I want to accomplish, both professionally or personally? So I started with a list of 50 goals that I had in life. Then I categorized them by decade where they could happen, and by importance, almost like in product, where you think about, well, you need to prioritize, right? Like objectives, you cannot do everything. But what allowed me by categorizing them by time is that I understood that I didn't need to do everything now. Like I really aim to be like Iris Apfel, where I'm, you know, the person who does a lot of jewelry and cool stuff in her, I don't know how old is she? I'm guessing around 90. So I still have quite a few decades to get there. But my point was that there's so many things that I want to do and so many people that I want to be in my different iterations of who I am as a human, that I knew that this decade, it could really be about being an executive. In my next decade, I plan to be a professor, but also an investor, and perhaps double down on social initiatives. And then I'm going to have a jewelry shop. So again, all those things might or might not happen, but it just allows me to know that there are reasons for what I'm doing right now. And at the same time, that doesn't trade off the different things that I want to do in my life, and both personally and professionally.
Oh, I love that so much. There's nothing more powerful than like taking a step back, bird's eye view, giving yourself that perspective that like everything doesn't need to happen at once. I definitely have issues with that. So that's why I wanted to make sure that people knew about that really cool piece that you wrote and talked about and created. So thank you. In the past, you've worked, we mentioned, at several companies that are based on humans and their social interactions: Zynga, OkCupid, Meetup, and now Facebook. What do you see are some ways that our social interactions and products have evolved over time to become more inclusive?
So it's funny that when I started at OkCupid, we didn't have the concept even of several genders and sexual orientations. We had 2 genders and 3 sexual orientations: straight, bi, or gay or lesbian. And we're not talking about a long time ago. I think this was like 2016, 17. And it was crazy that for a product that is about finding your other half, we also had opportunities for people that are in non-monogamous relationships to have and there many different halves. But going back to the point of finding the love, it was kind of like surprising that you could not even describe yourself as your true self and then find the right person that would match actually who you were searching for. And I remember that we were about to go through the IPO. And as we were working on how to open the sexual orientations and gender spectrum, actually how the code base was, it was either male or female, like zeros and ones. And as you know, for coding, there's no way, like once you have a binary code, to actually add more than zeros and ones. But what was really nice is that we had a group of queer LGBTQIA people at the company that really believed in this. And I have now decided almost that when you're in product, you have so much responsibility. You have it to the people that you work with, but also the products that you build. And as I was focused on us going through the IPO, I couldn't let go of my values, because what would it say about me and what I stand for if I was only, say, focused on growth for users and revenue and not actually able to come through, which, yeah, obviously there's more genders and there's more sexual orientations than the ones we had. So fortunately, we were able to put a almost like think tank internally, where we had a multifunctional team of designers, engineers, data scientists, and they found a way almost to hack our own internal system. And then we partner with different LGBTQI groups, so that as we were analyzing the different genders and sexual orientations that we could add, it would actually feel that it was something that represented the community well. And it was really fun that we actually launched 12 sexual orientations and 22 gender options, being the very first dating site that had more options. And now it's fun to see that, say, 5 years later, it's pretty common for apps to have more sexual orientations and gender spectrum openness. So that was pretty cool to see. And also what I loved was that when we thought about the product, we actually allowed people to send us their own definition of what it meant to be whatever word they were using for themselves. And then when in the onboarding flow, as you were actually going to choosing your genders or sexual orientation, you could tap into those, and we would take you to this website that was all about the different descriptions that people had. So what was fun is that it was not us saying what it meant to be straight or what it meant to be gender fluid or whatever the word was, but we were actually using the community to say their different definitions to what it meant to be them. So that was a good example of, I think, what it means to put yourself out there and really stand up for your values. Another thing that we're currently doing at Facebook is actually working with the trans community in terms of ID verification when there's a name change. That's something that it's in progress, but it's as I came into this role just a couple of months ago, it's already an initiative that we're working on. So hoping to give you some updates soon.
Wow, that's brilliant to like go back to the OkCupid, a journey that y'all had, for you to be able to make an impact at a company that's like pre-IPO, so obviously like very well known and established and all of that, and like then just open up the possibility for all these other companies, you know, doing similar things to think of that is amazing. I was actually going to say, like, are there any other, or ask rather, are there any other features that Facebook is utilizing in their products to include the, you know, LGBTQIA community, aside from what you mentioned?
Yes, we just launched in May for Instagram, or the use of pronouns in your profile. And as I was reading about it, I'm not leading the launch, but had so many people that would hack accounts, basically put their in bio, their preferred pronoun. So now it's just something that you can just directly add in your pronoun in your bio. And we have released it to the US, UK, Canada, and Australia. And we're hoping to release it internationally very soon. But I think it's pretty cool that we're starting to see profiles that have the right pronouns. And I almost think that that's the right way to go about things, where it doesn't need to be something that people hack. And it's more normal to see that, yeah, you need to define your gender pronoun, because it's not a given that we use, you know, just a binary choice. So I really like products where it's almost like the standard that therefore makes people question whether you know, the way in which we were acting was the right one, or that we can actually have embedded into how we think about products, or in this case, our profiles, the full array of things that express how products should be built for inclusivity, not just for sexual orientation, but many other things.
That's amazing. Yeah, I have a lot of respect for people who, you know, obviously built it into a product. To your point, like, it's hard to sometimes get out of it when it's ones and zeros and it's literally binary. So that it's a creative job, you know, and I love that. That's so cool. I want to ask you a little bit of a actually personal question, right? Like, how come you've been so open yourself about your sexual orientation in your professional life, right? Like, why are you here in this specific conference today, right?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've even asked myself, like, how vocal do I want to be? And the very first time I remember having to make the choice was when I was studying in grad school. And I remember that back in the day were a lot of suicides for college students that were in the LGBTQI spectrum. And I realized that in many cases, you don't know what you represent to others. And what I mean is that I knew that a lot of the professors, or even students, my peers that I was studying with, would go back in many cases to their countries, and they would be the ones in charge of making decisions about their employees. And if you ask them, like, do they know someone that is queer, they would never know unless you actually were the person that was almost representing. And I realized that it was my duty to try to be as visible as possible, because there are things that you see about me. You see that I have a Hispanic name. Now you will not see that I'm kind of short. That's what I like about Zoom. I say that I always appear taller than I am. But there's like the things that you see. And then there's the things that you don't see. If you see me walking in the street with my partner who's male, you'll assume perhaps that I'm straight. And it's almost my objective to actually demystify what it means to have, you know, a non-binary sexual orientation. And it's now almost like part of what I try to make very evident when I joined Facebook. I remember that perhaps less than a month in, I wrote this piece about being queer, and a lot of people reached out to me. And what was surprising is that in many cases, you only see yourself and you think that your experiences are individual and personal. But what I think we miss seeing is that there's so many people that are going through the same things, and that just like putting things out there, I would get this email saying like, hey, I'm going on the right in the exact same thing. I remember there was a woman who reached out to me that she was thinking about her sexual orientation, getting divorced, and exploring, you know, having a relationship with a woman. And I just got all of these different emails. So my, I guess, suggestion for a lot of people, it doesn't need to be just about sexual orientation. It can be about mental health, or whatever it is that is in your life, just know that you're probably not the other one. And by you being open about how you've gone through the different changes in your life, you're probably opening up the path for other people to see how the progression was for you, and also for them to be open themselves. And by that, I think we can create a chain effect where we can all just be open, and we don't need to stigmatize any of these things, because on the contrary, they can create beautiful things.
Amen. Thanks, Imina. You know, speaking of kind of the impact, right, that your openness, and then, you know, on top of that, your actual, like, your work in the professional setting has, I think it impacts also a lot, like, younger generations, right? And you actually do some, you work with O4U, out for grad, or undergrad, excuse me. And I wanted to ask you, you know, from your experience and working with otherwise diverse undergraduates through that O4U, how do the mindsets of, like, Gen Z folks differ from previous generations?
Yeah, it's very obvious that I think that we're all now searching for meaning. So even when I think about the work that we're doing right now to provide answers and a good user experience to everyone at Facebook and Instagram, as we're building the team, we're really focused on that mission-oriented perspective, that it's all about, you know, service to others, and just building that as a way to express that there's a lot of impact that each single person that now is joining the team can have. And I think that that really resonates. It's funny because I think that for me, and perhaps it doesn't need to be just the spectrum of how old you are, but I think that we're all evolving to just wanting to have more meaning than just like a 9 to 5 job where you're like doing the thing. It needs to be valuable for you as you grow as a person, but also as you think about the meaning of life in all of its capital letters. For the out for you, if you all Google, is out for undergrad. I'm in the board, and it's a group that offers internships and scholarships, I'm sorry, so that we can bring LGBTQ students that are thinking about going into the workplace in either tech or marketing, engineering, or business careers. And we put them in contact with companies that are hiring, so that they at least can see how they could be open about their sexual orientation if they want that in the workplace, but also have companies that are really excited about bringing in you know, people with different gender and identities and sexual orientations. But yeah, it's super exciting to work with younger generations, because obviously they're just telling us what needs to happen in the workplace, which means it needs to be meaningful.
100%. And if we actually have some, like, maybe undergrads or soon to be grads in the room, do you have any, like, information about how to apply for the upcoming O4U conferences?
Yes. So Google out for undergrad, and then you'll see we have a link for applications. You can get a scholarship so that you can even, hopefully soon, as we will have again live conferences, you can travel to the places where we will hold those conferences. This year, we're doing them remotely. And also, if you work for a company that might be interested in hiring more students, there's also a contact form to do that. And once you're actually part of the community, you could also become a mentor, or you could help organize a lot of these conferences. They're pretty large, but it's also the impact that we have by bringing in at a time 200 to 400 students. It's pretty special, because you're basically allowing people to have a lived experience that they might not have otherwise, right at the time when they're about to transition and open, see the opening of opportunities that they could have in their career. So it's something that I'm super excited, because I think that sometimes it's not that people don't have talent, it's just that they don't know how to access those opportunities. And we're really trying to create the bridge between talented people and companies that want talented people.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing that. And I know that, you know, people will kind of look up more information on that on their own time. But I wanted to shift gears a little bit to ask you a question about, you as a leader, right? And a leader of diverse teams, multinational teams. Do you have any advice or best practices for leading teams who, operate in different countries, whether that's like how you hire or work with those and lead those different cultures?
So it's so interesting that for me, having an international career happened because of where I studied and then the different jobs that I had. And I think it's a very valuable experience for people to think about working abroad or traveling, because it just gives you more openness, not just towards new experiences that you will have, but also that probably your user bases, if you're working in product, are going to be from people around the world. So just having that sensitivity towards how you think about your users, it doesn't need to come from a, say, US-centric perspective. In my case right now, I've been pretty lucky that I've always have had some type of international experience, both as I was living abroad, but also now building new teams. Like right now we have 200 new open headcount for the team that we're building. We're building it in London. And it's pretty fun that once you know that people have different approaches to work, like even right now we were making this document and the spellings, they change, right? So do you go in a US spelling or a UK spelling? Also, people are a little bit more reserved. And I think that one of the things that has I've been able to gather from traveling so much is just having empathy to understanding that there's many ways in which people collaborate. There's also different ways in which people are. Some of them are related to the culture in which they grew or the country in which they lived in. So I guess my TLDR there is that, as an example, one of the big things that we're focusing right now is culture and onboarding and creating principles so that people feel included. And how do we do that? By only having meetings, say, at a time that it's friendly between different zone times, but also creating principles so that people write things and they don't feel excluded if a meeting happens at the time when they're sleeping. So we don't need to go perhaps into full detail of those, but my main point is that your own experiences in life as you will travel, perhaps even think about working in a different country, will probably allow you to be a much more inclusive person in the workplace. And over time, as you start managing people, to actually create that space that allows everyone to feel part of a team, no matter which country they're in.
Agreed. There's nothing more powerful than like exposing yourself to those experiences and situations. So I know we have to run, but I want to ask you one more question before we move on really quickly. You are a globetrotter, not just professionally, but like again in your personal life. So lastly, what's the 50th country you're looking forward to visiting when you can soon?
So I thought that I was going to reach 50 countries next year, then COVID happened. And now I haven't even thought about whether I'm going to reach the 50th country. I think that if I can, I would love to go to Cuba or Thailand. It's kind of crazy to me that I haven't visited either of those countries before, but I think that now I think less about like the milestones and more the experiences. And one thing that is really important for me is my family. So now I'm always thinking about what are the places that I can go discover with my parents and my partner, so that it's less even just about the discovery, but it's much more the journey that we're all going through as we travel as a family and experience new things together, given that we all live in, my parents live in Mexico, I live here. So it's always really fun to think about travel as a way to bring the family together.
I do the same because I do a lot of travel too. I love hearing that. Imna, thank you again so much for being with us for this half hour. It was so wonderful to hear your story and hear you open up. I really, really appreciate it. And I know a lot of folks on the line who are listening are too.
Thank you all. It was such a pleasure talking with you, Anastasia. And also hello to everyone. Pleasure being here with you. And bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for letting us sit in on that amazing talk. Huge round of applause for you both.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you. So as we get our next batch of speakers onboarded, I just want to say a huge thank you to everyone who participated in the last session. If you are looking to earn credits for that session with the SHRM group, please feel free to check out the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. That is what you will need to make sure that you are ready to redeem those credits for the sessions that you've sat in on and watched today. So as we go into the next session, I just want to say hello and welcome. Thank you to everyone who is joining us for today's day 2 of our June 2021 virtual summit. Obviously, this month we are focusing on Pride at Work, and we are so happy that you're here to join us. As we onboard our next speakers, I just want to highlight for anybody who might be just joining us that we are really excited to include you in the conversation. So for this upcoming session, we would love to hear from you. Please feel free to add any comments or questions you have into the chat box. It's on the right-hand side of your screen. If you have any kind of technical difficulties, please feel free to tag myself. My colleague Paloma is also in the chat. So if you have any kind of tech issues, let us know. We'll try to help you as best we can. Again, if you're looking to earn SHRM credits from today's sessions, take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. And I'm going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct that I'll be sharing in just a moment in the chat. This is included just to make sure that this experience, like all of our virtual events, is positive for everyone involved. So as you're meeting and connecting with new members of the Power to Fly community or interacting with our speakers, just make sure you're leading from a place of kindness and respect. Now, I'd love to introduce you to our next speakers. First, as noted, or as you'll see, this upcoming session is sponsored by Raytheon. So we are being graced by some amazing team members from them. First up, we have Martha Holt Castle. Martha is a skilled attorney with experience in the defense, government contractor, and health insurance industries. She's a problem solver who balances risk and business demands. So sorry, I lost my place, as well with her management experience. So thank you for joining us, Martha. We also have Thomas Dixon, who's a software engineer and has been with Raytheon for 5 years in their State College, Pennsylvania location. He's originally from a small town in Pennsylvania and enjoys going to the gym, reading sci-fi or fantasy books, and along with the rest of the country, has been binging on Netflix and other streaming services over the last year. Joining him will be Shannon K. Garvey, who is a systems engineer at Raytheon. Shannon graduated from the University of Notre Dame, go Irish, with a degree in electrical engineering, a concentration in multimedia signals and systems, and a minor in studio art. She is currently working on her master's degree through Purdue University. And prior to joining Raytheon, she worked on underwater acoustics for the Navy and voice recognition for Fiat Chrysler automobiles. Some of her hobbies include playing music, reading, and playing video games. Sarah Jessica Curry is rounding out our Raytheon team. She's a hardware quality engineer skilled in Six Sigma process improvement and creative problem solving in the engineering field. She has earned 2 degrees, a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from Jackson State University, and a Bachelor of Science in Elementary Education from Mississippi College. So welcome, Sarah. They will all be in conversation with our own amazing Amy Carlotto, who is the East Coast Sales Director for Power to Fly. Amy is from working with employee benefits field to supporting companies with family care benefits and DEI services. Amy has helped companies with all their HR, talent acquisition, and DEI goals. She is a wife, mom to a 13-year-old and 10-year-old, as well as 2 adorable dogs who like to make their daily Zoom appearances. Amy, I will turn the stage over to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Meg and Raytheon Technology team. I'm so excited to be in conversation with you today. What I would love to do is just kind of open it up for each of you to introduce yourself, tell us, Meg already shared your titles, but if you want to kind of elaborate on a little bit of what you do at Raytheon, and then if you'd like, maybe a fun fact.
Yeah, sure. I'm Martha Castle, and I can kick this off for us. I am an attorney for Raytheon. I primarily support all of our naval power contracts and programs. But on the side, I also serve as the vice president for our Pride Employee Resource Group of the North and specializing in the Northeast region itself. I'm based out of Massachusetts. I've lived there my entire life, but I did spend 1 year in Ireland. And that was actually a fantastic experience. But it was funny because I'm 100% Irish, and many folks came up to me during my stay there and had conversations with me and then asked me to say hello to my mom. So I'm guessing I must look like some other folks wandering around in Ireland. That's it by me.
Awesome. Thank you, Martha. And then next I see Shannon on my screen.
Hi, I'm Shannon Garvey. She or they is fine. I am a systems engineer at Raytheon. I actually just started last June, so I'm a fairly new hire. I'm based out of the Massachusetts area, though I actually just moved up to New Hampshire. And a fun fact about me is that I can play all the brass instruments.
Wow, that is quite a talent. All right, Thomas.
Hi, I'm Thomas Dixon. I've been with Raytheon for 5 years, just like I was introduced. I work on some of the more classified side of things, so I can't really say too much about exactly what I do. But I guess one of the fun facts about me is I am really colorblind. I'm monochromatic, so I only see in black and white.
Thank you, Thomas. And Jessica.
Hey, I am Sarah Jessica Curry. I go by Jessica or Jess, she, her, hers pronouns, and I work as a hardware quality engineer at Raytheon Technologies. I'm in Forest, Mississippi. I live in Pearl, which is just east of Jackson. When they say Forest, Mississippi, that is what they mean. It is in the middle of the forest. My fun fact is I am looking at my little 7.5-week-old puppy that is laying right beside me right now. He is a German Shepherd and his name is Odin.
Oh, that might be the cutest fun fact that we've had today. Awesome. Well, the way that we can I go through we're going to ask some questions and feel free for anyone to jump in. I might kind of call on somebody if I think there's something that's kind of more specific. Martha shared that she's the VP of your Pride Network. So we're going to jump in and talk a little bit about Raytheon's employee resource groups. But before we do that, does anyone want to share exactly what is an employee resource group?
Yeah, I can do that. So an employee resource group, that's a concept that developed actually in the 1960s during the civil rights movement. Xerox was one of the first companies that developed a resource group, and it was really to help amplify voices of diverse folks and more integrate their workplace. It has evolved over the years and decades. So while it initially started as affinity groups based on cultural identity and that kind of a background, it instead now has been expanded to also include other groups, affinity groups, such as being a parent or a veteran. And really, it's a platform by which employees can speak to one another, network, and can be leveraged in many different ways in companies for the better of everyone who works there. Did you want me to talk a little bit about Raytheon's?
Yes. Sorry, I completely lost the cursor button and couldn't get off mute. Yeah, I'd love to hear a little bit about Raytheon. You mentioned Pride, and we're obviously at the Pride at Work, but you mentioned a couple other ERG groups. It'd be great to hear a little bit about Raytheon Technologies.
Yeah, sure. No, I'd love to share that. So at Raytheon Technologies, we are still in the midst of consolidating our employee resource groups. We did recently have a merger of two companies, but generally speaking, we have 9 or 10 employee resource groups. So we also have those two buckets. We've got employee resource groups that are defined by the cultural or other entities. So that would be, for example, the Black Employee Network and Pride ERG. And then also folks that share certain experiences or interests, such as veterans and our new employees. And at Raytheon, ERGs play a very vital role. We are involved in employee engagement, community outreach. We help with policy developments within the company, as well as with mentorship and recruiting. So we really kind of run the gamut of the activities that we engage in. What we found to be incredibly successful at Raytheon is that each employee resource group has a senior advisor. That's someone who sits up at the executive suite, and they're really a champion for each of the ERGs and help us navigate the different politics of the company. So that's a little bit about our background.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Martha, for sharing a little bit about, maybe Jessica, do you want to share a little bit about Raytheon's LGBTQ plus or your Pride specific ERG?
Sure. We have chapters at several sites. We just started the one in Forest, Mississippi in 2018. And so that was an adventure for sure. But our Pride ERG, what I love about it is that with Raytheon merging, we have Collins and Pratt & Whitney, who also have Pride ERGs. And so coming together, we actually were able to create an event this month, a virtual event, where we are featuring one person in leadership in Pride every day through an email. And it's sent out just to educate our company on who is in Pride leadership and who they can talk to, who is someone that they might have a good conversation with if they have questions about LGBTQ plus issues. So it's a great way to communicate that you are someone to, I hate to say safe place, because we want to encourage that our whole company is a safe place, but in certain regions it's hard to have those conversations. And so just being able to say we're here and we're welcome your conversation is very powerful.
Awesome. We had a question, and it kind of just falls naturally to ask you, Jessica, but feel free for others that are kind of have been in this situation or have kind of helped. For anyone that's interested, it sounds like, Jessica, you were kind of helping start the ERG group in Forest. But for anyone that's interested in starting one at their own company, what would be, Jessica, if you want to start, and then if everyone else wants to maybe give a few tips on what advice you would give to people.
As far as for me, I don't have a national or regional perspective, but I do have a perspective from my local site. I know that being in the South, it's been interesting, not only for our region, but personally for me. I came out to myself only 10 years before we started the chapter at our site. And I realized that the vocabulary for me was still hard to say aloud. I was whispering the words lesbian and gay at our booth where we recruited people to come join the ERG. And so it was very interesting to see how the conversations just rushed out of people once they realized we were present at the company. One thing that we, as Raytheon, we were the first aerospace company to score 100% with the HRC Corporate Equality Index. And I just think that's a tremendous accomplishment, and I love being a part of that.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Amy, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you go ahead. No, I was going to call on you next anyway.
No, that's fantastic. No, so what's great about Jessica and the folks that are on the call today from Raytheon is that you really are getting to hear from people with diverse experiences. I know that some of us have only been with Raytheon for a short amount of time. I've been at the company for 5 years and have spent my entire career in some fashion working diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts as a side gig, so to speak. And so what I have found, if you don't already have employee resource groups, if you want to introduce that concept to your company, it's really important to ensure that you're smart on the issue and you establish a clear business case. There are significant business cases that support why employee resource groups are important. And there are great resources online, and including this one, that can help you with that. But once you establish a business case, which should emphasize that you can help increasing the diversity of talent, you can heighten employee engagement, you can target your marketing to certain segments, and also leverage unique perspectives on your products or services. You pitch that to your leadership team. Their natural allies are going to be human resources or the diversity, equity, and inclusion teams if you have those. But don't forget about other natural leaders within your company. You can recruit them as allies. So, for example, your CEO, your CFO, or your CMO, the marketing officer, all would have a vested interest in seeing an employee resource group develop and strive.
Great, those are some great tips. And then Shannon, I believe you mentioned only being at the organization for a year or so. What was the process like kind of coming on board? Did you know when you got there that there was employee resource groups to join? Did someone kind of suggest that there's the different options and then you could align with the ones that you wanted to participate in?
Yeah, so I onboarded last June, and my section manager, well, it was in the height of the pandemic, so we had to meet with masks and distance and everything, but she gave me a welcome packet and recommended to me that I join any ERGs that I would be interested in. So I'm a member of Ray Pride and also the Raytheon Women's Network and YesNet, the group for young professionals. And so all three groups have been able to have events over the past year virtually, which have really made coming in during the pandemic feel more normal because I've been able to meet people and socialize. So it's been really good.
Wow, I love how they kind of incorporated different aspects, especially as I know in the beginning of March last year, some organizations were struggling on what to do, but it sounds like Raytheon is really kind of leading the charge. Thomas, I'd love to hear maybe about a project or something that you've done within an initiative that you've done within the Pride group.
So specifically with our site, I just kind of want to trail off of kind of the previous conversation. It was a big change for a lot of people to see just us putting up a flag. 2 years ago was the first time we did it. I was the person who started, our at the time LGBTQ ERG, and now it's Ray Pride. But the positive things that came back from that was I had great site support from my site lead. I had a couple of people just ask me questions in general, which having the conversation was really important. I think that there's quite a few older individuals who just don't understand, but they want to be supportive and everything like that. And project-wise, my site, we just don't do too much. We're a very East Coast mentality. You're there to do work, you're there to do things, but putting out those types of things, those types of feelers to say, hey, if you're willing to have a conversation or if you want to talk about something, that's what I've really tried to focus on. Because I know that there's just quite a few people within my specific community that are just not aware, and they don't have the understanding of what LGBT or those types of conversations have for them.
Great. Well, it sounds like it's been able to open up dialogue and conversation. So it's really great to hear. Now, I believe Jessica mentioned doing some different emails every day. What are some other things and initiatives you have planned to celebrate Pride Month this year?
Well, I'll jump in for a second there. One thing that I'm excited about is we're doing something called Care Cards, C-A-R-E, to ensure that our allies feel included during Pride Month, because we wanted to show just the gratitude that we have, in the struggles that we've been through in the LGBTQ plus community. Allies have been there the entire time, no matter their identity. And so the care cards are based around the theme of C-A-R-E, conversation leads to awareness, which leads to respect, which leads to empowerment. And so that is our goal. We want to be able to empower each other, but it starts with conversation. And so the care cards, we just made a few templates of cards that basically have a generic thank you message in them, that can be shared. And it's just an encouragement to allies, if they would like to write to someone to say, I enjoy our conversations, or the LGBTQ plus community, especially, to write to allies and say, thank you for being there for me. Thank you for the conversations that we've been able to have. I appreciate it. And so that was something that we've been doing, we've started. And so I'm looking forward to our meeting at the end of the month to see how it all went. And so we're going to have kind of a share Zoom and talk back through it and see how it went.
Yep, and on a more national level, we were successful in raising over 50 progress flags at our sites across the United States. You know, some of the other ways in which Raytheon is embracing the LGBTQ plus community are the Zoom backgrounds that you can see, as well as for the first time ever this year, we were able to include the Progress flag colors, Pride flag colors in our logo. So all of that is a great show of support by our company and something that we as employees really do appreciate.
And then you both kind of brought up interesting things in regards to, it sounds like there's local chapters in the national. How much is done on a local level versus with the national?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we have various levels of support for our diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts at Raytheon. We have professionals who are actually paid to do the work in our human resources department. They support the employee resource groups. We have then global steering committees that go across the entire world, in fact. And then finally, we have regional establishments. And so the regional folks are really the ones that tend to do the local events, do a lot of the employee engagement work, and being there to, as Thomas indicated, start conversations amongst our colleagues. The global team, with the support of DE&I professionals, are the ones that do the branding and the coordinated flag raising events, et cetera, that happen across all of the different regions.
Well, that kind of leads into, as Meg mentioned, you all have day jobs. And then Martha, you mentioned that there are some people within Raytheon Technologies that's job is to kind of help and assist with your employee resource groups. But I'd love to kind of start with you, Shannon, and maybe kind of each of you take a moment or so and just talk about how you manage balancing working with your ERG. You mentioned kind of being involved with 3. So what are some tips and advice for managing being in those ERGs and then your day-to-day work?
Well, most of the events tend to be in the evening. Though sometimes, at least more recently with the pandemic, if you want to join events from other regions, which is also very possible, they can be at some weirder times. But most of the events are scheduled for after the workday. So it's fairly easy to work your day, go home, make dinner, and then sit down and just like hop online. There are also some events that are scheduled for around lunchtime usually, and they are a good like midday break, or you can just turn them on in the background and like listen to what people are talking about while doing your work. So most of the events are pretty easy to manage around the workday and whatever else you have to do in your life.
Great. Thomas, do you have anything to add in regards to kind of your involvement or kind of how you maybe kind of balance and even outside of the employee resource groups, if you have any other work-life balance tips? I know that's it's always something that our community is interested in hearing about.
Yeah, just like Shannon said, we definitely have some things that are outside of that, but what I have actually found is throughout my day, if I have something that's ERG related, whenever I'm really stressed out with a problem I'm trying to solve, walking away from that problem in my like engineering life and then going to like answer somebody's question or look at something that's been posted or something like that really helps in both ways, because it keeps me informed about kind of what's going on or what's happening or what's going to be happening, as well as like usually gets my brain out of the lock that it's in with whatever problem I'm trying to solve. So there's that piece of it, as well as just it's I mean, it is a commitment, but if you feel like you're doing something and you're making a difference, I think you get that feeling that it's worth it. So just with that feeling, I think that makes it easier. And I know it's not for everybody. There's definitely not engaged employees at my site with any of it, which is fine. I mean, that's their decision and choice. But for me, if I can answer somebody's question or I can help drive a conversation or be a part of a conversation, it kind of opens up somebody's eyes. I think that's much more beneficial to me in the long run, and for everybody as a whole in the long run, than me having to sacrifice an hour or two throughout my week to make sure that that happens.
Yeah, I love that. Oh, I was just going to add that it sounds like there's almost like natural water cooler break type of, even with the virtual setting that we're in. So it lets you have that brain break that we all need so desperately. But Jessica, feel free to add to that.
Sure. Thomas, I was just going to say, I definitely get the idea of allowing those conversations to happen. And being in the region that I'm in, it's really been helpful to me to have this community, to have this, global and national level connections with people who are in different regions and who can say, if I'm having a hard time with, my family or something like that, who are not happy with, the way my life is, then I know that I have basically family at RTX who I can talk to and say, I've had this struggle today, and they are able to encourage me and remind me that, things are better in certain places. And for me here, sometimes things are better here than in other places as well. And I need to remember that too. And so it's really good to have those connections. And I'm not as much of I didn't join like sororities in college. I didn't, I was never really a social group person. And so when I joined, I was like, I'll try to fit it in. But once I started meeting people and having those conversations, I realized what a lifeline it was. And so that's why I kind of jumped in feet first.
Yeah, from my perspective, not only is it something that I absolutely enjoy doing, it sparks joy in my life. But I also am finding that being part of the leadership of an employee resource group is really helpful to grow my own personal network, as well as developing leadership skills and developing an executive presence at the company. And that's something that we are trying to leverage at Raytheon to open up doors to various folks, to encourage people to promote themselves in their own careers. And so in that sense, I find the work that we do incredibly rewarding.
Well, thank you all for sharing. Just as a reminder to the live audience, feel free to throw your questions in the chat. We have people that are helping send those questions over to us. So anything you're curious, whether that be specific to Raytheon Technologies or within ERG groups specifically, we'll definitely save some time at the end to ask lots of audience questions. So we love to hear kind of what, how we can maybe help address anything that you're kind of wondering. And now I'd love to kind of, maybe Martha, if you want to kind of go back to you and talk a little bit. You mentioned that each of the ERG groups has an kind of an executive sponsor, and some ideas was making sure that you're getting that buy-in when you start one. But what are some tips and suggestions? There's probably people today that are watching that are from a company with maybe a few hundred employees, and then companies that have 10,000, 100,000 employees. So there's there's different kind of structures, but what are some kind of tips and suggestions for getting that buy-in?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So I have had a rather adventurous career, if I may share, and spent some time at a small law firm. And then I went to a nonprofit company, and now I'm here at Raytheon. And, there isn't any one size fits all approach that I have seen to employee resource groups or diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. I agree it's unique to the organization that you find yourselves in. When I was at the firm, I was able to leverage the fact that being part or creating an ERG would help us focus our marketing efforts and to attract potentially more clients that are that identify as LGBTQ. And so when I sought buy-in at that point, it was through the marketing folks. At the nonprofit organization, it was more about the presence that we have in our community. And so I worked with the community outreach individuals, the public relations folks, as well as HR to establish employee resource groups because that was really what made sense for them. And then at Raytheon, I was lucky enough that it already had a robust employee resource group. In fact, our Pride group can trace its roots all the way back to Texas Instruments in 1993. So we've had more than 25 years of existence and rich history. And so that really comes with a very different experience. It has a lot more support of resources, more structure. And we really can handle accomplishing way more than you could at a small organization.
Well, thank you. That's a long time, 25 years, to be able to be kind of an together organization. I'd love to hit on. Obviously, we can't get away from a conversation without talking about the pandemic and the impact that it's had. How has the pandemic impacted your ERG group? What was it like before? Like, what was it? Were some of these events, in person? Or I'd love to kind of hear kind of what that has been like.
I can jump in here. Funny enough, I think that the pandemic in its own way has provided some new outlets for connection, for coordination within our groups. And to put on a virtual event, now a lot of people have Zoom or have different techie qualities that they may not have had before the pandemic began. But as we were starting last year and realizing, okay, we're not going to be able to meet on site. We can't go out to that restaurant and, things like that. Then we had to really find within ourselves the skills. And when we didn't have the skills, we had to reach out to each other. And so even though it was definitely a handicap and a struggle, it also pulled us together and brought us to do virtual events combined. And so like one that we're doing this month that I'm excited about is around Juneteenth. We have an event that the women's group, the Black Employees Network, and Pride are all getting together to talk about. And so I think that that's going to be great. And so we just, we wouldn't have, I won't say we wouldn't have worked together, with the virtual events, but I think that we have a farther reach, even though it is virtual and it's, we like being in person, we like being able to meet people and actually interact. But as I said, here in Mississippi, we don't have a large group. We may have like 3 people on site here who would be very active. We could pull in 1 or 2 here and there for little individual activities. But to have this virtual connection with all of the groups together has been just an amazing opportunity.
Anyone else want to add a little bit to some of the great remarks from Jessica? I'd love to hear about the Juneteenth. That's amazing to hear that 3 groups are coming together. Our organization just started recognizing that 2 years ago. And so it's amazing just as an opportunity to learn and to hear. So I'm imagining in a really large company, it's great because you have so many additional voices to share. Martha, from your viewpoint, how is that? You're the VP of this ERG group, then there's, everything kind of changes. People are working from home. How is it managing that process over the last year?
Yeah, sure. At first it felt clunky and we weren't really sure what to do. I think right at the outset of the pandemic, we didn't really have the bandwidth, either emotionally or otherwise, to do a ton of events. I heard a lot from my colleagues that being forced to quarantine was particularly challenging for them on a personal level. And so because we relied on volunteer efforts, we did not want to add to that stress. But as we began to mature our presence on Zoom and other virtual tools, we actually learned to leverage that, as Jessica was saying, to really reach out to more people and get much higher engagement. And so I'm hopeful that will be able to continue on. You're seeing many more regions work collaboratively. We're pooling resources to get amazing speakers to come in that are being done virtually now. And we can record so that others can see it at their own time and space. So at the end of the day, I feel like the pandemic brought the best out of us. And I look forward to continuing to leverage the new skill sets and the tools we have in the toolbox to keep advancing our work as ERGs.
Well, you've already answered the next question I had for you, what learning lessons or things you'll take forward. But we did have a question, and I think this wants to maybe go back, and this could be Shannon, if you could speak to this, around the events or some of the gatherings being outside of business hours. There's a question from the audience says, do you get much pushback from employees when these events are not within normal business hours?
Not that I've noticed. I feel like even before the pandemic, a lot of companies would do a mixture of events that are mixed between during business hours and after business hours. When I was at Fiat Chrysler, the people would sometimes go out to dinner or go to specific events. And now it's just transitioned to being online. Most of the after work events are more laid back and more less educational and more geared towards networking and just enjoying yourself. So I've been to a wine tasting night where everyone just got wine from a I think it was Australian or New Zealand vendor and tasted it with a sommelier virtually guiding us through it. And there was a YesNet, the Young Employees Group, they've started doing Among Us game nights. And I believe this month for Pride, there's a drag queen bingo night scheduled. So overall, the events are more fun and lighthearted and makes up for having to hop on outside work.
Wow. Bingo wine tasting, sign me up. This sounds like so much fun. Man, for anyone that wants to work at Raytheon Technologies, run. And it's making defense contracting sound very exciting. I'd love to take some other questions from the audience. There's some great ones that came in. So there's a question around, do you all feel like others in the company take the ERG work seriously? Is it valued at the enterprise level?
What's interesting is I actually started to feel as though it was almost taken for granted. And it wasn't until the last year or so where we have really evolved our conversation over what diversity, equity, inclusion looks like, and have taken a very strategic perspective that the senior leadership, I think, fully started to appreciate all that the employee resource groups give back to the company. From, as you know, the events that you heard from Shannon and Jessica and Thomas, we are the primary employee engagement vehicle, and we have fun doing it, and we meet friends and people that we want to continue to work with. And so I think from an employee retention perspective, there's a lot of value there. But then beyond that, we really are driving the policies within the company. So for example, Raytheon was one of the first aerospace companies to get 100% on the HRC's Corporate Equality Index back in 2005. That wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the Pride Group. We drove to change the benefits for our employees, for example, and change policies. And so from that perspective, I think it's been an evolution, but at this point, standing here today, I can confidently share with you that our senior leadership fully appreciates everything that we are doing, and they're doubling down on the investment that we've all been making in our employee resource groups.
Thank you for sharing that. It's great to see that the work that you're doing is really impacting, not only your organization, but then the company as a whole. And it's great to see that leadership is kind of really paying attention to that. And you brought up
I was just gonna add on, just from like my level. I know Martha is like definitely at the more senior level, but just like down on my own like site individual level, having that that recognition and that response back from the senior level means a lot. And I'm sure in the past maybe I'm sure it wasn't as easy as it was, but for me to set up everything, it was nonstop, pretty much like, what can we provide for you? What do you need? Like, how can we support you? So from that perspective, from the lower down perspective, it's definitely appreciated. And I definitely feel like, the enterprise employees definitely care.
Thank you, giving the perspective of kind of the local level. And then this next question, I'd love to hear it both from the kind of the enterprise level, and then also if someone wants to jump in on the more local level. A question around, for organizations, we mentioned about getting buy-in from, executive stakeholders and having those sponsors. But then a question came in around, how do you kind of position getting funding? So Martha, if you want to answer it from kind of that level, and then love to hear someone talk about it from the local level.
Yeah, sure. The money question is always the important one. And so I think first I'd like to share my opinion that you can actually do a lot with very little in terms of an employee resource group. But as I've shared with you in my personal experience, the more institutional support you get, the greater your impact to the organization as a whole can be. And so when it comes to trying to identify potential funds, just like as it comes to trying to get key stakeholder buy-in, it really depends on your organization. I do think you go back and you look at what are you trying to accomplish in the employee resource group and align interests. So if you're trying to make your company more diverse in its hiring practices and its talent attraction, then you would go to the talent broker teams, the acquisition teams, and see if you can engage and get some funding from them. If you're looking to make sure that your company is hitting the right target market, or the products and services are hitting the right tone, then you'd go and perhaps to your marketing team and try to see if there's some alignment there. Once you do that and you're able to show some quick wins, you're already able to give the value proposition that you need to further fund your efforts. And so that's in my experience, how we've been able to do it.
And does some of that funding trickle down to the local level, or is that kind of on the local level to kind of go and kind of build their business case and then maybe go to their local HR business partner or talent acquisition or marketing teams?
Well, Raytheon Technologies has committed to its employee resource groups. As you've heard it, we've been around for quite some time. And so we are actually operated as having our own budgets. Each region has a budget, and then the regions help fund the efforts at the local level. And so while I wouldn't say that the budget is huge, it's been sufficient for us to do everything that we would like to do from an employee resource group perspective. And that's really what empowers us to be as successful as we are at Raytheon Technologies.
Great. Well, I think there's some good tips or ideas for people that are kind of maybe looking to start their own. Anyone want to add from the local perspective, kind of anything regards to kind of suggestions or kind of topics around the funding piece? No? All right. Well, we can, there's a few other questions. And thank you, audience, for your questions and curiosity around the ERG, the topic, and Raytheon Technologies. There's a question around how do you define, or how do ERGs define membership? Is it sign up or active participation?
Yeah, we struggle with that, I think. There are many different ways that you can measure it. Internally to Raytheon, we do set up metrics. And it actually goes across both of those areas. So one way that we measure it is how many folks that have joined up our employee resource group itself. And so we track the pure numbers against the number of employees that we currently have as part of our company. And then beyond that, we also look at engagement. So how many folks are attending our events? And in this virtual world, we're actually even tracking it down to how many questions are asked during these events to show that these events are, whether they are helpful or not, or interesting. And so I do think it's important, if you're trying to sell it as a success story, to create metrics that make sense for your company. And then go ahead and champion that out so that the leadership can see that you're making a meaningful difference.
That's really some good ways to look at it, and amazing to see that you track it down to the questions. So the question around, and I would love to hear maybe Shannon and Thomas, it sounds like you both have participated in some events. So I'd love to hear, there's a question around any tips around keeping, encouraging engagement and participation with the virtual events.
Yeah, I guess my biggest piece of advice from someone who has no experience at Raytheon planning events, but I used to plan like section events at school for band all the time, is to ask your members what they might be interested in, ask for suggestions. You don't have to come up with all the ideas yourself. And feel free to try new things, like try as many of the suggestions as you feel are valuable, and see which ones engage people and which ones don't. And feel free to then develop those ideas further and just run with them.
Yeah, I would just hammer in on that point of coming up with newer ideas. I actually really like the idea of the Among Us weekly night thing that Shannon mentioned. I'll probably mention that to our YesNet head. I know some of the other things too are just like more passive things as well. But this is more in like the real world events. Like one of the things I'm planning to do, we're doing like a treat day for Ray Pride, and the flag, you know, the Pride flag has changed. And I know a lot of people have reached out and have asked me, hey, what happened with this? So I'm going to put out some flyers, you know what I mean? And that explain why the change happened. I think it really is just kind of getting new things, as well as doing things that might catch people's eyes, that they wouldn't necessarily have looked at. You know, how many times have you walked past something, even like, wait, what was that? You know, so you do stuff like that that really catches people's attention.
Jessica, saw you going off mute a moment ago. So anything else to add around kind of virtual participation and ideas?
I just wanted to say that last year, when we were doing all virtual, I got someone reached out to me from the YesNet Northeast region, which is a different ERG, different region, but he reached out to several people who were part of Pride celebrations, and he said, is there anything that I can help you do to celebrate Pride? And I thought that was such a neat idea, because he didn't just wait for Ray Pride to jump in and do something for Pride Month. He said, I'm YesNet, but I want to make sure Pride is celebrated and I want to help. And so he asked me, I responded to the email. It was to a few people. And I said, I'm not a great event planner. Like I said earlier, I'm not into a bunch of social groups. I said, but I'd love to help somehow. So, usually if you send that kind of email, they respond with, oh, okay, well, we'll see how, we'll see what you can help with. But he actually responded and he said, well, what do you like? What do you enjoy? It's like, well, I enjoy writing, and I think people's stories are very important. And so he said, well, what about something like an email, some kind of feature? And so what blossomed from that was just fantastic, because we started last year with a daily Pride email that celebrated like Ellen DeGeneres, RuPaul, a lot of the famous figures, and a few that weren't famous. We got a few people from Raytheon itself and Raytheon family. And then, so that was really fun. We did a trivia day with all the information we had learned. So when Black History Month came around this year, I thought, what he did for me, I could do for them. And so I asked them, hey, do you guys need anything done for Black History Month? Can we do something similar? And so I was able to do Black History Month. We did the same kind of feature. And which, each time we do this, it's like all of us learn so much. And it's so much about education and just knowing what's going on in other people's worlds. And sorry, I'm making sure my puppy's not eating my feet. But then, going into Women's History Month in March, we asked the people on the email distribution, can you share about a woman in your life who has encouraged you? And so it was not just famous people, it was our own family. And they wrote lengthy stories, and they said, this was her story, this is where she's from, what she did. And they were just so inspirational. And so during that month, I got an email from somebody from RAPA, which is Asian Pacific Association, who wanted to celebrate May with the AAPI Heritage Month. And so we did a similar thing. That time, however, all 9 of the Raytheon Heritage ERGs, in other words, before the merger, we had 9 in Raytheon. All of them volunteered to create at least one feature for that month. And so each day we had a feature of someone from the AAPI community that we were celebrating, and they were all submitted by each ERG back to back. And so, starting with that one conversation with Alex Cusick, for those who know who that is in this group, coming from just that single conversation, we were able to, make this a monthly thing and just carry it forward. So it's just been great. And of course, we're carrying it on this month with Pride.
Yeah, I think the overall arching theme is find people who are passionate about what they do and help encourage their passion. There are many different ways to get engagement, but at the end of the day, you got to put on the event, you got to do something. And, I thoroughly enjoy my participation in the group. You can hear the passion from Shannon, Thomas, and Jessica as well. And so that's how I think you keep it vibrant and alive.
Yeah. Wow. I think that's so cool. I think it's so cool that someone from another area of the company reached out and started something, and a tiny little spark, is carried to each group. And it is the stories that people need to hear to personalize. And it's great to think about the Ellens and RuPauls of the world. But, when you can personalize to say, oh, the puppy made an appearance. So In the last couple minutes, what I would love to do is, I usually always ask this question at the end of each event, but I'd like to kind of take a little spin on it. I would love to either ask you to share one piece of advice that you would have for someone kind of interested in an ERG group, whether that means participating in one or kind of starting their own, or maybe a piece of kind of career advice that you would give yourself. So we'll start counterclockwise on my screen. So if Shannon, if you want to start first, and then we'll finish with Thomas, Jessica, and Martha.
Sure. I guess I would just say, if anything sparks your interest at whatever company you're working at, or even just in your local community, just go for it, try it out, see if you like it. A big part of this pandemic has emphasized how much we need social connections, and joining a group at your company or in your community is can help you a lot, both personally, and it helps with networking if you're joining a group at work or in your community, and it's just overall beneficial. So if you're on the fence about trying to reach out, I would say just go for it.
Great advice. Thomas?
Everything that Shannon obviously said. I guess a little bit more of a mantra that's a little bit more global advice that I've told to so many people, and I think it applies to almost every situation you're in. No matter how bad it is right now, like how stressful setting something up or doing something, 3 months from now, you won't even really remember it. You'll feel better and everything will be good. And you know, how many people will be thankful for whatever you've done. So that would be my little tidbit of advice, along with everything that Shannon said. So.
Jessica?
Sorry, I was reading the questions in the chat. Can you remind me of the question?
No. Well, yeah, I know. Now all these questions, we're almost done, and we have so many more to go into. The question was just advice that you would give, to someone looking to join an ERG group or start one, or maybe if you don't have any, or if Shannon and Thomas have taken all the great suggestions, any career advice that you would give.
Yes, I think that being a part of this, just like I said earlier, kind of opens you up to conversations. And that can be so powerful, not just for workplace networking, which has been huge for me to meet people. You have this common passion, and with that common passion, you're able to connect on a personal level. And at the same time, you learn what other people's jobs are. And then, from there, I feel like that's a foundation that can build up to, I heard that you were interested in this kind of work. We have something opening up here, and you have those people that and you're like, you know what, they're good at this, or we've had conversations about this. And so now I know who I can talk to. And I am a very big, what do you say? Component? No, that's not the word. Anyway, a supporter of the idea that if you don't know the answer, just meet the people who know the answers. And so that's what the ERG has helped me do as well.
Yeah, and piggybacking off of that, from my perspective, any work that is in the DE and I realm, you have to be willing to make mistakes. All of us are learning and growing as individuals and allies and advocates. And so I think sometimes people get paralyzed in taking that first step. And I really just encourage folks not to do, kind of along the lines of what Shannon said. Secondly, I would also get comfortable with hearing no, and don't take it as the last answer. I know there's a question that comes up about how do ERGs help change policies in companies, and at Raytheon and other companies that I've been part of. They're at the forefront of advocating for policy changes, for getting the marketing, branding to be changed to be more inclusive, For example, our ERG did champion the inclusion of pronouns in our signature lines, and it's actually in our templates that people are given. And so those are ways that you can advance it, but I will share that you don't always get yes the first time around, so keep asking and you might get surprised at some point.
Well, thank you for participating in today's panel. Thank you, Raytheon Technologies, for sponsoring this summit. They have been a longtime partner of Power to Fly. It is always a pleasure to work with everyone on the Raytheon Technologies team. As I mentioned, Raytheon is a client and partner of Power to Fly, so I believe Meg probably is going to put their company page information. Feel free to check it out, follow them, keep up with the great work that they're doing with Power to Fly. And thank you all for kind of tuning into this panel, and we will hand it back to Meg.
Thank you so much, Amy. I'm super excited to give a great round of applause for this amazing panel. And thank you so much to the rest of the Raytheon team. Like Amy said, I am sharing Raytheon Technologies company page in the chat here. So that way people can go on and check out Raytheon, learn more of what they're about, check out some of the 2,600 jobs they have posted with us, and hopefully find their next great role with this amazing company. So thanks so much for that. As we onboard our next speakers, I just want to say thank you to everyone who joined us. If you're looking to earn SHRM credits from this chat, please take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. That's what you'll need to redeem continuing education credits for the Society of Human Resource Managers. As we go into our next chat here, I'm really excited to say hi and welcome to everyone who might just be joining us. You are coming in the middle of day 2 of Power to Fly's June 2021 virtual summit. The focus for this month is Pride at Work, and we are extremely excited to continue this great conversation. We started yesterday, and it's going to be amazing to hear what this upcoming chat is all about. Throughout the upcoming conversation, we want to make sure that you feel heard. So all of our attendees, please feel free to add questions or comments, anything you'd like to say or direct to the panelists today into the group chat on the right-hand side of your screen. Myself, as well as some of my team members, will be in there trying to gather all those questions. We'll send them out to our panel in real time, and hopefully they'll be able to address them as time allows. I know we've been able to get through at least a couple questions per session so far, so hopefully we'll be able to continue that trend. If you have any kind of technical issues, please feel free to tag myself or my colleague Paloma. We're both in the chat on the website and are happy to help. And again, if you're looking to earn SHRM credits from this conversation, check out the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the screen in front of you. I also will briefly refer you to the code of conduct. I'll put that into the chat in just a moment. It's just there to ensure that this event, as well as all of our virtual events, are a great experience for everyone involved. Now, I'd love to introduce our next speakers. Sarah Burgode is the Director of Programs and Partnerships with Start Out. Before joining Start Out 2 years ago, Sarah was the COO at CALSO, C-A-L-S-O, a nonprofit organization supporting high potential social entrepreneurs in San Francisco and Austin, designing training programs for disadvantaged populations. Prior to moving to the Bay Area, Sarah was based in Paris and managed incubation programs supporting social entrepreneurs in more than 8 countries. Sarah has worked in impact investing, microfinance, and investment banking for various firms. So welcome, Sarah. She will be joining conversation with our own amazing Mariella Marie. Mariella is a Renaissance woman and social impact multimedia producer who has spent a decade working with diverse technologists, independent artists, and divergent innovators across the globe to deepen their audience's emotional intelligence. She has shared the virtual stage with disruptive leaders such as Deepak Chopra, Ra Goddess, and Catherine Zaleski, among many, many more. She curates meaningful conversations and installations centered around belonging, amplifies underserved and underheard voices, and develops provocative initiatives that bridge our shared stories and connect us to an enlightened state of awareness. Welcome, as always, Mariella. I'm going to turn this stage over to you.
Thank you so much, Meg, and thank you, Power to Fly, for hosting this awesome conversation, Sarah. I'm excited to have these next 30 minutes to just dive in deep here. And I just want to start off by saying your story already is fascinating, just from, reading what is, available online. I just love to pass the mic back to you to just ask you a little bit more about yourself, anything more that you want to share about your journey, and then we'll roll right into some thoughtful questions for the next 30 minutes.
Amazing. Bruno, thank you so much. And thank you, Mariela and Power to Fly, for having us and let us share the story and the work that we do at Startout. No, Meg was really good. Like I am, my name is Sarah Burgo, pronouns she, her. I lead programs and partnership at Startout. I've been with the organization for over 3 years now. And as she mentioned, I've been in the social impact space for 10 years after transitioning from finance and investment banking, I guess. I spent I think 2 years in my 20s in India, where I got to experience both microfinance and investment banking. And I think this is one of the reasons why I'm here, trying to build a more inclusive and sustainable economy. So very excited to be here.
Well, we're excited to have you, and feel free to share more about your journey as we roll into the next question lineup here. But can you tell us a little bit more about Startout's mission and how the organization came to be?
Sure. So Startout is actually a national nonprofit organization. Our mission is pretty simple, is to increase the number, diversity, and impact of LGBTQ founders. We really try to level the playing field for any entrepreneur to get a seat at the table, and we focus on queer founders and the economic empowerment of the queer community. I am a proud member of the queer community. I am also an immigrant. I'm sure you can hear I'm French, so it's really dear to my heart to make sure that everyone gets a seat at the table. Startout was actually funded 11 years ago, so we've been around for a minute. And the idea there was really to create a safe space for LGBTQ founders. I think the three main challenges we tried to focus on was create the lack of safe space and safe community. At the time, there was not really any space for queer founders to meet with one another. There was also a lack of access, I would say, to business network and entrepreneurship resources for people that were not living in the big tech ecosystem in cities, and for people at every stage. There was something for people that already had traction. And the last piece is there was definitely a lack of role models and success stories about queer founders that made it and became successful. So that's really how Startout was funded at the time. Today, we've moved from an event-based organization to more like an accelerator type of organization. And so we've built a community of 17,000 members, and we provide direct support to 300 to 400 funders every year. And yeah, that's a little bit about how we got started and why we're still here today.
Wow, fascinating, and congratulations. Something that I find hopeful is that more and more, queer-friendly, safe spaces are being presented and being, occupied and practicing what they preach there. We definitely have a lot of room to grow, but I love that your initiative is, highlighting that, we have not had safe space, physical safe space, and, digital safe space. That's a whole nother ball game. So how can we really, make an impact there? So Startout offers a number of community resources. And it's so fascinating that you have built your community to be, this really, integral, high number of folks who have grown with you all over the years. Can you tell us a bit more about these community resource programs or, initiatives that you have there?
Sure, absolutely. I think, we try to have different type of resources for different type of stakeholders, but we've really tried to provide an online community and safe space for people to connect with each other, and also make sure to organize events. So that's really the community resources, is the online community and platform and those events. And the idea here is really making sure that people can connect with each other, can find like-minded professionals, like-minded funders, and can really connect with each other in a way that we are just a facilitator and people find what they need. So we organize around 50 to 60 events every year. It used to be in person, now it has moved to virtual, but actually it's providing more accessibility for a lot of folks. So those events are 100% free. They provide a lot of educational content on how to start a company, grow a company, how to be more intentional in being diverse as a founder. And on top of that, we have this online platform where people can connect with each other, find each other. It's like a LinkedIn for the queer community, if you have to put it simply. And so, yeah, all those community resources are free. People just need to go to startout.org, sign up, and can really find experts, mentors, and other like-minded people to connect with.
I love that you all are holding on to the visibility piece, because I can speak as a person that identifies as queer. I'm a woman. I'm a Black woman. I'm from the States, living in another country, so I have this other kind of global displacement thing happening where I'm having to learn a lot of things about myself and my ancestry and my culture and blah blah blah. And I find that historically speaking, of course, I have not seen people like me represented in marketing efforts, or saying that you can do this too. You can be a founder, for example, or you can be the lead actor in this movie, or you can be whatever part of the community you want to be. Usually, of course, historically speaking, it has been one kind or two kinds of people. So I love that you are highlighting this visibility piece and showing. My question is, as things have transitioned to be more virtual now because of the pandemic, what are just some things that you have found to be challenging during this time, and also rewarding? So can you talk about some of the challenges, because you all used to do in-person events throughout the year, now you have to do them virtually right now. What are some of the challenges you face, specifically speaking to the queer community, and what are some of the the gifts that have been that have blossomed because of this pandemic as well?
Sure, this is a great question, actually. I think we try to do two things, right? Provide community and also provide resources and direct support. And so we've been really lucky that we've had like a program delivery that was already set up virtually, so we can provide mentorship, expert office hours virtually. So that was an easy change because it was already set up, but definitely we were organizing in-person events. And so we had to switch totally and go to virtual events. And I think it's two things. The challenge is that people need and want the community. They are happy to get expert session on marketing and on fundraising, but they were, and I think even more than ever last year, everyone was looking for a supportive, inclusive community and for the peer-to-peer connection. They love connect with investors and mentors, but they also want to talk to other funders. And so everyone being like at home was very difficult. So there was definitely a challenge. And also we had to deal with way more demand from new funders reaching out to us because of COVID and how it was impacting their business. So we just had to just do more with a little bit of the same. But it was a good reminder that actually it is key to build that very inclusive and welcoming community. So we moved to virtual events, and we actually organized more than 80 events last year, which is a record. We've never done that many events. It's been pretty awesome. And we moved, some of them were not about the educational content and how to launch a PR campaign or something. It was really about meeting with each other and being in the same space and talking about the challenges and the difficulties of being at home and alone and not having space to share that. So it actually, was a really positive experience in a sense that it brought back that key community component of what we do. And it also made it more accessible for a lot of people that were not living in the 10 chapter city where we were organizing those events. We got a lot of feedback from funders in the middle of the country that were super happy to be able to attend those events. And we record them, we put it on YouTube for free. People can watch it later on. So it was actually added value. And we also got pretty amazing panel of speakers from all over the country that we would have never managed to put in the same room before. So actually, there was a lot of positive externalities due to COVID, but it has definitely been a challenging year for most of our members that still actually are struggling with the consequences of COVID-19 and how it is impacting their business in a lot of industries, for sure.
Of course, of course. And thank you for, bringing that reality back to the forefront that this is a work in progress. I love that you're saying, we do what we have, we do what we can with what we have, unfortunately, when things happen, like when the world is on fire, you can't just get immediate access to resources immediately, but what can you do to make sure that your public is getting what they need and is getting nourished? So I appreciate that integrity there. So I know we got some live listeners curious about joining. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Founders Program scholarships and how people can apply?
Totally. So beyond like the free community resources that we have for everyone that want to join and anyone that is interested in learning more, we have dedicated founder program for queer founders that are running their business or about to start their business. The way it works is that we are a really good fit for any LGBTQ founder from anywhere. We still have 90% of our members that are North American based, but it's really accessible, it's virtual, so people can join from anywhere. We are also industry agnostic, so as long as you are queer and you're starting a company, you are a good fit. We are definitely best suited for growth and scalable businesses, but you can join and you'll find some resources. And in terms of maturity stage, we start at idea stage all the way to series A or B. So that's kind of the people that we serve. For those people, we do provide direct support through three main resources. Mentorship is a big part of what we do. Expert office hours, people can get one-on-one session with experts on marketing, fundraising, PR, whatever they need when they join. And we also connect funders that are actively fundraising with a community of investors. We work with around 300 plus accredited investors that are passionate about diversity, wants to support underserved funders. So that's what we provide. And if people are interested, it's pretty simple. They can see us and join us at www.startout.org. There is a funder application. Applications are open all year long. We accept people on an ongoing basis, and we do have full scholarship. As a nonprofit organization, if people can afford, they can become a giving member and give as little as $5 a month to start out, but we know it's still like a problem for a lot of funders that cannot access it. So we have full scholarship thanks to our sponsors and partners so that anyone really can access it. So if you are looking for extra support to grow and you're looking for an inclusive queer community to support your growth, please reach out, come to us. We'll be very, very happy to support and see how we can best help you grow your business, basically.
Beautiful. And I just finished moderating a conversation about allyship. So you did speak about, thanks to your sponsors. If someone is interested in sponsoring, some of the things that you have going on, how can they reach out, to put this into practice, this allyship, this advocacy for those who are privileged enough to, use that financial backup or to use, the branding that they have, acquired or built over years. If someone is interested in sponsoring, how can they reach out to you all?
I love it. I think very simple. There is a big donate button on our website, but also feel free to reach out to info@startout.org. We are nonprofit. We love the love and the support. And again, we try to make it affordable for the funders. So appreciate any support and any help. And we have also a really big community of volunteers. So if people cannot give money, if they want to give their time, we really love that people are supporting us in various ways depending on what they can. So thank you for that.
Yeah, of course. I want to help people, put things into motion, practice what they preach. I know folks are like, how can I be an ally? How can I continue to advocate? So can you speak a little bit more about mentorship and allyship? I would love to hear more about the mentorship program that you all offer and just your personal opinion on allyship and advocacy.
No, I love that. Mentorship is one of the most successful programs we run. We've been running it for 5 years. It's pretty basic, not basic, but like traditional mentorship program. It's a 6-month program. We manually match every founder with a mentor based on their needs and based on the interests of the mentors. I think to date, we've matched 750 founders with mentors. Since we started, and we still have a 98% satisfaction rate from participants. So it's definitely huge way to give back and to support the community, becoming a mentor. We work with an amazing community of 400 plus volunteers that are either experienced professional or experienced funders themselves and want to support first-time entrepreneurs, but also serial funders that need really specific, industry expertise or functional expertise. So I think there is space for anyone that wants to, share their expertise and their time to really give back. We do support only queer funders, but we have mentors that are ally and that are not queer that want to provide some support. So really anyone is welcome to join. I feel this is one of the most powerful things that we do. Peer-to-peer support and peer-to-peer connection is really key. A lot of first-time funders can really benefit from hearing from people that have even just like 2 years of experience running their company. So this is a really powerful way to support the funders that we have in our community for sure.
I love that. So fascinating to hear, but not surprising that the mentorship program is, one of the most successful. I love mentoring folks. I love to receive, mentorship from folks who, have their foot in the door or just have more knowledge to drop. I think that is definitely one way that we can share knowledge. So what about sponsorship? Because I know that some folks have just some curiosities about, do I mentor or do I sponsor? Do you all have space for sponsorships as well? And just what's your opinion on mentorship versus sponsorship in this context?
I would say if you can do both, you should totally do both. I think a lot of the sponsors and long-term supporters we've been working with and partners, they have been trying to do both if they can. Like we have a lot of our partners that are investment firms or VC firms or legal firm, and they try to do both. They provide financial support because they can, and we are nonprofit, but also they have a lot of employee engagement, and a lot of their employees have a specific functional expertise they have. Either it can be legal or it can be helping people with their fundraising pitch. And I think really, again, everyone is kind of have something to share, some experience that is really valuable, some skills. And the fact that we manually match people, I think is key here. Like we really have to spend some time making sure that people are a good match for each other. Now it is Pride. And I think this is a good time for a lot of people to just support LGBTQ founders and try to see what they can do. When people leverage what is their core expertise or what they do every day, I think this is powerful. This is very, very powerful because that's what they are experts at. And that's usually what our funders will need. So yeah, mentorship definitely is at the core of what we do. It comes with sponsorship and financial support. This is great, but mentorship is definitely one of the key for us.
Great. Thank you for that, Sarah. We do have a message here from one of our live viewers, Cindy, who is a transformation coach, writes, what sort of new what sort of new partnerships do you see or want to see at Start Out? So what sorts of new partnerships do you see or want to see at Start Out?
That's a good question. I think, within the LGBTQ community, there is still a lot of disparities of access, depending on who you are. And I think being very intersectional about how we approach what we do and making sure that everyone within the LGBTQ community can thrive and can feel included is really key. So this is not really new, but I think this is something we want to double down on. We've been working, and that's what I do, so I'm going to talk about that, but we've been working with a lot of community partners and leaders that really share the same goal and mission that we have, which is really to accelerate underserved funders, no matter who they are. It can be woman funder, gender non-conforming funder, Black funders, immigrant funders. So really working with other organizations, mission-aligned organizations that really share that belief that we need to build a more inclusive ecosystem has been really at the core of what we've been doing. But last year with the pandemic, we had less time to do that. So I think since the beginning of the year, we've really doubled down on this. And this is the kind of new partnership that I think I would like to see even more. We already work with around 40 community partners that really share that belief that we can move the needle even more, and we've not done enough. But I think those are the additional partnership that we need to keep on, moving forward and bringing up. There is a lot of amazing people that are doing great work to support women funders, to support Latinx funders, and I want to do more of that. And I want to make sure that we do more of that at every level of what we do. So I think this is key, and we really need to just, put all the resources we can to be there.
Beautifully said. Thank you for that, Sarah. So what would be your number one piece of advice for LGBTQ plus entrepreneurs today? And let's consider I'm just going to go on a rant a little bit. Let's consider the lack of emotional intelligence that we are all practicing in the world, and especially in the workplace, right? This, lack of empathy, this lack of self-awareness, this lack of social responsibility. And also what is happening, in the digital space. I often say that the digital space is being colonized because we don't see equal, representation of folks building the technology and building the digital spaces that we are, taking part in, essentially. So we don't have those voices and those stories to share to help build that technology. So any advice for LGBTQ plus entrepreneurs, knowing that we have, a lack of emotional intelligence happening in the world and in the workplace, and also that, the digital space is being handled, a little irresponsibly, in my opinion.
True. No, but those are very, very, very good point. I mean, I always feel like funny to give advice to entrepreneurs. I'm not an entrepreneur myself, been working with really small team, but I think I agree with you. The digital space has not been always very inclusive. At the same time, I would say a lot of people should not be afraid to just reach out to people and talk to people in the space they are in. I know that there is a lot of founders or professionals that are happy to share their stories and their expertise and how they've been handling specific industry or specific issues that an entrepreneur can face, like fundraising and other things. So I think I would just tell people, please do not hesitate to reach out, and please do not hesitate to update people you have reached out to in the past. If they can help, they will help, and they should not be afraid to reach out. And if people are not responding, what is the worst that can happen? That's the worst. I think I see also a lot of funders be good at following up. I just if people are asking questions, they want to know something, follow up. And I think being really conscientious and top of mind, top of things when you do something like this is really good to be long-term relationship with people. That seems pretty simple, but in a space when there is so much noise and so many people here and left, I think this is key. And the last piece, more to go back to what you just said, people lack emotional intelligence. I am French, so in France, I think being queer is not as accepted in the professional space. I've been in the Bay Area for 7 years. I live in San Francisco, and I think being yourself, just show up the way you want to show up, because some people are looking for that. And if you hide it somewhere, then you're going to meet the wrong people that do not really want to meet you where you are. So I think being yourself, even if sometimes it is hard, there is still a lot of places that really are not inclusive, but you're going to meet the people that are looking for you. I think it's something that Alan Hamilton has been saying a lot, be yourself so that you meet the people that are actually looking for you. And I think personally, it has worked in my career. Not saying it's going to work for everyone, but definitely I would say that if you can, and if you have the privilege of being safely out and proud, and that's in the context of being LGBTQ, please be, but whatever your identities are, if you have the space to be out, please be out and show who you are, because you're going to meet the people that are looking for you.
Absolutely. I love speaking about visibility and transparency. And of course, a safe space is definitely worth mentioning again, that we need to make sure that we're fostering those safe spaces, that we're nurturing those safe spaces so that folks can be themselves in all contexts, in all areas. We were speaking on a previous panel that even in the grocery store, we can find ways to advocate for each other and to form more habits of allyship and things like that. Do you have any advice for, let's say, organizations or companies that are really looking to practice inclusivity, but maybe they're afraid? I don't know, they're afraid to lose time. They're afraid to, maybe lose some of their public. There's just kind of this. I find that we're on a precipice here. It's do I take that leap, or do I say no? I'm gonna wait until one of the bigger companies does this, and then kind of move on with that energy as well. I don't know if I'm being clear, but what I mean to say is, do you have any advice for companies or organizations that want to practice inclusivity more, but maybe they are afraid, and especially, during this pandemic? Any advice for them?
Great. I mean, this is a big question for sure. I think I would say, if I am being on the safe side, doing nothing is as risky as doing something, to be honest. So you would rather go for the inclusive way and try it out. I think it is okay. I heard on another panel that it's okay. People are going to make mistakes, but not trying, I think, is could be the worst. I think this Pride Month, and so it's usually like an opportunity to celebrate, and there is many reasons to celebrate, but there is also many people that are still struggling, and I think Pride is also an opportunity to remember that it is a privilege to be out and to be proud, and that we need to remember that we need to have those conversations, and difficult conversation. And I think I would encourage anyone that is privileged enough to be out and to be themselves, to have those conversations, difficult conversations with people that do not believe the same. And so really like remembering that to move the needle, we have to fight for people that cannot actually be out and proud. And for the Black and transgender folks that are still fighting for their life, and for people that are still struggling with COVID-19 and the consequences on their business. So we are in a space where there is a lot of reason to celebrate. So please try new things as an organization, as a corporate, and try to be more inclusive. You make mistakes, but not trying is worth. And it's really actually a little bit of criminal at this point. In the US, there is there is a lot of states that are trying to pass anti-LGBTQ bills these days. And so I think trying, and with small things, it can be very small, but at least getting there and getting the bus moving. I don't know if that's an expression, but yeah, I think is key. And I think if we want to be just like, yeah, a little bit, conservative, not actually doing anything is as risky as trying, because at some point people are going to leave, talents are going to leave, people are going to want to be in a more inclusive space, I would say.
Absolutely. Well said. And I know I asked you to dive in deep on a really, really big question there, but you did a great job. Thank you so much, Sarah. So we are at our time. Can you just remind us how we can stay connected with you, how we can support the great work that you're doing? And I look forward to staying connected with you personally when we finish this conversation, Sarah. Thank you.
Amazing. But thank you, Mariela, for the leading this conversation. This is really exciting. And I'm excited to see this. To join Start Out or learn more about what we do, www.startout.org, and people can connect with me on LinkedIn. Again, my name is Sarah Burgo. I work at Start Out. Very happy to connect with people that want to know more or want to partner.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm definitely going to be supporting, so I hope that our live listeners are as well. Meg, I'm going to pass the mic back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to both of you for that amazing conversation. Big round of applause to you. All right, as we onboard our next speakers, I just want to take a quick second to highlight again, if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's sessions, please take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. While we onboard the next group, I just want to say hi and thank you and welcome to everyone who is joining us for day 2 of Power to Fly's June 2021 Virtual Summit. Obviously, the theme for this month is Pride at Work, and we are so happy to be hosting and providing a platform for all these amazing people, either from within the LGBTQ community or allies that are helping to kind of force that and keep progress moving on the rights and safe spaces that really are needed for everyone, especially our alphabet mafia these days. Again, thank you for joining us. If you aren't aware, my name's Meg. I'm part of Power to Fly's virtual hosting team. And I, along with some of my colleagues, are going to be, we're hosting this session and also going to be helping out with questions. So throughout this upcoming conversation as we onboard the next group, I just want to highlight that if you have any questions for our speakers, our panelists, or even just comments about what the things that they're saying, please feel free to share those things in the group chat. It'll be on the right-hand side of your screen. It's really important, and we want to make sure that y'all get as interactive an experience today as possible. So please feel free to share that with us. I will be in the chat as well in case you have any technical issues. Please feel free to flag me. My colleagues Paloma and Arushi will also be there in case you have tech issues. Again, if you're looking to earn SHRM credits from this upcoming conversation, please refer yourself to the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. If we go to our next slide, you can see who's up next. And as we pull these people up onto stage, I just want to highlight that I'm going to throw the code of conduct into the group chat here in just a moment. It's there to ensure that this event, like all of our virtual events, is a great experience for everyone involved. So please refer to that before you participate in today's discussion, and we very much hope you will. All right, so I'd love to introduce our next speakers. Kyan Dorashow is the founder and executive director of Glitz. Kyan is a compassionate powerhouse performer, activist, organizer, community-based researcher, and public figure in the trans and sex workers' rights movements. As the founder and executive director of Glitz, G-L-I-T-S, she works to provide holistic care to LGBTQ sex workers while serving on many boards, including SWOP USA, the Caribbean Equality Project, SOAR Institute, and NYTAG. She is an international public speaker on a myriad of topics and was a featured MC for Toronto Pride and MoMA PS1's Sex Workers Festival of Resistance, lifting her voice as a trans woman of color. Kyan has been heavily featured in the media, has performed on television in Showtime's Oz. I absolutely loved that show, so thank you for your performance, Kyan. And for the documentaries Red Umbrella Diaries and Miss Major. Known for her skills in the kitchen, Kyan co-authored the Caribbean cookbook titled Cooking in Heels while incarcerated on prostitution charges. She is currently working on her second book titled Falling into the Fire. She will be joined in conversation by Vera Blossom, who is a writer, editor, and producer. They make work about the complex intersections of race, gender, fashion, beauty, magic, and pop culture. They like to make rich pieces of audio storytelling in collaboration with diverse artists, writers, and storytellers of all kinds. So welcome, Vera and Kyan. I can't wait to listen to your conversation. Take it away.
Hello. I'll just be sitting here until Kyan can get on stage.
Hi, Vera.
Hi, Kyan. It's such a pleasure to meet you.
How are you doing? I know.
I'm doing great.
The glasses are everything.
Oh, thank you so much. Your glasses are iconic as well.
Thank you, Gucci.
I'm so happy that we could be here together and be in conversation, even while Mercury is in retrograde and the world's spinning apart. I love connecting with, other trans women and just getting to do stuff like this.
It's amazing. It's amazing. It's been really difficult not having our normal life of interacting with people. And I met Queen Jean through Zoom with Logo, and then invited her to my house, and now she's a permanent part of the fixture. Yes. So there has been some intimacy there.
That's great. I know, I really just miss being around people. I feel like, that's a big part of my trans experience, is just like making everyone come over to my house and hanging out and feeding them and kikiing and all of that sort of stuff. So, okay, Kyan, we heard your introduction. You're a performer, activist, organizer, a cookbook author. GQ called you the godmother of the Black Trans Lives Matter movement. I really believe in that. Can you tell us more about your personal journey?
Oh, my personal journey. I was a hot mess as a child, like most of us. I was trapped in between the world of not wanting to play football and cutting up my mom's curtains to make the most dramatic outfit and getting caught, by the way. And, then going through the Board of Education and identifying other than gay or lesbian. And at a time where literally, I can't tell you the number of psychologists and therapists and preachers that my parents thought needed to be dropped into my lap because I was not the norm. And if you have that stigma against you as a child, imagine what adulthood could look like. I hear y'all. Okay, gotcha. So imagine these conversations around one child, and you're having to talk to so many professionals that think they know you. And somewhere around 16, 17, I went to a psychologist with the Board of Education that said he closed the door. My dad had took me, which was a trigger and toxic. And my dad had took me, and the psychologist said, "Can you stay outside the room? I need to talk to the child." And that had never happened because my dad was allowed to go in for each section. Back in those days, the parent went in with the child.
Right.
And this therapist knew that my dad should not be in that room. The first thing he asked me was, "Are you okay?" The second thing he asked me was, "Do you want to hurt yourself?" And I said, "Oh, no." And then he said, "Okay, so let me put on the noise things, the noise blockers." And he said, "I got a miracle to tell you." And I said, "This is going to be good." And he said, "Have you ever heard of," and he used the word transsexual, because back then, that's what it was called. It was termed transsexual. I had heard of every other nasty thing in the world, faggot, you name it, people were calling, including my parents, were calling me it. He said, "You, I think, are a transsexual. That makes you different. That makes you unique. That makes you you."
Mm-hmm.
And that I never heard. Out of all these years of therapy and psychologist, somebody put a name on it, but no less somebody that said, "I'm okay.
Yeah.
I am not all the things that I was worried about." There's a reason why children of a younger age, of a younger persuasion, try to commit suicide, is because nobody actually said the words to them, "You're all right."
Right.
When they're trying to determine what gender is, sweetie, you need to tell the person you're going to be fine.
Right.
I didn't have that. And you fast forward to me becoming a sex worker for survival and actually getting a job homeless and a sex worker working for the Department of Health. That's iconic.
That is iconic.
I went from homeless to working in a homeless shelter, able to pay for a room, and I was still a hoe. But it led to survival.
Yeah.
I ran away because I needed to survive.
Yeah.
I ran away from home because I made the choice, either I run or they kill me.
Yeah.
That's, as a child, for you to come up with the chutzpah and cojones to walk out a door and not look back. Not look back, because you can live in your truth and survive.
Yeah.
And I was okay with that. I was totally all right surviving. And somewhere along the line, I got caught, of course,
right,
and arrested. And that arrest led to a lot of confusion, because at that point, I was the coordinator of a trans program, which, one, doesn't pay Black trans women for the experience. Two, doesn't give you enough time or equity to do the job or the supervision you need to handle our lives. Yeah. I needed supervision around that work, and I didn't have it. And that was hard and screwed up. And then, of course, you know, once you get arrested, everybody goes, "Oh my God, girl, are you ashamed?" No, bitch, no, I'm not ashamed. It happened, but I learned something. And I was able to turn that arrest into a cookbook, then that cookbook into advocacy, and that advocacy into being disgusted with orgs, because all you want to do is use Black trans women, to becoming my own founder, because I had that done enough. What I need with a white person telling me how to live my truth in my life and help my community. Only I know how to help my community as a provider. Exactly. What I need my white allies to do is to provide the resources. And I was able to find a way with the best allies in the world to help me do this work and create glitz and glitz housing and sustainability and give out scholarships. That's what, if we're going to give somebody a home, we damn well should give them an education.
Period.
They go together. They
They
go
do.
together. It's like a Libra sign. You should have something in it equal.
Exactly.
It's what we need.
Yeah, it's the path to agency and to like self-sufficiency. Because one thing that trans women are, I feel like universally, is resourceful. Like we can get shit done. So like that's what you like. We don't need an org or some fancy white person to say, yeah, you can do that. We know we can do that. You have to like let us do it.
You know why I hated that people kept referring me to GMHC. Sweetie, gay men's health crisis. Do you not see a trigger and trauma in there? Do you not? And so I never wanted to go for services.
Right.
And that hurts a lot because you want to be embraced by your word.
Yeah.
You want to be embraced by what you can offer. But if I got to go into gay men's health crisis as a Black trans woman, I'm not going to be held. I went to the Gay and Lesbian Center as a child, and I remember them telling me, well, you're not gay or lesbian, so you sit over here. And there was a big circle, I guess, of the gays and lesbians. And they sat me on the side, and they said, well, if you have any input, raise your hand.
No.
That was the night I ran away from home, because I knew once I got home and they knew I had left this thing early, they were going to beat me.
Yeah.
So I said, I guess it's the train tonight. And then it became the train for the next 6 months. And then it became, I'm going to try to go back home. But by that time, I had already seen what independence could look like through survival.
Yeah.
And I knew that I would go home to the same oppression that I'd ran from.
Yeah.
So why try? And it wasn't like I came from a poor family. People think we come from the garbage. We've had to live in the projects. I come from a well-to-do family that just didn't understand gender identity. That's it. That doesn't mean I came from the bottoms and worked my way up. I started up and had to work my way out.
Exactly.
So there's misconceptions about Black trans lives when you don't know. If you've never walked in my shoes, you can never tell a story about my journey. You just can't.
Yeah. And I just really feel like that's when we think about inclusion, that is like what people I kind of have lost, I think. It's not just like keeping people at like the table at the far end, or like you're at the Gay and Lesbian Center in a different circle and you can like raise your hand. It's like, if you're not really included, like your core, who you are, like that's exclusion. And when you're excluded, you end up running away. You end up trying to survive on the margins just because you can't live in that sort of dehumanizing, like, I'm telling you who I am, so you have to like just trust me. That's what I am.
Acknowledge. This is
Yeah.
who I am. But yet you see in big orgs, they tend to, one, tokenize. Tokenization is big in our world. And monopolize our times, our minds, our bodies, and our souls. By not holding us appropriately, you're attacking our soul.
Yeah.
By not giving us the tools we need to do this work, y'all got to plug this in. Not everybody's an outreach worker.
Yeah.
I'm not cut out for that. I'm not going to be on the street giving out condoms. And possibly going to jail.
Yeah.
So they didn't even have support for that. They give the girls the condoms to go out in the street, and then they get busted in a sting because they got condoms and over a certain amount. But she was the outreach worker. This is how the system is designed, and the orgs are designed, or they want you to be a low rate worker.
Yeah.
You have all the knowledge, all the experience. Becky has the $70,000, and you got the below minimum wage income for a lifetime because you're not going to be held. You're not going to have the equity to do Becky's job because basically that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
You're doing Becky's job as she sits back in tights and makes decisions about our lives based on what she think academia has taught her about Black trans women and men.
Yeah.
No, sugar. Schools don't teach this kind of softness.
Period. They can't contain the breadth of life that.
No.
So like, how have you seen trans rights grow and evolve, and where do you hope that we go from here?
I hope they go to literally. There's so many ways that we need to be held, and we're still not held.
Yeah.
In all this world of privilege, we're still not privileged. We're like the last. We're like the last on the totem pole. There was slavery. There was all this stuff, and now we're the next generation of slaves. They have decided to keep Black trans women down, Black trans men down. And it looks different from the umbrella of LGBTQIA because now the Q and the I and the A, they can live comfortably in their zones. But a Black trans woman is still being stomped out and murdered and homeless, has no equity, has no job.
Yeah.
So how does it feel to a Black trans woman that Bert in a skirt with a mustache and beard got a corporate job, but Cayenne with boobs don't have that? That Vera that's pretty and dignified and blessed in her beauty don't have that. But Bert with a skirt is okay.
Make it make sense.
For me, and I say these words because I've been here for decades. I've been trans for decades. So I was here before we were trans. I was here before the Q, the I, the A, all of it.
Mm-hmm.
So how does it make a Black trans woman that's still fighting for her life and her rights comfortable or feel held? We have to create that space for ourselves and put ourselves first. I love the fact that we have pride. We have pride. Honey, pride is every damn day. Every day I get up, every day I go to the grocery store, every day I walk down the block, every day I walk out my door. There is pride.
Period. Yeah. I think there's a long way. I mean, hearing your story and my story, there's still too many similarities there, honestly. And we have a long way to go, y'all. But we got to keep fighting. So that brings me to an audience question. This is for you, Cayenne. You mentioned getting the wrong kind of support from people in the past. Can you expand on the type of help that us straight cis white people can provide? Any advice on seeking out groups or avoiding groups that aren't really helping the trans LGBTQ+ community?
We need, and this is no shit, I've seen this during the pandemic. I have watched so many babies fail in school because of it's a different thing when you're in school and you are interacting, but our communities had to shelter in place with their transphobic and homophobic families, and it's too much going on. And to have babies literally last week, 2 brothers broke down in tears because they were ashamed to tell me that they failed. And that broke my heart. Like I love y'all regardless of whether you fail. And maybe they needed to hear that first.
Yeah.
But we need our allies to be tutors, to be mentors, to teach with intent, to do your homework before you say the dumb thing. And damn sure sponsor us. Sponsor young boys and girls, trans young boys and girls, and adults to get them into college, to get them the food that they need to be eating, which is an education, and then get them the equity they need, which is an apartment in a safe place. Don't put people in tenements where they're gonna die. Don't put us in places where we're gonna have to run for our lives. I'm gonna kill them. None of it's working.
I think it's like, how can you help? You have to be involved. You have to try.
Involvement, when I say I love volunteers, because there's so many ways volunteers can help.
Mhm.
Volunteers are the pathway to changing this work. That's how we raised all this money. People link their money, their bodies, and their souls to create glitz. Volunteers literally took care of people that got out of jail. And in the winter, during the pandemic, went and dropped off support bags with everything in it, and safety kits, and even cookies and CBD oil to calm you down. This is how you support.
Yeah.
But how you really support is by asking us, what do we need?
Exactly.
That is a valid question.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Ask. Be in community with the trans people around you and ask, what do you need from me? And you'll always have to be asking, and you'll always have to be trying, because the world is just stacked against trans people, Black trans people, and you just have to be ready to help. So you were featured in the recent FX Hulu documentary series Pride, a very beautiful docu-series, and you talk about your mentor and mother, Flawless Sabrina. Can you tell us a bit more about who Flawless Sabrina was and what she meant to you and the LGBTQIA community?
Well, to the rest of the world, she was Mother Flawless. To me, I didn't know the magnitude or level of how powerful this woman was. And is, because she's still in my heart.
Mm-hmm.
And she sheltered me from a lot of that. She kept me out of a lot of things I could have gotten involved in that were negative influences. And even though I messed up as a young person, I was on drugs, she still never threw me out.
Mm.
She kept me and she held me. She literally cursed me out, but she did it with the love and intent to wake me up.
Yeah.
And as a trans child, I needed that. As a young adult, I needed that. And then as our relationship grew, I've got to learn a lot about her life. What a powerful, I'm gonna kick your ass in there. What a powerful testament to the love that could actually, and she's a white old waspy old Jewish woman that took the time not only to go take me to my mom's house once she found out I was a runaway, she took me home. Oh no, we need to talk about this. That's gutsy. Going to a Black West Indian, half Japanese woman's house and messing with her.
The nerve.
That in itself is like that she could have got killed.
Mm-hmm.
But she stood strong in her love for me. And it didn't work out. She took me home. I stayed for about a week. It didn't work out, and I was out there again. And we had beepers, then she beeped me. And I said, "Oh, girl, I'm sleeping in Central Park." And she said, "What?" She came and got me. And that just touched my heart. But what also touched me is when I got in her apartment, that all the other young kids would just come upstairs and open the door, even if she was asleep. Her door never stayed locked. Over 50 years, she never locked her apartment door. And college kids from all around the world and babies and community could just go up, grab a couch, and fall in the lap of luxury, could just fall out. That's mothering. So, having that spirit stay with me, even after she's gone. I do Thanksgiving big every year. And she died a week before Thanksgiving. And that gives me the courage to continue our Thanksgiving tradition of breaking bread with community and just having the most lavish event, because we deserve these things. We have been cut out of them because our families and society. Look what this old woman did for me.
Yeah.
I'm a Black child from Brooklyn. She invested into something she knew she could change. That's what we need our allies to do, is look at Mother Sabrina's story, look at Queen, the movie, and look at how this decades of nurturing helped hundreds of girls like me have a footing and a ground. And you know, it's so crazy because she's about the pageant. She kept me so away from that stuff in the ballrooms because she knew I would be engulfed and not want to do the right things I needed to do for myself.
Yeah.
I also wasn't ready.
Yeah.
I wasn't ready to receive. And she knew that I had another calling. And my calling was specifically to help people. And she was so right, because when I was in a shelter, she said, well, you know, you need to work there. You're so concerned about those people. Let me make a call for HRA and see if I can get you a job. And within a week, I was working in a shelter. Within 6 months of hiding my identity, and this was her idea. I hid my identity for 6 months. And when I passed my evaluation, she said, that's the day you are officially born. And I passed my evaluation and I went and had a makeover and I went into work.
I love
As
that.
Cayenne.
Period. Cayenne.
And my boss and all of them knew. It wasn't a response I thought it was going to be, including the homeless guys. They were like, we knew it. We knew it. There was something about you that was uneasy. You was hiding this. So it was meant to happen. It was meant for her to guide me into adulthood in a way that I could see the change in myself.
Love is amazing. I think that aspiring to that level of love, like real love, not some corporate LGBTQ rainbow love BS, but like that kind of hard work is amazing. So that brings us to the end. How can everyone support Glitz and find out more about you and support you in everything you do?
You can go to our website, glitzinc.org. You can get involved by signing up to volunteer. If you have anything, any professional skills, any legal skills, we are always looking for help. But if you just want to break bread, contact us. If you just want to volunteer, contact us. And if you want to donate, go to glitzinc@info. Hello? One of you? Because you know I'm old, I don't remember this shit. Is it? I think it's glitzinc@info.org.
Okay. Beautiful.
And then just donate. Involve yourselves. Learn about what your child is going through Glitz, and learn how to help them. There are many ways you can participate, but it starts with, how can I help?
Yes. Beautifully said. Thank you so much, Cayenne. I hope one day we can connect while I'm in New York and we can meet in real life. But thank you so much for being here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you to you both. This was an absolutely amazing chat to be on. Cayenne, your story is absolutely wonderful. I'm so blessed to have gotten to listen to you today. And Vera, I'm incredibly inspired by your creativity and your body of work. It's amazing. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Vera. Thank you all.
Kaya. Bye, everyone.
A round of applause for both of you ladies. All right. Now, as we work to onboard our next panel, I just want to highlight real quick the fact that we have a great merch store happening on powertofly.com. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the link with y'all in the chat to where you can check out our merch store. The reason I bring this up is because it is a great way to shop for some fresh clothes, make sure that your hopefully coming to the end of quarantine wardrobe is amazing. And it's one of those great things that I'm really excited about, because Power to Fly is partnering with TransTech Social. They are an incubator for LGBTQ talent with a focus on economically empowering transgender people. You might have heard of them because they were started by Miss Angelica Ross. We are really proud to donate 100% of our proceeds. So everything that we're going to make off of the sale of this merch, we're going to donate directly to TransTech Social. So anything that you buy from our shop, all 100% of the proceeds will go to TransTech Social. And the funds that we will give them are going to specifically support technical bootcamp fees for Black, transgender, or non-binary people on their way to a career in engineering. So definitely check out our merch shop. It's some really cool stuff. I don't just say that because I got to help design and pick the products that we're selling, but be sure to check that out. It's a really great way to look great and support an amazing cause. Now, to bring up our next speakers, in case anybody is just now joining us, welcome to day 2 of Power to Fly's virtual 2021 summit. The focus for this month is obviously Pride at Work, and we are so happy to have gotten to listen to some amazing speakers in the lead up to today. So if you are just joining us, please know that we really want you to participate in the conversation. You can add questions or comments to the group chat on the right-hand side of your screen. I'll be in there trying to gather those and push them onto our panel, so hopefully we can get your questions answered in real time. I also will be in the chat in case you have any kind of technical issues, as well as my colleagues Paloma and Arushi. So if you have tech issues, please feel free to DM us. We will be happy to try and help you out. If you're looking to earn SHRM credits from any of our chats today, please refer to the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. That's the code you'll need to redeem those continuing education credits. And I'm going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct. We'll be sharing that in the group chat in just a moment. That's just intended to make sure that this event, like all of our virtual events, is a positive experience for everyone involved. Now, to introduce our next speakers, first up, we have Thomas T.J. Chernick. TJ serves as the director of the National LGBT Chamber of Commerce for New York. He joined NGLCC-NY in June 2014, and he's responsible for logistics, memberships, and serves as a liaison for New York area certified suppliers. He works directly with the SVP Jonathan Levitz to help support NGLCC's mission on a local level. TJ holds a master's degree in journalism from DePaul University and a bachelor's degree in international relations from St. Edward's University in Austin, Texas. He has experience in coordinating international gender projects in Iraq with the International Human Rights Law Institute, as well as serving as a program officer for the renowned International Fulbright Scholar Program. His areas of interest include the issues of sexual minorities in international human rights. An avid writer and traveler, TJ has lived and performed research in Morocco and Iceland and enjoys playing the cello in his spare time. So welcome, TJ. Super excited to hear about your time in Iceland. I've been there as well, and it is an absolutely magical country. I want to go back and live there right now. TJ is going to be joining conversation with our own amazing Director of Marketing and Community, Lauren Haggerty. Lauren has spearheaded and I believe pioneered the Chat and Learn program. She is a passionate community builder who forges meaningful connections between humans and brands making a difference. Lauren, take it away.
Thank you, Meg. I am so excited to be having this conversation with you, TJ. So thanks for being here. As I said in the green room, y'all have a lot going on this month on top of Pride. So thank you for spending this time with us and taking some questions from our community.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I'm really, really excited to be here.
So let's dive right in. Meg just gave you a really great introduction. And
it sounds really impressive. It's quite an honor.
Well, you've done a ton of incredible things. So let's dive into those incredible things a little bit more. And, I'd love to know, where you're from, some fun facts about you, and just kind of what makes you you to kick things off.
Yeah. So my name's TJ Chernick. Thomas is written on everything, but I go by TJ. I'm actually originally from a small town in Texas called Amarillo, which you would probably only know if you listen to country music, because there's a lot of songs written about it for some reason I don't know. I love the work that I do serving the LGBT business community. As my bio states, it's never a career I thought I would have, but it's a career I love because now it's been about 8 years. But yeah, I play the cello on the side, as was mentioned earlier, which is a fun fact that I've been playing since I was 3. And my quarantine, I'm drinking your 5-hour energy, which I probably shouldn't bring to the camera. And my quarantine hobby has been learning Mandarin Chinese.
Impressive. I love that. And we're going to talk a little more about the cello later, but as I said, really impressive background. And a piece of that background is a little bit of journalism and international relations, including coordinating international gender projects in Iraq, with the International Human Rights Law Institute. Wow, that's a mouthful and amazing.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit more about those experiences and how they led to working with the New York chapter of the National LGBT Chamber of Commerce?
Yeah, so it's a winding road, but it led to the most appropriate place. So I initially started my career doing international human rights work. My research prior in Morocco and Iceland dealt with a lot of sustainability, gender issues. Gender equality was a huge deal for me, especially in the LGBT world. It's a huge deal, and I thought it was so impactful to work on gender programs. And those programs I worked on included in addition to doing educational reform for women in Iraq, also focused on a program called the Iraq History Project, which focused on collecting torture testimonials from victims of the Saddam Hussein regime. And I was very lucky to spearhead an LGBT aspect of that very program. And my journalism degree actually came as a result of working on those programs. I wanted to be able to contribute to those actual programs diligently. So I pursued a master's degree in journalism, which also led me to a cool career part-time in Chicago, writing and reporting and doing all kinds of stuff for the LGBT community. And when I moved to New York, I actually serendipitously ended up in New York with my partner, who had accepted a job there, and I was invited to the LGBT Chamber of Commerce event. And at the time, you know, the word Chamber of Commerce is about as sexy as your grandmother's nightgown. It's just, I thought it was like a chamber of secrets. I wasn't really sure. I would imagine like, wealthy cis straight white men sitting around a mahogany table talking about business or something. And what I discovered was this incredibly powerful group of LGBTQ plus people who were reshaping the economy and contributing to New York's economic status as the center of the universe. And I was able to provide my ability to share stories, to empower, and reframe what I thought could be beneficial to create change in our society. I always thought it was grassroots that was going to help me make a difference. And then I realized I could utilize the bottom line to affect change. And that's something really powerful. And when it comes to economic advancement for our community, it's been really, really cool.
Incredible. And I love the Harry Potter reference. And so we've already cleared up that this is not the Chamber of Secrets, yeah. But let's talk a little bit more about what it actually is. Mm-hmm. So can you tell us a little more about the NGLCC and why? What's its mission and what are some of the organization's initiatives?
Okay, that's a great question. So I'll give the quick broad stroke from national to local. The National LGBT Chamber of Commerce, which is headquartered out of DC, is the sole certifying body for LGBT-owned businesses. So in the same way you can be a woman-owned, minority-owned, veteran-owned, disabled-owned business and have opportunities to connect with supplier diversity programs for contracting, specifically focusing and creating opportunity for minority-owned businesses. NGLCC represents the LGBT aspect of that. So they do that through educational events, working directly with city and state and municipal governments to ensure their contracting is as equal and open opportunity as a cis straight white business owner. And they do wonderful programs that are educational and lobbying and things like that. NGLCC New York, which I'm the executive director of, I just realized for the poor captioner, I'm going to slow down. So my apologies. I tend to talk really fast, and the 5-hour energy probably didn't help. But NGLCC New York is one of 56 affiliate LGBT chambers of commerce of NGLCC. What makes us a little bit different is that we're the only one that's also a satellite office of NGLCC. So in addition to serving the mission of NGLCC for New York to find, certify, and create opportunities for LGBT-owned businesses, we also have a general Chamber of Commerce constituency of allied-owned businesses, corporate partners, nonprofits, universities, students, all of which to be the LGBT business voice of New York City and state. So yeah, did that answer your question?
Absolutely. I have a lot more questions, so forgive my follow-up, but My mom's an entrepreneur, so I'm a little familiar with like the certification program and, for lack of a better word, the hoops that she's had to jump through certifying her business as a women-owned business in New York. It was not a very easy process for her, but I saw on your site that there's also a certification program for the NGLCC. So can you tell us a little more about that certification program and why that's so important?
Absolutely. And that's funny that you should say that. My mom was also an entrepreneur and a mechanic. I always had the hardest time explaining to her what I was doing with NGLCC. And one day it clicked and she was like, "Oh, is it like that women's certification that I got?" And I was like, there it is. Yes, that is it. So actually, WeBank, which is the women's certification body for one of the women's certification bodies of the United States, is actually our sister organization and was the one that helped us found our certification process, which made it incredibly legitimate. So they're an incredible organization. Certification is the process of showing that you, as the owner, own 51% or more of your company. You do that through a number of resources, documentation that proves that, legal documentation. And the whole purpose is to, one, the ability to stand up and be counted as LGBT business owners is incredibly powerful. And if we could, it is actually estimated, if we could get what is estimated to be 1.4 million LGBT business owners in the United States, it is estimated that they contribute $1.7 trillion to the US economy, which is more than the GDP of Russia and South Korea. So it's, we could be our own island. So it's there's a lot of power if we were able to stand up and be counted and show this is what we're doing for the community. We are creating, we're not just buying with our, billions of dollars of that we purchase with, we're also contributing, creating jobs and opportunities and really shaping the US economy. So that's why it's incredibly important.
It's amazing. Wow. And I'm so glad that we have these statistics now. And I'm sure it's only going to get better with time, the reporting and all the back end stuff. So, talking about GDP and, how this has affected, the future, how has the pandemic affected LGBTQIA plus businesses? And what steps is the NGLCC NY taking to help these business owners?
That is really the question of the year. And in short, the pandemic affects marginalized communities disproportionately, hands down, no matter what it is, from health to business. And I think when it comes to business owners and LGBTQ plus owned businesses, the most important thing is to realize that, as the LGBT community, we are so many things within that. We are the BIPOC, we are AAPI, we are veterans, we are all of those things all at once. And each demographic, especially for trans women of color in particularly, each one is facing a different group of struggles throughout the pandemic. But I think, when it comes to business ownership, we did a study recently with CNBC and Acorns that said 88% of LGBTQ owned businesses that were surveyed are expected to make a turnaround and a recovery from COVID. And I think that alone is really a testament to the ingenuity and flexibility and strength of our community. Outside of being business owners, being out and is in itself a struggle for many people in the community. And if we look at, there's this statistic that our business owners, our average business owner of business is in business for 12 years or more, which is way higher than the average business owner in the United States. So there's just a sense of resiliency within the community that I think is really showing itself as we come out of the pandemic.
It's amazing, really. And I feel blessed. I got to moderate a panel of LGBTQIA plus founders yesterday. So it feels like this is kind of the full circle conversation.
Oh, cool.
And yeah, it's amazing. Resilient is the best word. I love that you said that. And going off that resiliency, a big effort was made throughout the pandemic and of course now to really help struggling businesses bounce back. So as the general public here, how can we better identify and help LGBTQIA+ businesses rebound from what, of course, was a really tough year for everyone?
That first and foremost, well, your dollar, you vote with your dollar, right? Every dollar you spend affects everything, especially when it comes to business owners. And it is the same whenever, when we look at Black Lives Matters and the importance of purchasing products and services from minority-owned businesses. The same goes with with the LGBTQ plus community. I mean, I believe it's, oh my goodness, I forgot the stat, but billions of dollars are spent on Pride every year. And imagine if those billions of dollars spent on Pride were all purchased from LGBT certified businesses. Then that money was actually going back to the community, and those community leaders were able to invest within their own companies. That type of investment, it is so crucial. And you should really think about every dollar you spend. If you could make an adjustment and purchase from a minority-owned business, that's super powerful. And I think, to identify those businesses, it's important. There are so many resources and websites and collectives that support LGBT-owned businesses, and doing a little research, finding those businesses, finding the cool things or services that they create. Utilizing LGBT chambers of commerce. They're specifically there to be a resource for not only LGBT-owned businesses, but businesses that are putting their money where their mouth is, and joining LGBT chambers of commerce, which are a community resource, and providing support that way.
I love it. And I love that you mentioned, Pride Month being, that 1 month of the year. And of course, we're celebrating Pride at Power to Fly in conjunction with it being Pride Month. But, of course, it goes without saying, we see that widespread support for this community and LGBTQIA plus team members, at a corporate level, I guess expressively during this month. But many people fear that this support can fade into the background for the other 11 months of our year. So how can we better work with businesses to promote LGBTQIA plus causes and their own employees year round, while holding these companies accountable for promises they might make during Pride Month specifically?
That is, that's another thing that's so important. And I love if you're involved in, if you're an ally or you're in the community and you're part of the conversation on Instagram, that is such a conversation right now. Is you can't just slap a rainbow on your logo and then just be like, we did it, because that's not how it works. And I think the same can be said for like the pink washing. Whenever so many companies go pink for March for Breast Cancer Awareness, but after March, cancer doesn't stop. And it requires so much more, and it requires that those companies, should be donating to these, to organizations that either support, breast cancer awareness, or Black equity firms, or LGBT organizations that support homeless LGBT homeless youth. And those, when they can openly tout that type of support, that's what goes a lot further. And in the business community, though, there's also, with like inwardly, there's a whole other aspect. We need to see that those companies are supporting the LGBT people within the company. Like a quick investment idea for companies who, are one and done with Pride Month. If you don't have policies within your corporation that are inclusive to protect your LGBT employees, you're not, those people can't bring their full self to work, and your employee is an investment. And if you are only getting 40% of your investment, it's a bad investment. But creating spaces for people to be open and themselves at work and have upward mobility within the company, and providing opportunities for for minority leadership to progress upwards, that does show outward. There, it is proven that the LGBT community, 50% of them make purchasing decisions based on if they can see that type of leadership visibility. And the LGBTQ plus community, they watch and they see what corporations do. That's for sure.
Absolutely. I'm plus oneing everything that you're saying. Yeah, we live by that motto, not or every single day is Mother's Day and every single day should be Pride. So I can totally relate to what you said about the pink washing and supporting these underrepresented groups more than just the month of designation. I think it's so important.
Yeah.
So I have a couple more questions for you. I'm watching the time rapidly tick away, but I do want to open this up to our community. So if you have any questions for TJ, now's the time, put them in the chat and I will get to as many as we can in these last 7 minutes or so. But I said in the beginning, I wanted to kind of touch on the cello playing. What are you most looking forward to when live performances return? Do you play live? Like what do you do with your cello today?
Yeah, no, I still play, and I'm really excited for live performances. One thing that I've been doing for the past 10 years is I do a traveling holiday show with a group of friends that I made in Chicago 15 some odd years ago. And we started this little show in a little venue in Chicago. And over the course of 10 years, it grew and now travels to 5 different cities every December. And I greatly miss those people. And it's a very LGBTQ themed holiday show, and it's a show that really talks about chosen family and what it actually to create a space for chosen families to celebrate a secular fun holiday. And I really miss those people, so I'm really excited to see them in person.
Oh, that is amazing and so cool. What are the cities that y'all travel to in case anyone out there is local?
Oh my gosh, everyone, Big Red and the Boys holiday show, Chicago, Philly, New York, San Francisco, LA.
I love it. We will have to include those in the follow-up email. That's amazing. But more importantly, how can people find out more about NGLCC New York? How can they become involved? And how can, if we have entrepreneurs on the line, how can they register their business or kind of take the first steps to getting in?
Yeah, so if you are a LGBT business owner who owns 51% or more of their company and you're interested in getting certified, visit nglcc.org and click the button that says get certified. There is a specialist in the NGLCC office that will actually take you hand by hand, step by step to get your business certified. One of the biggest questions that I always get, so it's in the queue already, how do you prove that you're LGBT? There is a number of things, they're called status qualifiers, and that's everything from a marriage certificate to gender confirmation notes from your doctor. There's a number of ways to do it. So your specialist will actually sit down with you and go over those options with you. If you're interested in getting involved with NGLCC New York and joining arguably the best LGBT business network of New York City and state and the tri-state, visit nglccny.org. Your local affiliate membership for NGLCCNY will actually cover your national certification fee. So it's a really big win. Then you get the advantages of your New York community involvement as well as your national LGBT certified community.
So that's probably a good question too. People have to go through the local level first and then it's national, or sorry if I missed that.
No, that's a great question. So whenever you apply for certification, one of the questions is, are you a member of your affiliate LGBT Chamber of Commerce? And you just say yes, take the receipt from your membership for your local affiliate, put it in there. And then it will waive that fee for you. And so I would say, join your local affiliate. You can even get started on your certification process first, then join your local affiliate, and it will all come together in the end.
Oh, that's beautiful. So easy. And I have to shout out this comment from Megan in the chat. They say LGBTQ plus chambers of commerce are such amazing organizations. Shout out to Plexus LGBT plus Allied Chamber of Commerce, where I serve on the Young Professionals Board here in Cleveland.
Can't recommend great group.
So shout out, Megan.
Yeah, shout out, Megan. That's awesome.
Yeah, so that's incredible. And that's a lot about the business and work and what, your company does, but TJ, where can the audience find you or follow you and all the great work you specifically are doing?
Well, I am TJ Chernick on LinkedIn. If you want to follow me on Instagram, I'm Jesus Christ Superstar. I'm not a big musical fan, but I thought it was a funny name. So you can find me on there. And we also have we have a number of Facebook groups for LGBT business owners through NGLCC NY and NGLCC, and you can find us all through there as well.
Amazing. Well, TJ, it has been my pleasure moderating you today. I've learned so much, and I hope all of the entrepreneurs on the line go get certified, ask questions, register your business, and take part in all of the great economic growth that
Stand up and be counted. It's important.
Yes, exactly. So thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. I feel very honored.
Amazing. Well, Meg, I'm going to pass it over to you. If Meg is still there.
We just took a little break.
No worries. I can probably kind of send us off here, but thank you, TJ. Appreciate your being here. And what a wonderful conversation. While we try and get Meg back, I'm going to hang out. There we are.
Sorry, y'all. I had to force dogs out of the room because they're very upset they don't get to spend the afternoon here. So sorry for the delay. Thank you so much to both of you for that amazing conversation. It was really, really inspiring. Thank you. All right, as we jump into our next session and get our next group onboarded, I just want to say hello and welcome to anybody who might just be joining us. My name is Meg. I'm part of Powered Fly's virtual hosting team, and I am really excited to be here for day 2 of our virtual summit series. Obviously, for June, we are focusing on Pride at Work, and we are really, really excited to continue these amazing conversations we've been having for the last 2 days. So if you are just joining us, welcome. If you are maybe new to Powered Fly or haven't attended a summit before, we want to make sure that you understand that for this upcoming conversation, we want you to be a part of it. Please feel like you can participate, add questions or comments into the Zoom group, into the group thread on the right-hand side of your page. We'll be pulling those questions directly from the chat and forwarding them on to our panelists today, so that time allowing, they can answer your questions in real time. So please submit those. If you are having any kind of technical issues, please flag down myself. You can DM me or Paloma or Arushi, my coworkers that are also in the thread, and we'll be happy to help you with any of your tech concerns. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of your slide in front of you. And we're also going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct. I'll be sharing that in the Zoom group chat. In the group chat on the right-hand side of your page. And it's just there to hopefully ensure that today's experience and all of our virtual events are positive for everyone involved. Now, I'm really excited to introduce you to our speakers. Onawa Calvin has an extensive 18-year background in diversity, accessibility, and inclusion work. She is a yoga and wellness practitioner, and as a certified yoga teacher and diversity recruiter, Onawa has a passion for humans. She works to help orgs solve gaps in talent for targeted recruitment campaigns, organizational development, fair and inclusive candidate experiences and onboarding, as well as retention programs. Onawa believes that yoga has accessible depths of compassion and healing layers. They identify as a BIPOC queer lesbian woman, and they are a forever young mom of 2 adulting children. So welcome, Onawa. They will be joining conversation with our wonderful event moderator, Mariella Marie. If you sat through any of the other previous chats, you know that Mariella has a very long and absolutely staggering resume. She has shared the virtual stage with disruptive leaders like Deepak Chopra, Ra Goddess, and Catherine Zaleski, among many more. She is a Renaissance woman and social impact multimedia producer, and she's spent a decade working with diverse technologists, independent artists, and divergent innovators across the globe to deepen their audience's emotional intelligence. So welcome to the stage, Onawa and Mariella. Take it away.
Yes, thank you so much, Meg. Thank you, Power to Fly, for hosting us today. And I know this is going to be a really, really mindful, thoughtful conversation. So I'll set up the stage and invite folks to just be present with us, stop multitasking, get your wits about you. Let's practice some emotional intelligence. I'm really excited to pass the mic actually to our guest speaker now. I know that Meg gave that beautiful introduction, but is there anything else, Onawa, that you want to share about yourself? Any fun facts before we get kicked off and roll into these awesome questions that folks have submitted previous to the chat?
Wow. So thank you so much. I'm super excited to be here. I'm pretty sure you guys nailed the vast majority of it, but I definitely am a people alchemist. I wanted to add that it continues to travel with me. And I have put my recruiting hat away. So I am full-time in the yoga emotional wellness space, specifically holding those that are practitioners of that space. It's kind of like where I'm headed. So yeah, after 18 plus years of that, I really want to give this 100% of who I am.
Beautiful. Well, congratulations on, laying the hat down and being able to, pick up the wellness tool with both hands. Where are you based? I know we chit-chatted a bit before we went live here, but can you let our live callers know where you're based, why you decided to move there, and then how did you become interested in connecting people with wellness?
Sure. So currently in the capital of Virginia, so I'm in Richmond, Virginia. The original stewards of that is Powhatan. The Powhatan tribe. And I was in Old Town Alexandria, right outside of DC, needed some solitude, some more quiet, some more community, and recently moved to Richmond. Just love this area so much. There's a community refrigeration, food distribution, very community driven and oriented. So it was ideal for me, especially given what we all experienced and went through last year, what we were witness to. I actually was going to leave recruitment last year and was going to leave the US and start practicing in Italy. That didn't occur. I had to sit and dig in and continue to do the work. Came back, full circle here. I think for me, I have seen in my own journey and in my own inquiry is that there's a need for community. There's a need for connection. It is exactly what I've been doing for 18, 20 years, connecting individuals to their passion in a corporate world or nonprofit world to do what we know is this like systematic 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. I think last year holistically and traumatically that changed for everybody. So for me, it's connecting people with self so that they can go out and do this work, be better humans, figure out what they need internally. I really focus on restorative yoga, meditation, a lot of stillness, which most of my friends and family and loved ones would be like, walk what? No, that's not possible. But you have to have balance, right? You have to be able to balance and really figure out, internally what's going on. I have a lot of mental health challenges as of, 2020, maybe 2016. So I think it was really, really important to add a tool to include my own spiritual practices and prayer and to have something that was tangible. There was that everybody could participate in. There was a space of non-judgment, which is what yoga has been for me tremendously.
So I would love for you to share more with our audience, just a little bit more about your story and the way that you see the world as, the way that you identify. So of course, you are coming from the States, so that's, one way of seeing the world, but then you also had an interest in going to another place in the world, which takes a lot of courage. I'm currently calling from Patagonia. I'm originally from California. And any moment I get, I'd love to encourage folks to, step outside of their comfort zone, think for themselves, be more connected to their emotional intelligence. But that takes a lot of courage. So do you have any, maybe the first step if someone is, thinking of career pivoting, or if they're in a really uncomfortable position based on how they identify in the workplace, whether they feel safe or not, whether they feel like they are being fulfilled or not, what is the first thing that someone in that position can do, knowing that they are looking to grow and develop more of their wellness?
Yeah, sure. I mean, Stacey Abrams said it best, just do it. Like there's this internal dialogue that you have with yourself. For me, it was panic attacks going into a team that I loved, working with a team that I love at the time, passionate about the work I was doing in recruitment, specifically in a very controversial industry. But then something turned. I got promoted. I was making six figures. It wasn't enough. It was not significant. It wasn't enough. And there are individuals that are currently in positions that are very similar to mine. I know the person that's in the role that I was in, and they're thriving. But your purpose can change, and that's okay. I would say continue to sit with that inquiry. Continue to surround yourself, which I think is very, very critical. I think we started to do that going into the past election and the election before that. Start surrounding yourself with like-minded individuals that are navigating new spaces, and people that are encouraging you to continue to think through that feeling. Because at the end of the day, if it's there, one of two things are going to happen. You're either going to step out and do it, or you're going to be forced out. So I think that's probably what has happened for me, for sure, and what I would recommend.
Thank you so much for highlighting that. I think that, if we could have just a little more of that contemplative time to just sit with ourselves, be connected with our purpose, and be okay to shift that purpose based on what's happening around us. But it's not as easy as it is saying. And I love that you're saying the first step is just to take a step and to go with it. But the way that, especially after this past year, we're moving more online these days. And of course, one of the main topics of discussion during the summit has been, at least in some of the interviews that I've been hosting, is a lack of safe space for queerness in the digital space. So let's say that, we have to be isolated given the circumstances. How do we find our purpose, or how do we connect with ourselves and make sure that we are developing our emotional intelligence, developing our wellness, but we can't have that that component that we need as Homo sapiens, and that we are essentially having to figure out how to navigate. Can you speak just to how the digital space can help, and maybe some things that we need to just be on the lookout for, some flags to stay away from, let's say?
Sure. So I mean, for me last year, one of the reasons why I was leaving is because I was working from home. It was not for me. I didn't want that. And then to be safe and to do what I needed to do, what we all were doing, I needed to self-isolate. I needed to work from home. Some of the resources that I found extremely helpful was meditation, was sitting and listening to those things that kept pushing me away from myself and away from what I knew, away from family, away from friends. I did need therapy. I did need to speak to a psychiatrist. I did need to onboard medication, which has changed and altered over time, and that's okay. Some people don't align with that. Some people don't use that. My son is doing really good work in the medical marijuana space legally in Maryland, and he's thriving. So that's definitely something, absolutely, hands down, individuals need to consider and talk with your professionals about. I can't specifically speak to that for everybody, but for me, it's been phenomenal. And talking, finding individuals online. Power to Fly has really good connections. For me, meditation was critical. Insight Timer was amazing. There are a lot of LGBTQ IA plus individuals that are on Insight Timer. It's free. It's free. It's free. There is community-based organizations that you can find on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter, that will help you get connected to the right individuals. Reminding yourself regularly, I had to do it on a regular basis. This was going to be a moment. We were going to get past this. You were going to be okay. But to feel what you're feeling, like it's relevant, it's essential. Like I have anxiety or I have a panic attack because of something. And it's hard work and it doesn't go away. It comes back. But yoga and meditation and the physical asana of yoga, because meditation, pranayama, breath work, breathing, we always say, just breathe. It is the one word that we cannot get away from since last year, since the death of George Floyd. This pandemic itself was taking the breath of individuals. It's something that you have to consistently contemplate and work through. And then as a BIPOC queer woman who has children who are out there in this world, it's okay to step away. It's okay to step away from the hard work. It's okay to take a breath. It's okay to rest. It's okay to sleep. It's okay to eat, and then go back out and do what you can. Do your very best. But there are a lot of resources out there, especially for individuals that are isolated, and honestly, it's hard to get back out there. It's very difficult for some people to get back out there. Full transparency, my psychiatrist thought I was agoraphobic. It was hard to walk my dog right outside of DC. January 6th of last year was very, very hard. There was red everywhere. It was a difficult time, but I knew I needed to do the work, and I knew I needed to take myself out of that space and create a space that was safe. Sometimes that's music, a lovely podcast. Sometimes it's silence. You may hear the rain now. Sometimes it's rain. Sometimes it's sunshine. Sometimes you do need to buy that ticket and get out of the U.S. And to your point, I got my certification in Nosara, Costa Rica, and it was transformative. I mean, other than insightful, and I have a yogi family that I absolutely love and can call on anytime. The non-judgment that comes with yoga and the community in the right space with the right mentors and teachers and people, it's one of those things that it's just elevating. And then you start to look at things very differently. The people that don't live in the USA, the US is kind of a box. You just think of things one way. There's some accuracy to that. And you get into this international space and you're now saying, I'm going to take a holiday, and it's not, just the weekend. It's not tacked to a recognized holiday that you have with an organization. So I think it's important to not just do one thing and to ask for help. Even if you think you're bothering somebody, you're not. Ask for the help that you need. I'm always available, there are many, many people in the yoga community and in the therapeutic community and the wellness space that are available. So I would encourage you to simply ask for help and for resources.
Thank you so much for that thorough response. I love that you're highlighting, the transparency and the realness of what's going on, right? So we have the pandemic that's happening. We have all these hate crimes that continue to happen. And literally, you don't want to go outside of your house. You don't feel safe depending on, where you come from and what your story is. And unfortunately, that is true for a lot of people, for too many people.
Mm-hmm.
And so I love that you're highlighting, the power of breath and the importance of breath in this context, especially how, and I'm going to put you on the spot just for now, because I know you have so much knowledge to share, but can you walk us through like a quick breath work, reflection or meditation that people can kind of just put in their toolbox and know if they feel afraid to walk outside, or if they feel afraid to, leave their job or, pivot, and to just give themselves some of their own power back?
Oh yes, no, thank you for putting me on the spot. My teachers would be super impressed and grateful. So often it's not safe for individuals to close your eyes. So wherever you are, grounding down. So you want to connect with the ground. You can lower your eyes or soft gaze. You can even find something that is comforting to you in the space that you're in. And simply take a moment. Take a moment to feel what your body is telling you. Releasing that breath, drawing in through the nose, filling the belly, and simply releasing. Drawing again in through the nose at your own pace and releasing. Drawing again in through the nose, holding for just a moment, recognizing it will be okay, that you are safe in this particular space, and releasing. Pulling the shoulders up to the ears, squeezing the hands and the fists, the toes, all of that may not be serving you. Rolling the shoulders back and releasing fingers and the hands and the toes. Placing the hands on your thighs. What are you experiencing? What are you feeling? Taking a moment. And when you feel ready, your eyes will close, gently blinking them open, coming back to this safe space.
Thank you so much. Thank you for taking that invitation to guide us through a quick reminder of connecting with our, connecting with gravity, connecting with our breath. I know that lots of folks are going through some tough times right now. A lot of people are unable to water their purpose, let's say, and allow themselves to blossom because, we live in a world that is, about that dollar bill. If we can't pay the rent, then we got to suck it up, and I love also that in the beginning you spoke about, let's go to therapy, let's find other ways to, release and connect with ourselves more. So this question that someone has submitted before this conversation speaks about work-life integration. So specifically as things are going virtually now in the world during this time, what are some ways that we can practice work-life integration to avoid burnout?
Sure. So I probably suffered burnout as a recruiting manager a number of times. I did have to take a break. I was raising young children and it just wasn't working. I was a single mom. One of the things that you have to be mindful of is that work, there's a time limit. Legally, there's a time limit. Like if you put in 8 hours or 12 hours or 10 hours, that's what you put in. And I would stress highly to put it away. Tuck it in, put it away, turn it off. And it's very difficult to do if you're working from home and that's not going to change for you. Or if you're going back out into the workforce or you're trying to go back out into the workforce and obtain work. You need to just leave work there. Even for me, who's like integrating my whole being with my work, it will be my work, but I will have to leave it. And will have to put my phone down. I tell my partner now, I'm sorry, I'll be on my phone for like an hour to check, my Linktree links to make sure they're working, or a meetup, group that I'm leading a yoga class through. And I give myself that time and I communicate that. So you have to have balance. The other thing that I absolutely do, and my partner's son asked me, is is I have lots of reminders. Go eat, go hydrate, take a breath. Thank God I have a dog, or I probably would never leave the house. Sticky notes. But you have to be able to hear that something's not working or you're doing too much. And it's not going to be the same trick or the same tool every single day. It won't always be that. Chana Nichols is an astrologer who identifies as queer as well. And one of the things that Chana has done is created this app that constantly reminds us and gives us little nudges based on our astrology. If you are a believer of your birthday, like if you celebrate your birthday, recognize like the time you were born, then you believe in astrology, or at least you have a recollection, an alignment with astrology. But what it does is it tells us on this particular day, this is where your energy may be. This is what may be occurring for you. So simply be mindful of it, so that you can better equip yourself with, like, I know when I go to work today, I probably should just do what I can to get through the day, or hydrate, or stay on this side of the food source, or get more sleep, because sleep is something we don't do. We don't do enough of that. But I would definitely say leave work with work. Don't wrap it in, don't take it in. It's easy to say, I know, because there's a pressure. There is definitely an oppression sometimes, especially as a woman of color, as a queer woman of color. There was this, underlining requirement that I had to work slightly harder. That wasn't always stated, but it was understood. And that was to my own detriment. So I would just simply remind you that you're a human, you're a person, and the only way you can be and bring your whole self into any particular space is to have some balance and keep yourself healthy, and healing. Continue to work on that as well.
Absolutely. And I would love to hear you speak a little more about resiliency and belonging. I mean, just the fact that you decided, you had your plans to go to Italy, that couldn't happen. You decided to move to another place. You are figuring out where you belong, and also, nurturing the resiliency within you by, leaving a certain kind of work that didn't fit your purpose, that didn't fill you up. And now you're doing your own thing, which I can see it shining from your face, and the way that you're speaking about the work that you do, it clearly is doing you some good. So can you just speak a little bit to, how resiliency and the sense of belonging is necessary, and what we can do to foster that in our lives?
Sure. And I don't want to go into that without absolutely saying that, we have bills, and some of us are providing for our parents, or we have children, and we're still in a pandemic, a global pandemic, and that has shifted for many people financial resources, and sometimes that's minimal. And I've come from a place of like operating by faith. I have gone without food, but I was able to then get food. I believe that collectively, which is one of the work that I want to do and have been doing, that as part of community, we can get through things together, but it has to be together. We have to collectively, as community, just do it. I mean, we probably wanted to see people we didn't want to see last year, because we know what that human connection does for us, even us introverts. Although I'm not really an introvert, I think as of last year, I sort of started to become an introvert, right, as a form of protection. But the resiliency for me has been my children. I think it dawned on me that I was raising adults, and they were watching me, but watching me as an adult, like not just their mother. And I was like, oh, I got to get it together. It's okay that I stay in the bed and that I, have bad days. But I can't put this anxiety and stress on them. They have enough. They have anxiety and stress that I probably couldn't even contemplate. On a personal note, I thought it was a phenomenal idea for my son, who bought a car all on his own, deposit saved. I was so proud. I thought it would be May of last year. I thought it would be a really good idea to get him a dash cam for his birthday. And I told a friend of mine, and just thinking that this was a great idea, and she broke down in tears because this was our reality. And I started to recognize that I needed to do better because there were these individuals that were looking up to me and looking at me, and still using me as their mom, needing me as their mother, or often wouldn't, talk to me as often because, it was so stressful. Things were so stressful, and they just knew. So I think primarily for me, it was, I was driven by the need for everything I was seeing. I think there's so much work for all of us to do, but I needed to just feel better. I needed to engage my community. I couldn't stay inside forever. I needed to continue this process that I started in 2018, 2019 to leave a career that had more than just nudged me out of it. But it was time to repurpose, yeah.
And just because, at least in the global north, because I'm in the global south, and in Argentina, we celebrate Pride at the end of the year. So I get to celebrate it twice, or we can all celebrate it twice. Why not? And every day really is
Right,
Pride.
exactly.
So what am I even saying? I love that you are, taking time to remind us of the importance of wellness, and especially in the queer community, because, of the lack of safe spaces in the physical world and in the digital space. Is there any piece of advice you would give to yourself? You're speaking about your children now and just the younger generation and how they're looking up to folks like us, and how we can be more mindful in, how we're being responsible or not. Can you give yourself, or would you give yourself any advice, your younger self, as a queer person today, never have not dreaming that a pandemic would come, but knowing that,
Right.
at some point we would need to, come together, and still show pride for who we are, still be proud about who we are in this crazy, crazy, crazy world. Is there any piece of advice you'd give your younger self?
And I always find that question, I saw that question kind of come through as like a possible question you might throw at me. And I always come from that. It's so hard because I have learned that, like, I always operated from a place of no regret. Like, I don't regret things. They are lessons, and maybe I wouldn't do them again, but maybe, since it's not an option, I probably shouldn't contemplate it. I would say, though, that I believe everything that happens is part of the journey, which does sound kind of woo-woo, but it's true. It's kind of, it's like, if I hadn't have gone this direction, would I still be over here? Would this still have occurred? And I had my children very young. And then I came out about 13 years ago now. I feel like I probably would tell myself to embrace my ancestors. Embrace your ancestors. You cannot pick your family. You can't pick that legacy, but it is a part of you, and there is a story behind it. My mom is white. My dad, his family is Jamaican and Native American. And there was a story. There was a love story. People came together and they created these humans. And we're here, whether we are accepted by them, cherished, loved, respected by them. They are your legacy, and there is a story. And it's up to us now and generations after us to continue to tap into that. And my daughter taught me that. My daughter taught me that these ancestors are with you, these spirits are with you, people are with you, and they're working for you and with you, not against you. So, yeah.
Beautifully said. I always say that I am my ancestors' wildest dream, because, honey, please believe we got a lot of work to do, but they did not have, the advanced technology and just the safer spaces that we have today. So thank you so much for sharing knowledge with us today. How can we support the work that you do? I know we have to wrap up this conversation, but where can we go to support the work that you do and continue this conversation offline?
Yeah, I'm still on LinkedIn. No More Recruiting stuff is on there. It's all wellness and yoga, but all part of that connection though process. So it's Onawa Calvin, and then Instagram is alchemist.eye. So yes, I'm there.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to chat with us today. And thank you for that breathwork meditation. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Meg, I'm going to pass the mic back to you. Yes, just breathe.
Thank you, Mariella. That was absolutely wonderful. Now, thank you so much for that lovely breathing exercise in the middle of our day 2 of the summit. It was very much appreciated and kind of reminded me how much I need to make regular practice, or at least some form of meditation, more part of my day to day. It's so incredibly helpful. I really need to remember that. So thank you. So we're going to jump into our next session in just a moment, but I just want to say a huge thank you to our panel. Those were amazing, nuggets of wisdom they dropped on us. And the questions in the chat were absolutely amazing as well. So thank you to everyone who was participating. If you are just joining us, welcome to day 2 of Power to Fly's virtual summit. 2021 is focused on a different theme every month. And the theme for June is Pride at Work. So we hope that you are ready to take in some of these amazing messages that our speakers have and participate with them. So if you want to do that participation and really make this an interactive event, awesome. You can go into the chat. It's on the right-hand side of your screen. I'm sorry, right-hand side of your screen. And we really would encourage you to put any questions, comments, any kind of anything you'd like us to pass along to our speakers. That way y'all can drive the conversation and really take an active part in this. I'm going to skip some of the extra stuff, including introducing our amazing speaker, Mariella, just for time. But I want to highlight that Mariella is one of the most amazing facilitators we have. I am constantly in awe of her amazing calm presence, where she brings this wonderful energy without having to be kind of like Kelly Ripa hypermanic like I tend to be. So it's one of those things that I am completely jealous of and hope to pick up from her. So Mariella will be facilitating this amazing conversation with EC Pizarro III. Pizarro is a co-founder of Marsha's Web, which is a professional award-winning brand design and he's also a professional award-winning brand designer and digital artist. As the owner and lead designer for his agency, 1Z2R Design Studio, he works to design cohesive and artistic projects that support clients in positioning their brands for long-term growth and success. Pizarro has a corporate background in the design industry, and he strives to diligently use his expertise and voice to create a new temperature for members of his communities and for the designers that come after him. He is also the current National Executive Director and National Webmaster of Alpha Omega Kappa Fraternity, Inc., and former Supreme Historian. So welcome, EC Pizarro III. Welcome, obviously, back to Mariella Marie, and I will turn the stage over to you.
All right. Thank you, Meg. Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction. Hello, EC. So blessed to be sharing the virtual stage with you now. The time is going to fly by, so let's roll right into it. Is there anything that Meg did not touch on that you would like to share with our audience now before we get kicked off with our questions here today?
No, I think we'll touch them all in the questions, so we're good. We can get started.
Awesome. Great. Okay. So first of all, I just want to say that I know we're on the same page, or let me just check in and say, what is our role as artists today, as creative beings today, given the state of humanity? Where can we count on the artist? And I often refer to James Baldwin's, I feel like I have it tattooed invisibly on my body now, but just the moral responsibility of the artist. I feel like you can help us understand that a little more today.
Yeah, I think the moral responsibility of artists is to tell the truth at the times. And that's a lot of the reason why I mentor and work with trans tech to help other people in the community unlock their own power, because I work full-time as an entrepreneur, as a freelancer. I've been doing that for 3 years, and I understand the freedom that comes with that. And I also understand that corporate environments, DEI work is cool and policies are cool, but there has to be a culture shift in order for it really to be safe for communities, especially when you're talking about trans folks, queer folks, and then you add other identities on top of that. So artists got to tell the truth, tell the truth at the time.
Even when it hurts, even if it hurts, right? I mean, it's like this
Yeah.
burden as well. I believe that we're all creative beings. I believe that we're all born artists, but that, you know, this culture that we're born into kind of numbs us of that feeling. So we need these gentle reminders. And unfortunately, especially let's say in a corporate context or in, you know, more of the kind of like, how do we say, the society that doesn't push us to think outside of the box, just for lack of a better word to say that way. How can we be more confident that we have important things to say as artists, and also maybe piggyback on that and let us know what got you interested in design?
So I think as artists, we just have to be intentional. Like my art for me is very therapeutic, it's personal. It's a running joke with my friends that I have cases and cases of artwork that I just don't sell, I don't give away, I just kind of have it because it's healing for me. You know, it's very therapeutic. Ironically, how I got into design, I was actually an engineering major. I was doing really well in engineering, but I was sleeping through class. So my grades were great, but my advisor was like, so you're sleeping through my class. And I'm like, your class is about how concrete dries. Did I pass the test? And he was like, you passed the test, but is this really what you want to do? And at first, you know, I thought it was a little passive aggressive because this white man was telling me there's not a lot of Black people that were taking the classes that I was taking, but I wasn't happy, you know, like unlock the truth, I wasn't. So series of events happened and I ended up withdrawing from school and I had a full-time job at FedEx Kinko's, which is now FedEx Office. And I was working full-time in their graphics department. And I was just working, you know, trying to figure out what I wanted to do. And there was a guy there that was going to Norfolk State for graphic design. And I didn't know that you could even go to school for that. So I was like, all right, cool. Let me get my bearings together. Right when I was living in Virginia Beach at the time, and I was about to move. I was like, I'm gonna move. I'm gonna go back to school. I'm gonna finish my degree because I had already started it at ODU. So I was like, I'm gonna finish, you know, go out there, get me a job. I was sitting on my couch and a commercial came up that an art institute was opening up around the corner from where I lived. I went the next day. They told me I could graduate with my bachelor's in 2 years. I did. And then I went and took a corporate job up in Arlington, Virginia, and worked with them for 6 years. So it was really a thing of like, I was at the right place at the right time to unlock a lot of different things. Cause I had been playing on a computer since I was a kid and creating stuff on the computer. But, you know, my parents are cool. They both went to school, but they both went to school for computer science. I was like, nah, I want to go to art. So, you know, that's like, okay. But I've unlocked a lot of different things with my experience in corporate America, working with different brands, working within a brand that I bring now to my clients when I work with them in entrepreneurs and small businesses.
Thank you so much for sharing that much of your journey. I know that there's so much more to uncover. Maybe we can connect for a virtual tea after. We can dive more into that. But I appreciate you basically sharing that you were in the right place at the right time. You opened your vision to not just be stuck into one way of, you know, living and working. I also went against my mother's dream of going and studying business. I was like, I'm not to study theater. It took me 3 years to decide to do that on my own. But I was like, logistics and business seems cool, but I need to express myself. So I'm going to study theater and film. And, you know, I was definitely the black sheep in that case. But I say that, I mean, I'm so proud, especially today, knowing where we are today. I get to encourage people to express themselves today. Maybe I would not have been able to do that if I studied logistics and business, let's say, you know, back in the day in another lifetime. I won't give you my age, but I would actually love for you to speak a little bit about your journey with trans tech and how that led you to team up with your business partner to start Marsha's Web.
So Trans Tech, Angelica Ross started Trans Tech and she opened a hub. I live in Florida, in South Florida, and she opened up a hub in Miami. I was still working at my corporate job and I wasn't necessarily happy at my job. I had been unhappy for a while between working full time and then taking on my clients after hours. So I was like, here's a way I can give back to community with my skills. Like, this is what I'm good at, you know? So I went, Spoke to Angelica, was like, hey, I'm a graphic designer. I work in corporate America. Like, anything you want me to do, I'm down to help. She had her first summit and she pulled me on to help with it. And there's a mindset with trans tech of like, you're the prize, you know, like the job isn't the prize, the money isn't, you're the prize. And that mindset of unlocking, like, wait a minute, I don't, quote, have to do anything. Like, I have the skills. If I can hone this and streamline things, I can really build and manifest an entire life on my terms. And I think for me, I caught the tail end of the last conversation, like mental wellness and spiritual, like that's very big for me. And that's part of the reason why I am a full-time freelancer. Like, full transparency, I just got off a plane 2 hours ago because I had an event in New Orleans last night. And that's the life that I want. Like, I was in the airport and I was like, it's a Tuesday and I'm traveling. I'm about to go do a talk and I'm good, you know? And I think that freedom of not having, everybody knows when they deal with me, they know what they're getting. You read my website, you know you're getting a designer that's not gonna smash and dash. Like, I'm gonna stay, I'm gonna cuddle you, I'm gonna hold your hand all the way through. That's part of the reason why I don't do just logos. Like, I'll give you a brand because I wanna make sure that you have the logo, but then you have the business card that matches that. You have the marketing material that matches that. If you want letterhead, you have that matches. So you have a package to go forth. And when you have that package, you're more confident in yourself because you're like, they're gonna ask me for this, I have it. They're gonna ask me for this, I have it. And when you're doing that, you can get out of your head and you're more on your job. Like, you're focused on what you're good at. You're not in your head about little things like, oh, are they okay with this? Are they okay with that? You're like, they are, I'm okay with it. So you'll be okay with it. Let's talk about what I have going on. So I think that mindset a lot comes from trans tech, of like shifting of like, I need to get this job. I need to get this, and understanding like peace and wellness comes. And when you start to unlock all of those different things, you unlock your own power. And that's why me and my business partner started marshallsweb.com, which is an LGBT resource site that will be launching by the end of this month. We are centering, it's for everybody. Let's be clear, the site is for everybody, but you got to be down with my peoples. You got to be for queer folks. You got to be for trans folks. You got to be for Black folk. You got to be for Indigenous folks. You got to be for people of color. Too many times I hear people, not just during Pride Month, but they want to shop with small businesses and entrepreneurs that are of the community, and they just don't know where to find them. And me and my business partner, we transitioned many years apart from each other. And we realized that we both face the same issue of finding different things. And technology should have gotten further from, because I'm like 10 years in, technology should have got a little further where, you know, I was on the, you know, like the underground, hey, do you know the doctor that's going to give you XYZ? And it still shouldn't be that when there are so many organizations and so many people providing resources to people. And with me and him both having corporate backgrounds, his corporate background is in finance and marketing, mine is in design, it just made sense for us to team up and build it, you know, because we didn't want to pitch it to somebody like, believe in us. It was like, I can build the site. Like, I can build it, so I'm gonna build it. Like, one person said to us, especially when you talk about like Black trans men, I feel like they're often erased in the community conversation. And it's simply because like, we kind of like fade into the background, you know? And I was in a conversation and it was on the trans community, but the entire panel was trans women and non-binary femmes. So I'm in the comments like, hey, like, is this a trans femme conversation or is this like an all-inclusive trans community conversation? And it was like, it's all trans community. I was like, so do you feel as though this represents the entire trans community? And it was like, well, if you want a space for trans men, you build that yourself. So when I heard that, And I thought to build Marshall's Web, it was just like, you're gonna tell me to build my own table. I'm gonna build my own table. I'm bringing my seat. I'm bringing a plate, and you can eat too.
Yes.
So.
And you can eat too. How beautiful. You know what? The conversation for me has shifted. I mean, I know we can probably go on for hours talking about, the DEI space that is fairly new, unfortunately, and it's now being pumped up a lot. And so you have a lot of folks who are new to the space or who are transitioning from different roles saying, now I want to make sure that people, real inclusivity is being practiced, or at least we can figure out ways to do that. And I love that, I'm starting to at least be mindful of my language and saying, instead of asking for a seat at a table, or being rude and pulling out my own seat and be like, I don't care what you think, I'm sitting at this table. Like, well, I want to make my own table. And you can eat here too. And guess what? We gonna eat good.
We can eat real good.
I love that. I love that you are echoing that sentiment because I especially in the queer space, I mean, I feel like we got to. Because otherwise, like you say, you come on panels or you come and you are still one of the only. And it's been like, okay, well, I've lived my whole life seeing people on billboards and in marketing and film that don't look like me, and so I have to do the extra step to say, okay, well, can I be a founder of this? I don't, can I be an actor in this? Can I be, because I don't see that represented. So I love that you are highlighting the need for the necessity for that, and if it's not happening, to build your own table.
Yeah.
So wait, let's talk a little bit more about design, and I would love to actually, before we talk about design, because you're cracking open a lot right now. And I know that folks want to continue to support the work that you're doing. And you're going to do that at the end. You're going to share your socials and things like that. But right now, how can folks go to where you are online, whether it be socials or a website, or how can they be in touch with you?
My website is ecameronpizarro.com. All things are there. My socials are there. You can contact me there if you want to work with me. ecameronpizarro.com. And then my business, marshallsweb.com. If you have any businesses that you want listed on marshallsweb.com, you can go to marshallsweb.com right now and put your business in, and that business will be included. Once we vet it, it'll be included for the launch at the end of this month. So that's where you can find me at.
Yes, and congratulations as well on the launch. I'll be looking for that too. So you
shout out
said
to my business partner, Asher McQueen, because this is not a one-man show ever.
Yes.
We do this together.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
All
That's
the time.
what I found. So EC, you've said that a logo is just the beginning and short term. A brand is consistency and recognition. Can you tell us more about what you mean by that?
Yeah, I think a lot of times when people think to start a business, the first thing is, I need a logo. But when you think about successful businesses, if we think about like the larger ones, Amazon, Nike, they have a logo, but they also have a brand. You have a feeling when you work with them. You know what you're going to get. The experience is the brand. And I don't think a lot of people focus on the experience enough. They focus on the logo. And the reality is, if we're honest with ourselves, we shop with organizations and companies and business that make us feel good. Like if it's not easy for me to navigate your site to purchase what I need to purchase, I'm not gonna purchase. If if I feel, if I'm having a difficult time contacting people, if my experience isn't well, that is your brand. And I think a lot of times, people talk about their personal brand as a person, but I don't think they take that same branding knowledge to their business, because there's a brand there and there's an experience there, and people are loyal to the experience and loyal to the brand. They're not loyal to the logo. People like the swoosh on the Nike, but they're not loyal to the Nike. They're loyal to the quality of the clothes, the quality of the shoes. They know what they're going to get. They know from a political standpoint, like they didn't drop Kaepernick, they know what they're going to get, So that's the difference between a logo and a brand.
Mm-hmm. And so in your opinion, what makes for a successful brand image? And how do you stand out in a crowded field?
I think being true to yourself, because I think the fact that there are billions of people on this planet, nobody's alike unless you're an identical twin and then you have the identical DNA. So no one's going to do it just like you. No one is going to produce it just like you. So be true to yourself. If you don't like your branding, speak up. You know, I think that's one of the things with me is that I'm very hands-on with my clients. I don't just send you a PDF of the brands. We having a whole meeting. Hey, this is what I got. I want to see your facial expression when you see it. So I could be like, ooh, you don't like that. Ooh, you're in love. Because that's what matters, and that's what builds the confidence. Because I think a lot of times there are a lot of good products and good services that fly under the radar just because the person that is running it does not have the confidence to say, this is what I do, this is what I provide, and at this level. I hope I answered that. I think
you did, and I'm gonna throw a curveball because I got some friends, right? I got some friends building tech in the queer space, body positive, sex positive, and they're getting like kicked off of everything. So how can a person who wants to create a business or create their brand, but it has to do with these taboo, these culturally taboo topics like body positivity, sex positivity, queerness, and they go on Instagram and they get blocked or they get, flagged or they get censored. Censorship in the queer digital space. What do you think about that? And how can branding help, or, what do we need to do? It's a big question.
I think censorship, it's so loaded, right? Like from a standpoint of, there is certain stuff I don't want to see. Not that, but like I don't want to see some guy in a Klan hoodie. You know what I mean? Like a news. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see, people beating up on queer folks. Like I don't want to see that, right? I think it's gonna take time, because we do know this, that tech is really built for white folks, white cis folks, white cis men. Like that's the domination of that field. So when you start adding those different layers and you start adding different bodies, if there's not diversity in the building of it, it's not really made for that. I don't have the answer to what the answer to that is. I do know, though, shameless plug, Marshall's Web is sex positive, and we are actually working on having like an 18 and up space so that sex workers, burlesque dancers, all of that, like they can have profiles on our site. It won't be, where kids can find it or whatever, but that is, yeah.
It's a huge, I love that the transparency behind that, saying that, we're living in it right now and who knows, but hopefully we can cross our fingers and say, as long as I love speaking about emotional intelligence. And one of the things that I say that I, as much as I can remind folks, I do, because we all need to be aware of just what you said, EC, that the digital space is being colonized. It is built by a certain kind of person, and it is, censored according to some of those values. And so it's really just, it makes you just go like, okay, so what do I do? Do I decide to not be on tech because I don't feel like I fit in? Or do I build my own tech? Or do I go to the mountains and live in a cave? Like, what do I do? But I find myself saying that as much as as it seems like the world is on fire, this is also a great time to be alive, because we don't know. And I think that the power is in our hands. And I love that you actually started this conversation by saying, how can you shift that power and empower yourself so that you're then, honoring your purpose and your work is like flowing like that. And you have this authenticity, you want to connect, you want to help people to, do better. So censorship is a huge thing that is happening right now. And thank you for the transparency in that, saying like, you don't have the answers, but you're working on it with your projects at least.
Yes. I think there are a lot of community members though that are also like working with these bigger applications to figure it out, right? Like, but I also think like as language is ever evolving, so is everything else. A lot of people's minds are evolving. Like there are people 10 years ago that like, I never met a trans person. And now that language may be, I've never met a trans person that I know of, because trans people have always been here. And it's a privilege if you know that a trans person is even trans, because that's actually medical information. So.
Yes, please drop knowledge. We're listening. We're taking notes. Okay, so I have another question here that was submitted previous to this conversation. For entrepreneurs who are launching their own business, is it best to have your logo and brand identity 100% confirmed before going live with your business, or is this something you can figure out along the way?
Please don't figure it out along the way. Please don't. Please don't. Definitely have that figured out, because people that can see are visual people. So that memorization of what they saw, whether it be the colors, whether it be any type of imagery or font that you're using, they're always going to connect that back. You have to have a pretty good solid foundation to do a rebrand if you're like 2 years in. I don't suggest or recommend that, but I would definitely recommend like having a foundation set up, because your business is the house. The brand is the foundation of that. If your brand isn't solid, the house is gonna crumble.
I want to put some of these things you're saying like on a hat or like on a t-shirt or something just to remind folks. It's great. Okay, so what are some of the most common mistakes you see when it comes to designing a logo or creating a brand?
They want to put everything in it, and a lot of times less is more. The swoosh became iconic, but it didn't start off that way. It was Nike, the Nike was in the swoosh, all that stuff, and then they broke it down to just that. So I see a lot of times, stay away from cliches. Like, it's a clothing business. Every clothing business has like a hanger or something in their logo. Make sure that your logo connects to the business, the experience, and the owner. Those are the three things. Because if your logo and your brand, you're the person that's coming up to say like, hey, this is what I do, this is what I'm selling, or whatever, and it doesn't connect with you, and they're looking at the logo, they're looking at you, they're looking at the product, they're like, how does this all work? So I would say that's the most important, is making sure all of those things are connected, that your brand and your logo are connected with you, your business, and the experience that the customer will get at the end.
Beautifully said, EC. Okay, so we've got about 2 minutes left. Is there anything else you want to share? Any food for thought? Remind us how we can connect with you offline and support the great work that you're doing.
All right. Again, my website, ecameronpizarro.com. My socials are on there. You can follow me on Instagram _King of Cups. I put my personal and my business all together because I just found my followers, they like what I do, but they also like, when I'm traveling and stuff. So ecameronpizarro.com. Again, if you're a small business or entrepreneur or a part of the LGBT community, and want to be listed on martiansweb.com, please go to martiansweb.com. There's a resources tab, and you can literally click there to submit a resource, and there's a whole form you can fill out. That's pretty much it. I mean, I really enjoyed this conversation. I was excited for it, and it was lit. So
yes.
I hope everybody got something from it, because I enjoyed it.
Yes, and I did too. So thank you so much, EC. I look forward to connecting with you and chatting more and supporting the great work that you all are doing after we finish this conversation. Thank you for the food for thought. Thank you for the on point reminders to be unapologetically ourselves and to put that into our brand, so that hopefully we can see some of the trickle effect and we don't need to stay in a box anymore, because pride is every day. I'm proud every day. And as you said before, it's a privilege to even know, what we're sharing in this moment. So this is something that we're experiencing now. This virtual space is allowing us to share stories, to encourage each other, to call people out if we need to, and to, hopefully inspire folks to just be their authentic self. So EC, thank you so much. Meg, I'm going to pass the mic back to you. Yes.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for that amazing discussion. Thank you so much to both of you. That was really great. And huge thank you to our participants. I was watching the chat and there were some really great comments jumping out there. So thank you so much for all of that interactivity between our audience and these amazing speakers. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits from this chat, take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. And as we're onboarding our next speakers, if you're just joining us, I just want to say hi, welcome to day 2 of Power to Fly's June Summit. The theme for June is Pride at Work. I hope that you guys are as excited as we are to jump in on this next group of speakers. Before you do, I want to highlight that if you want to participate in this upcoming conversation, please feel free. You can put any comments or questions you might have into the Zoom chat. Into the group chat, my bad. It's on the right-hand side of the screen. And I'll be in the chat looking to help, flag those questions and pull them aside, send them on to the panel so that we can try and get those questions answered in real time. Now, if you have any kind of technical issues, please feel free to DM myself. My colleague Paloma is also in the chat, so if you have any issues, we'd be happy to help you there. And if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, please refer to the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. Now, if we'll flip to the next slide, I can show you who's coming up on the stage. And before they do, I just want to refer you real quick to the code of conduct. I'm going to be putting that into the group chat. It's just to ensure that this experience, like all of our virtual events, is positive for everyone involved. So please make sure, as most people always do, that if you are interacting with the rest of our community or our speakers, you lead from a place of kindness and respect. Now, I am really excited to introduce you to our amazing community and events lead, Rob Rebar. Rob, take it away.
Thank you, Meg. Thank you, EC, for that wonderful conversation before ours. Thank you, everyone, for joining, of course. Happy Pride. As Meg said, my name is Rob. I'm the community and events lead here at Power to Fly. Super excited to be sitting down with 3 leaders from Bristol Myers Squibb. I've had the good fortune to host several other events with this amazing company in the past. I'm also a Jersey boy, born and bred, and Bristol Myers Squibb's global headquarters is in the Princeton, New Jersey area. So if anyone is joining from New York and New Jersey, if you're ever driving through that beautiful area, you're probably driven past their HQ over there. So just to tell you a little bit about today's conversation before I bring in our amazing speakers, Bristol Myers Squibb recognizes and celebrates the diverse experiences and views of their workforce. They encourage every employee to bring their authentic selves to work so they can fully engage in meaningful ways and drive the company's mission. And Bristol Myers Squibb's Pride Alliance is a vital part of that effort, helping to ensure a diverse and inclusive culture that empowers LGBTQ inclusion, awareness, and engagement. So I'm super excited to introduce you to some members of that Pride Alliance today. And actually, I'm going to let them introduce themselves. So can we go around? Paul, let's start with you and tell us a little bit about yourself, your role at BMS, and maybe a fun fact. Maybe you've acquired a COVID skill in quarantine or something else fun.
Sure. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, great. So I'm Paul Shea. I actually lead full-time our Pride Alliance People and Business Resource Group here at Bristol Myers Squibb. It's a unique model we have for our employee resource groups that I'll talk a little bit about during our panel today. I've been here at BMS for 4.5 years now, and I've been in the pharmaceutical industry for 15 years. Most of my career has been in strategy and operations roles, primarily on the R&D side of our business, but some of my time also on the commercial side of our business as well. And what else? I live in New York City, so commute to Princeton during the week, except during the pandemic, of course. And a fun fact, I learned how to make pretty good chocolate chip cookies during the pandemic, and I certainly had my fair share of them.
Thank you. And that reverse commute, people love the reverse commute. So that's great. Patty, let's hear from you.
Thank you so much, and great to be with everyone. I'm Patty Doikis. Things move fast at BMS, and my title has changed since the slide. I was in the Bristol Myers Squibb Foundation for 20 years and really loved doing health equity work with our team there, and Kemi was part of that team at one point as well. And just in the past 2 weeks, I've stepped into a new role as Executive Director for Health Equity on the company side. So we're really looking at ways that BMS can more inclusively discover and develop and deliver our medicines, understanding that patients have very different journeys and very different needs. And so how can we meet them? So really great to be with you. And let's think a fun fact. Well, I didn't get too far, but I'm committed to continuing learning how to weave during COVID. So I just love textiles. I'm amazed by textile artists and anybody who can knit and weave. So that's what I've been trying to learn a little bit about.
That's amazing. Our director of marketing community is a hardcore knitter. So whenever she's on Zoom, you just see lots and lots of yarn behind her. Speaking of background, Kemi, your background is like on point. It's like almost like a fake Zoom background. It's so picturesque. But can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your role at BMS and some fun details?
Yes, definitely. Thanks, Rob. So I'm Kemi Oshandina. I've been at BMS for about 4 years now. Half of my fun fact that Patty already revealed is that I started my career at the BMS Foundation. But right now, in my current role, I'm an Associate Director of Health Equity and New Partnerships on our patient advocacy team. So going to be working very closely with Patty as well. I'm a pharmacist by training. But I also have some outcomes research background, and I started working at BMS in the corporate philanthropy side. I'm an immigrant by Nigeria, so global public health, health equity has always been a real passion of mine, and really excited that that personal passion and the professional side of it has aligned with my career at BMS. I recently purchased a house in Philadelphia, a townhouse. So that's why I've been decorating, DIYing, HGTV, YouTube, you name it, I'm obsessed.
That's amazing. Yes, I became a homeowner a couple of years ago, and luckily there's lots of resources out there these days to go to. But welcome everyone. Now that we got to learn a little bit more about you, I'd love to learn a bit more about Bristol Myers Squibb as a company. You know, we're hearing obviously a lot about pharmaceutical companies these days with, you know, the pandemic, but, you know, I think it's still kind of a world that's mysterious to a lot of us lay people. So Paul, can you kind of kick us off and tell us a little bit more about Bristol Myers Squibb as a company?
Yeah, it's great. Thank you for that. I'm trying to put up, let me see if this works.
Yep, we're seeing them now.
You're seeing our slides. Awesome. So let me see if I can put it here in. Does it work when I put in?
Yes, perfect. Okay. Beautiful.
Yeah, so I just have a little bit of information. This won't be like a didactic panel by any stretch, but I just thought I would show some slides on the screen about our company. So at Bristol Myers Squibb, we're building the leading biopharma company in the industry, and we focus on 5 core therapeutic areas, which are oncology, hematology, cardiovascular, immunology, and also fibrosis. And we're all inspired by a single vision. We all come to work with the same thing on our mind every day, and that's what can we do to transform patients' lives through science? Our mission is to discover, develop, and deliver innovative medicines that help patients prevail over serious diseases, like I just mentioned. And our vision is to be the world's leading biopharma company that transforms patients' lives through science. So, you know, just as important as like what we do is how we do it. And we all work towards these 6 values that you see on the screen here. You know, one, it starts with integrity and ethics, right? And quality, and as the cornerstones of everything we do and how we work. We also strive to bring a passion and dedication to delivering exceptional results for our customers and our patients. We pursue innovations that are bold and meaningful, and we all act as accountable owners of the business and stewards of the company's resources as if they were our own. We act with urgency to deliver with speed and quality because we know patients are in need of solutions. And we work together with inclusive behaviors to bring in diverse perspectives and maximize everyone's potential in the company. And we have 4 pillars, you know, in our strategic foundation as a company. One is leading through scientific innovation. You've heard me stress that a lot already. One is collaborating at the center of the biotech ecosystem. Third is leveraging global scale and agility. And last but certainly not least, it's all driven by the best talent in the industry. And just in terms of our geographic footprint, we have sites in over 50 countries around the world, and many of our colleagues as well are field-based. in various countries around the world, either from a commercial or a research standpoint as well. So that's just my upfront slide section there for you.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, it's so interesting with this global company, many companies, of course, have really intensified their focus on DEI since this past year. Of course, we had the horrible murder of George Floyd, and coming on the heels of Me Too, and then of course this pandemic. So I'd really love to understand, some ways that BMS, being a major pharmaceutical company, what some of the ways, you're, really fostering these kind of commitments, both as the company and the foundation, because I know there's two different ways that you're doing that. So I'd love to, hear a little bit more about the health equity specifically, maybe also define what health equity is, and then what you're kind of doing as a company in terms of DEI as a whole. So Kemi, maybe you can tell us a little bit about the company, and Patty, you can tell us a bit about what the foundation's commitments are.
Yes, definitely. So, although we've been on a health equity journey for many years, the pandemic and really, unfortunately, the ongoing social injustices really shined a critical light on health inequities. So last August, we deepened our commitment to health equity and announced that BMS, the company, and BMS, the foundation, will each invest $150 million to address health disparities, clinical trial diversity, supplier diversity, employee giving, and workforce representation. Under the company commitments, $50 million will be used for corporate giving grants executed by my team in patient advocacy, while the remaining $100 million will be used for our patient affordability and support services. We're working on clinical trial diversity to increase our clinical trial sites in more racially and ethnically diverse areas in the US. We're also committed to spending globally $1 billion to work with diverse suppliers in our everyday businesses and operations. And then we have our workforce representation goal to achieve gender parity and to increase executive representation of Black and Latinx employees. So that's the company side. Patty, you want to talk about the foundation?
You're on mute, Patty.
Thanks, Kemi. So the foundation, first of all, has had a health equity mission for over 20 years. So we've been in this work and very fortunate to have been supported by Bristol Myers Squibb Company for this work. So in the health disparities area, we'll also be investing $50 million in health equity grants. On the foundation side, we're very interested in putting resources in the hands of the most innovative thinker-doers in the health equity space. Been a lot of time describing health disparities and not so much action against them. So we really try to help those action-oriented folks to try ideas out about how to best reach underserved populations. In clinical trial diversity, we're investing $100 million in a 5-year initiative to increase the diversity of investigators in clinical trials. We know that in care and also in clinical trials, it really does help patients when there's concordance between their identity and their background and the person who's taking care of them or who's the clinical trial leader in the program, or if someone's had a lot of cultural competency training, come to life in such a way that they've gotten a lot of that naturally. So 250 investigators who are diverse and also serving underrepresented communities that haven't participated so much in clinical trials. And then in employee giving, I can tell you this does not happen very often that the foundation doubles its match, but this was really, really important to our board and to our team to invest in help our employees who are so committed to addressing health disparities and discrimination, to be able to have their dollars and their commitment go even further. So we're doubling their match there.
That's amazing.
And
just
one thing
go ahead, Paul.
I just wanted to add real quick on the clinical trial diversity work that Patty just mentioned. Even though it's sponsored by the BMS Foundation, this will be, these 250 investigators, they will work on all industry studies. This isn't like they just get to work on BMS studies. So this benefits the entire industry, not just BMS.
Yeah, anybody who wants to be a clinical trial researcher, they could have NIH studies for the rest of their life or be sponsored by Stand Up to Cancer. It's really just to build the infrastructure in the people force within clinical trial investigators. Thanks, Paul, for raising that.
That's great. And of course, we've seen the importance of that kind of infrastructure, the need for that over the course of this last year. And just quick kind of off the cuff question I had for any of you, for us who aren't part of the organization, who want to kind of follow along with some of these things, will you be updating on your website, or where can we kind of follow along and see like the progress of these various initiatives?
Yeah, there's a huge commitment to being transparent and accountable. It's one thing to make the commitments, but you've got to deliver on them and share with the world, and certainly with the folks who are hoping to be helped more by you or included more, how that progress is going. So we have already, and definitely Paul can speak to this, put out a D&I report, but August 12th is when we made the announcement last year. So we're all holding ourselves to how did we do after a year, and our internal teams, and looking to share that with our people too. Believe me, plenty of people in the company are saying, how's it going? We want to make sure we're doing well, as well as external audiences.
Yes, no, that's something we always stress here at Power to Fly, because lots of folks make the announcement, but then where can we find the information, and holding people accountable. So that's amazing. And you kind of mentioned that internally at the company, people are also putting this pressure on you all, and that kind of brings me to also talking a little bit about what is the internal company culture at BMS, especially in regards to DEI, and then specifically, of course, through an LGBTQIA lens. So, Paul, I'd love to hear, what is the culture of inclusion at the company?
Yeah, sure. I have to admit, when I first came to BMS over 4 years ago, I was coming from working in very progressive Manhattan. And honestly, based on admittedly very little information, I really didn't know what to expect from the BMS culture. And I made some assumptions perhaps based mainly on geography, but I have to say, working here has been really a wonderful experience, both from a work content perspective, just all the great things that you've heard us already things we get to work on, but also culturally with our colleagues and partners. I'd say the culture overall is very friendly and collegial, without a lot of hierarchy, unnecessary formality, and things like that. And people are both very mission driven while also making space to be open and inclusive. I think a great example of our culture actually is how we pivoted quickly during the pandemic to new ways of working from home for many of us, and the many ways that both the company and also our employee resource groups supported colleagues in making those adjustments, and also in being flexible on how people worked, as well as the company's go forward approach to remote work. I know it's a question that comes up a lot, so I'll just say it at the outset. At steady state, once we're all back in the office, BMS is enabling all colleagues to work remotely up to 50% of their time with alignment from their managers. And so that creates a lot of flexibility for the workforce. But one of the areas that I want to touch on that we focus on a lot is, and you mentioned it at the beginning, Rob, is creating a culture where all colleagues feel fully comfortable bringing their full authentic selves to the workplace and fully engaging. And so that's not just about enabling LGBTQ folks to be out of the closet, so to speak, although that's one area, but many people cover aspects of themselves for many reasons, usually out of concern for negative perceptions. And so from leadership on down, we've stressed a lot that everyone needs to be able to be themselves, so that they're not distracted or concerned about personal judgments that aren't really relevant, to their work or their potential. And in fact, this notion of covering is an area that my organization, the Pride Alliance team, has focused a lot on through our live programming, as well as on-demand videos and other engagement opportunities we create. A second big aspect of our culture is educating all colleagues about using inclusive behaviors through a program that we call Possibility Lives. Possibility Lives is centered on fostering and growing 3 behaviors, specifically around encouraging every voice, exploring new ideas, and eliminating barriers. It's a really neat program grounded in science and habit formation, and it really speaks to creating specific actions to drive belonging. And then the last I should touch on, given my role, is our resource group strategy. We call our affinity groups here People and Business Resource Groups, or PBRGs. And the name is very intentional to show that it's an equal focus on supporting our colleagues and communities, as well as driving insights, innovation, and results for the business. Each of our 8 PBRGs has a full-time lead like myself, actually, who's charged with developing a business plan and marshaling the talents of a volunteer organization to deliver on that plan. And it's been a great win-win both for our communities and the company as well. So I know I've been talking a lot about our culture, but I'm also curious about my colleagues here, their perspective on our company culture too.
Well, Paula, what I'll add is that one of the things I love about BMS is how entrepreneurial you can be and trying out ideas. We're building in health equity on a long legacy of work in the area. They'll talk a little bit more about, but HIV/AIDS was really what's given us all our best ideas right now. But it really was the people and business resource groups and a number of people in there standing in their function, their expertise, as well as being in the PBRGs that helped through. It really was a grassroots effort to bring to leadership that the company needs to take a health equity approach in everything that we did end to end, and to expand beyond really important philanthropic efforts, really important service efforts, individual efforts across the whole place, but tie it all together and really put a stake in the ground to say, we're only doing well and excelling if we're taking a health equity approach and keeping all patients in mind as we look to bring forward these innovations. So, that was just a wonderful connection between the entrepreneurial opportunity and employees bringing ideas to leadership and them saying, let's go with it. And just the commitment of the PBRGs to have made, there's a lot of time on weekends. There's a lot of research people were doing on their own and meeting informally beyond their jobs, but really that sort of people power within BMS really has made a difference and is the reason why Kemi and I are in our roles now.
Yeah, and for me, BMS is the first company that I've been at and stayed at since I graduated with my PharmD degree. And I've stayed for many reasons, including the cultural, the company culture and the people. Like Paul and Patty mentioned, I'm also very involved in our PBRGs, particularly BOLD, which is our Black Organization for Leadership and Development. And I think that's been really critical to my development and growth within the company. As a young Black professional, BOLD offers not only a community to network, but colleagues to learn and really develop from that look like me. And similar for all the other PBRGs and just learning from different communities as well. And additionally, as a pharmacist, I definitely took a non-traditional route. Didn't end up working at the corner store or a hospital pharmacy, but I got this amazing opportunity to work at BMS and really pursue my passion, working with nonprofits and patient advocacy groups to really make an impact. And like Patty said, what I love about BMS is that there's so many opportunities for growth and exploration. I could work in the medical department, commercial, corporate affairs, or any other department. And the company really encourages that because they know that that's how you develop well-rounded leaders.
That's great. And I'd imagine working for a global company, so many of the trainings and cultural value system that you talked about is even more important because you're working with colleagues that are not in your country, might not share, parts of your culture, especially maybe around the LGBTQI kind of perspective. So getting everyone on the same page in that way. I think we've also all seen that as we're moving, increasingly into hybrid situations or remote work, the importance of that strong company culture and value system at the core. That way everyone can be united, even if they are not physically in the same office, whether they have a hybrid or remote system or whether they're like Bristol Myers Squibb and are a global company all over the world. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. And I kind of love to kind of also talk a little bit about BMS's company culture and how it supports or reinforces that health equity work that you're all involved in. Patty, you mentioned a little bit about some of the HIV/AIDS work that the company is doing. I was just recently listening to Dr. Fauci on WNYC, really talking about, you know, his work in that field and how it really did pave the way to so many of the advances we made in terms of the COVID-19, you know, pandemic as well. So love to kind of talk a bit about that synergy between the company culture and the health equity work, and maybe specifically about the HIV/AIDS work that you're all working on.
Sure, sure. And we're out of the HIV/AIDS business, but certainly it's gave us, you know, many lessons that we take forward, including our work now in monoclonal antibodies for COVID-19, knowing that everybody will be getting the vaccine and that we'll need to reach into communities around the world to have a treatment option there as well. Well, it really starts with BMS being a patient-centered company. If you come and visit us ever, or I don't know if you have had a chance, but you'll see there are patients and patient stories all around our building. And we're always asking this question of who are you working for? And, you know, there are certainly patients even among our own employee base, people facing cancer, facing multiple sclerosis, cardiovascular disease, rheumatology, et cetera. So this patient-centered focus, I think, is really unites everybody, because I'm sure everybody in the building could have chosen to do a lot of things with their lives. This is what they choose to do, and to have mission-focused work, purpose-focused work that's making people's lives better. I mean, there's no greater privilege, you know, in terms of how you spend your day. It's a lot of time working over a career, and to be able to pour it into that is really, really important. And with that strong basis and a focus on patients, as we move forward with the health equity work, it's really being inclusive. You know, who aren't we working for yet? How are we going to bring them into full view, understand their needs as well, and reach them with our science, with our products, and with our services, and also with our partnership and alliance with them too, in terms of other things that they are facing in their lives as well. So, you know, the HIV, I came into BMS in 1997. That was right at the moment. BMS is a big HIV company, right at the moment where we went from having nothing for people living with HIV and the kind of outcomes that resulted from that to highly active antiretroviral treatment, which, you know, some people called it the Lazarus effect. People were really ill, but as a consequence of these medications, were able to reclaim their health and their lives. So, but we know that there were inequities with that in terms of the reach of this new tool to really address HIV outside the US. So between the company work and the foundation work, we joined the global response to HIV. And like I said, that's really where we got the playbook. And there were so many disruptions, and we owe so much to the LGBTQ community for the advocacy, the ideas about how to disrupt and change things. Things don't have to keep going how they're going now. You know, they're not accomplishing what we need to accomplish. You know, our community is dying, and we need a different kind of result from you all. So just getting a lot of ideas from them about how the FDA could operate differently, how clinical trials could be done differently, how we could work with communities, not just for treatment, but also for prevention and for getting tested and getting into care, being supported otherwise in terms of what you need to. So like I said, this has all been part of the lessons that we take forward in the company, and just knowing that, you know, the medicine part is not enough, that a person is not their disease, that there's a lot going on in their lives otherwise. And so how can we help them to address the disease that they are facing, and then live the life that they want and make the contributions that they want to their family, community, society overall, and live, you know, as fully as they can. So these are just some of the really, really important lessons that we learned. You know, community outreach and engagement, listening to communities, understanding their needs, partnering with them. You know, BMS partnered so closely with LGBTQ organizations up and down, whether they were direct service organizations, whether they were publications to get the word out in terms of what's going on, what opportunities were, what the science was to give input. There was such strong engagement there that is really a core principle of how we go forward, is strong community outreach and engagement, to listen, to partner, to understand what the needs are, and really stand in the shoes of the person who is facing a very difficult disease and yet has many barriers to accessing healthcare and to accessing the support that they need as well.
Thank you. Yeah, that's amazing. And just on the left, the television show Pose just ended this past Sunday, and they mentioned the Lazarus effect. They called it that as well, and talked a lot about some of the issues that you were saying about the disparities between the different communities, and really, you know, the need to listen and to walk in other people's shoes there, especially looking at it through an LGBTQ lens. So that's amazing. And I'd love to kind of, you know, segue into talking a little bit more about how BMS's approach to addressing health equity has evolved, specifically really over the past year. You know, maybe Kemi, you can, you know, give us some, you know, also specific health equity activities that BMS has engaged in, especially over this year where, you know, things have radically changed for so many of us.
Yeah, definitely. So lots of things going on, you know, internally within the company. We went over our overview of commitments from the foundation and the company side. But I just want to give a little bit more detail from the patient advocacy side. So in late 2020, we actually announced 56 grant recipients. And these are nonprofit organizations that are focused on advancing health equity. And this is in the United States. They're doing this by delivering programs to improve access to high quality care, increasing disease education and awareness for medically underserved communities, and improving diversity in clinical research. So we awarded these grants in response to a special health equity request for proposals that we sent out, and we awarded 11.1 million of the 50 million in corporate giving grants that I mentioned earlier. The grant recipients, they included patient advocacy and community-based organizations, health equity coalitions, medical societies, nonprofit healthcare institutions, and others. And they're actively working right now, you know, to deliver on those programs. Many of them are 1 to 2 year programs. And, you know, we talked a lot about accountability earlier, and we're also looking for that in our external partners as well. So they'll be tracking their metrics, you know, including how many individuals were served, the demographics, and any other indicators or measures to really show that they made a positive impact on the community that they were looking to serve. You know, there's so many amazing organizations, and I always struggle to pick a couple to highlight, but I was wondering if I could drop in the chat. You know, we released a press release that kind of has a full list of all of the groups that received funding, and you can feel free to take a look there. But I did just want to touch on, you know, it's not just the support that we're giving them, but we're really looking to make sure to include the diverse patient voices from our external partners through these advocacy organizations and other external stakeholders, and really bring that perspective into what BMS is doing internally as well. You know, we've had health equity advocacy summit. We have this platform where we're incorporating the advocate voice into our clinical trial process. We're looking to make sure to incorporate it into our marketing and patient education materials as well. So really holistically working with partners that have trusted relationships with the underserved communities.
Thank you. And we'll share that, Meg, we'll share that press release link on our site where everyone else is watching us. So everyone can check that out and see a little bit more. Yeah, and this kind of goes into a little bit more kind of what you were talking about, but, you know, all of this work, you know, can't happen in isolation. So you're of course giving these grants to these other companies, you know, these other organizations, working in partnership with them, keeping them accountable, they're keeping you accountable. And I love to, kind of hear a little bit more about, how do you partner with other groups to advance these efforts? Are there particular, ways that how do you find them, and what are other ways that you're, really striving and driving this forward?
Definitely. So, I mean, you said it, we know there's still so much more to be done and we can't do it alone. So our success, we really have to listen and also collaborate with other stakeholders that are committed to health equity, that are committed to serving various communities, whether it's the LGBTQ community, Black patients, Latinx patients, patients in rural communities, or those that speak different languages. And really the only way that we're going to make progress is by continuing to take those bold, deliberate actions and working with these different groups. In the past, from an advocacy perspective, we have kind of focused on various therapeutic areas, going and working with cancer specific or cardiovascular specific, but now we really want to take a broader approach, working with groups that have relationships and targeted health equity programs towards those various medically underserved communities, and also working to connect them too. It's all about connections and collaborations, and we don't want anybody working in silos, or you're not going to achieve anything.
Yeah, and on that note, kind of, Paul, what are some of the initiatives that the Pride Alliance is doing? Are there other groups that you're specifically partnering with, or maybe just some stuff that's being created internally?
Yeah, no, thanks for that. And I just want to first underline something Kenny just said, about just the way BMS has thought so broadly and inclusively about health equity. A lot of organizations it starts and stops maybe with based on gender or race, but BMS is really thinking expansively about it, inclusive, as Kenny said, of LGBTQ, socioeconomic status, people with disabilities. And so it's really inclusive of all the dimensions, even those that are not necessarily as well researched. And that happens to be the case for the LGBTQ community. Because of a lack of consistent data collection on LGBTQ status at most points in the healthcare system, we actually know less about health disparities with respect to LGBTQ than we do in other communities. It starts right at the doctor's office. It also happens at the ER. It happens in health registries, even frankly in industry clinical trials. We don't consistently collect LGBTQ data, and so we don't know as much about what are the disparities and how might we address those. So that's an area that we're focused on, raising awareness of that, and what can we do to add to the body of knowledge on LGBTQ health equity. So two specific areas we're focused on. One is patient-focused. We've supported the largest ever survey of LGBTQ cancer survivors to understand their experiences in diagnosis, treatment, and survivorship with cancer. And we suspect it's going to read out actually at the end of this month, and we suspect it's going to show that this community faces additional challenges above and beyond what mainstream cancer patients face. And we're hopeful that it points us to solutions that we can get involved in terms of patient and provider education to support them. And a second area is on oncologist education, I should say. There's a group down in the Moffitt Cancer Center in Tampa, Florida, that has developed LGBTQ training specifically for oncologists, which is very unique. And BMS, Pride Alliance, and the BMS Foundation have jointly sponsored actually a randomized clinical trial to test this training to see how impactful it is on oncologists, on their ability to work with their LGBTQ cancer patients. And I should say, it's not just cultural issues like pronouns and how you communicate, but there's real health considerations. For example, a patient who's on hormone therapy has different considerations when it comes to their cancer treatments. And oncologists need to know that, and they have different risk factors in terms of screening for different types of cancers. So these are things that oncologists need to know. Not all either have familiarity with such knowledge or comfort with it, and so that's the point of this this education that we've sponsored, this clinical study. So we're hopeful that the study reads out positive in another year or so, shows benefit of this education, and then we're going to work to see how we can expand its utilization more broadly.
That's great. Yeah, and that's so interesting what you said about the fact that the data isn't always there for the LGBTQIA community. And that's when you really think about it in terms of gender or race, it might be more apparent in many situations, but it's not always there. We actually had someone from the LGBT Chamber of Commerce earlier, and he was just talking about that if you put all the money together, that LGBT owned businesses, not even the people who frequent those businesses, but own businesses. But in a lot of cases, people are not declaring that in the same way they might be declaring I'm a woman owned business or a Black owned business. So it's very interesting that there still is that culture there. And, something hopefully summits like this are, hoping to change that. We're working on changing that. And of course, all the amazing work that you're also doing in regards to health disparities. That's wonderful. Love to just see if there's any questions from the audience. Feel free to put them in. I'm going to ask our audience one more question. Our panel one more question before we lose them. But before I ask that, Paul, love to just kind of hear, where can we find more about Bristol Myers Squibb? There might be people on the line who are, looking at new opportunities. So, if they're looking to work for Bristol Myers Squibb or just maybe learn more, where would that be?
Yeah, that's great. Thanks for that, Rob. And I just put in the chat, and hopefully they can pass it along to the folks watching. I would encourage everyone to check out our careers website. There's a ton of great opportunities available now, and we are definitely in a hiring phase. So, we welcome all diverse talent at BMS of all stripes. So definitely encourage, first of all, everyone to check that out. And in addition, let me see if I can walk and chew gum at the same time.
And while you do that, Paul,
Yeah.
too, I was gonna point out, I know we have a pharmacist on the line, but
Yeah.
I have been told from past BMS events that you do not need a pharmaceutical background for many of the roles at BMS. So I know that can be scary to people. It's like, wait, I'm not in pharma, like, why would I apply? But I know that's not always the case for most of the roles.
That's definitely true. And Rob, I just have a little diversity story to share on my own part. I mean, I made a huge career change when I came to BMS. I was in academics teaching, cultural studies at Vassar and coaching, and came to BMS. And I had sat in front of a lot of people who were like, what am I supposed to do with you? But I came to BMS and folks were so open, really valued the experience I had had. Not only in teaching, but some policy work I had done, that I had lived internationally. So BMS really 360s people to see how they can help the company and tap into those strengths and those different abilities.
Yeah, that's great. And agreed, but BMS looks very expensively in terms of like qualifications when considering hiring people. I just want to share that we do have a really neat virtual recruiting event coming up at the end of the month on June 29th at 5 o'clock Eastern time. We've been hosting quarterly virtual recruiting events of the whole year. And this one's going to be focused on commercial, so like sales, marketing, medical, value access, pricing roles. And it's going to be a really neat opportunity for folks out there to meet some of our leaders in the company who are LGBTQ and hear them speak and get their perspectives, both on their roles, but also the company culture as well. And then there'll be time at the end you can see for smaller group discussions in breakout rooms based on different functions. So I put I know that registration link is quite long. I put it in the chat, and if folks could share that as well. We welcome anyone who's interested to join us on June 29th for that.
Awesome. And people can take screenshots or stuff like that so they see this. That is amazing. And also I'm going to point out that BMS also has a page on Power to Fly as well. So you can apply to roles directly through that page. We also have some videos from previous events we've done together, and also some more information about the company. And before I lose you all, we can do like a little lightning round question for you all, which is the question I love to kind of end these conversations with, which is, if you could go back in time, however many years you want, but if you could go back in time and give your younger self just one piece of advice, what would that piece of advice be? And whoever wants to start, who's ever got their answer first?
That's a good one.
That is a good one. I would say just just have confidence in yourself that, you can add so much value that, it's at least a case of BMS, that this is such hard stuff that we work on, that we really need everybody. And that, you could feel, oh, I'm going into a scientific field. I don't have all this training. How am I going to help? When, health is everything. It's everything from anthropology to science to government affairs and so on. So we need everybody, and just have confidence that both in who you are as a person and the things that you've known and gained skill in, that has such value. And as long as you are really interested in the mission of an organization, then don't question yourself at all. Just go for it, I guess.
Yeah, and I feel like along those lines, I would just say, don't be afraid to try new things, go new places, and meet new people, because you never know what you're going to learn. And that's how you meet diverse people and get diverse perspectives. And it's not just what you have grown up and what you're used to. I'm fortunate. I was born in a different country, and then I came here, and I've traveled quite a few places, but I would encourage people to try to do that as much as they can, whether it's in person or virtually. Now you could be in a whole other country on your laptop learning about different things. So that is a huge part about, just being a diverse and inclusive leader, and very important for health equity as well.
Paul, want to wrap us up?
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts were really similar to Patty's and Kemi's. My initial gut was to take me in a similar place. Have the confidence. Trust your instincts. You know more than maybe you appreciate, and you have a good judgment, perhaps better than you appreciate earlier in your career. And I would build on that and say, for folks out there wondering if they could be out of the closet at work or not, I would just say, have the confidence, give it a go. Most likely it'll work out great, and frankly, if you encounter an unfriendly environment, well, that tells you something too, and maybe that's a sign that you're not in the right place. So I definitely would say go for it.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for going for it today and being here at our Pride at Work Summit. I'll invite our wonderful co-host Meg back on. But thank you all again for your time today. We'll definitely encourage everyone to check out BMS's upcoming LGBTQ hiring event, as well as, of course, your page on Power to Fly as well. So again, thank you all so much for your time today. And thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity. It was great.
Thank you all. This was an absolutely wonderful chat to get to sit on. A huge round of applause to all of you. All right, as we offboard our Bristol Myers Squibb team and get ready to host and all y'all for the next chat, we have a little bit of time to fill, and I just want to call out a couple quick things that we've talked about a little bit off and on throughout today's presentation, as well as yesterday's summit events as well. But I just want to address some things for y'all. So let me go in here. I'm going to share some pages with you so that you can kind of check out some of the stuff we've been talking about. And I'll share these links into the chat thread as well. So the first thing I want to highlight is our merch store. And I know that we've talked a little bit about this, and it's
Meg, just heads up, we're not quite seeing your screen. So
oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to do a new share. My bad. Thank you, Rob. So is that better?
There we go. Yeah, perfect.
All right. So one of the things I want to highlight is our merch store. So it's on bonfire.com. I'm going to throw the link to the store into the chat right now. And this is an important thing to note because not only we have some pretty cool stuff, and you should definitely take advantage of it. But one of the things I want to highlight here is that 100% of the proceeds from all the items in our store, anything that you buy from Power to Fly merch, 100% of the proceeds is going to be donated to Trans Tech Social. Now, we have been able to and been so proud to partner with Trans Tech Social for for this donation for I think it's been a full year now, right, Rob?
Yes, that's correct. We've been donating all of our proceeds since our first summit back in June. So we're very excited to continue to promote our proceeds to Trans Tech Social. We also had 2 Trans Tech Social community members speak today, and we also have a third person speaking tomorrow as well. So very grateful for that partnership also.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to call out for everybody who maybe isn't aware, hasn't checked our store, we have a lot of really great merch, bunch of different designs. We've obviously got our requisite rainbow pride shirts. We've also got the same design in the trans flag colors as well. A very, cause that's obviously near and dear to our hearts at Power to Fly. We also have a bunch of merch that's just, just Power to Fly based. Stuff from old summits. So in case you loved our summits in 2020 and you want to take advantage of stocking up while the designs are still available. We've also got stuff for kids. Little kids go to Pride too, and everybody wants to kind of teach kids while they're young that everyone should be loved, everyone should be respected, and this is a great way to do it. Like Rob had said, Trans Tech Social is a group that we've been lucky enough to partner with for a lot of things, not limited to our donations from the merch store. But in case you don't know about them, Trans Tech Social is an incubator for LGBTQ+ talent with a focus on economically empowering transgender people. So like I said, all of the funds from this campaign, 100% of the proceeds that we raise are going to specifically support technical boot camp fees for Black, transgender, or non-binary people on their way to a career in engineering. So it's a really great way to shop some cool swag. I've got, I think, a sweatshirt and a t-shirt as well. I'll probably be ordering something else this week too. But I can tell you they're really good quality, they're super comfy, and it's just a great cause to support. We're all shopping.
And they were founded by Angelica Ross, who's spoken at our past events, and many people listening might know Angelica Ross as Candy Ferocity from Pose as well. And speaking of also trans rights, on our in room B right now, we're wrapping up a conversation on trans rights. So if you don't want to listen to Meg and I before our final speaker comes on, you can hop over to room B and catch the end of that conversation. And just in a moment, we're going to be bringing up a special final interview and musical performance to end day 2 here at Pride at Work. But I also want to give a special shout out as well to our amazing sponsors who make this event possible. So those sponsors are American Express, NGA, PwC, Raytheon Technologies, S&P Global, and Smartsheet. Those are our gold level sponsors, as well as our silver level sponsor, ESRI, as well. We also have a number of influencer level sponsors: APCO Worldwide, iRelaunch, Black Remote She, Garden State Equality, Trans Tech Social, Delon Enterprises, Prezi, Gravity Speakers, O.Dot School, Start Out, Gangle, and Reverie. So all those organizations were able, bonded together really to make this event possible, as well as our very special media partner, MMCA, the Multicultural Media and Correspondence Association, who was responsible for yesterday's keynote address and will also be presenting tomorrow's keynote address with David J. Johns, the Executive Director of the National Black Justice Coalition. So you're definitely going to want to tune into that conversation, which will be in partnership with David Morgan, who is the founder of MMCA. And that will be tomorrow at noon Eastern time. We'll also be kicking off the morning at 11 a.m. Eastern time with our very own Meg in another networking session. So if you're looking to meet more skilled professionals, especially some fellow LGBTQIA professionals or perhaps some allies, we'll be hosting that networking session tomorrow morning. And if you're on the West Coast and it's a little too early at 8 a.m. for you, then we are also hosting a 30-minute networking session at the end of the day tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Eastern time, so 3:30 Pacific time. So you can also join that networking session as well. And we have another full day of panel discussions as well, fireside chats, conversations. In addition to David J. Johns in the morning, we'll also be speaking with LaFawn Davis from Indeed, who we love. She's spoken at many of our past events. Ann May Chang, who was the Chief Innovation Officer for the Peat for America campaign. We also have wonderful speakers from the One Archive, as well as many other wonderful organizations throughout the day. We'll also be featuring some recordings from the past, such as how we support Black, trans, and non-binary leaders, and many other conversations that we'll be highlighting. So I'm very excited for that. So please, and now you can see some wonderful conversations that we have coming up. And we actually do host live conversations here on Power to Fly every weekday, pretty much. So, and they're all free to attend, as well as free hiring events with our many partners as well. So we definitely encourage you all to fill out your profile on Power to Fly if you haven't already. That makes it much easier for us to invite you to other events. And again, we, as you can see here on the screen, we really host everything from, how to do taxes to, how to better apply to jobs, networking tips, interview tips, technical talks for our very tech-centric audience, wellness and mindfulness talks, as well as many hiring talks as well. So if you're looking for new opportunity, we definitely suggest that you check those out as well. Wonderful. Well, thank you again, Meg. Did you have another, we see our speakers coming in now, but just my last question would be, was there a specific talk that really jumped out at you today that you suggest everyone revisit once our recordings are up next week?
Oh my gosh, yes. The chat with Cayenne and Vera. It was this afternoon. It was, I saw that the internal Power to Fly chat was just blowing up, because Cayenne is absolutely, as Rob said, the godmother to the Black trans community. She was absolutely wonderful. I could listen to her tell her story, or even just talk about whatever she feels like for hours. She was just fascinating and very real, and it was so wonderful to get to see.
I agree. Yeah, definitely recommend everyone check out that chat with Cayenne Durashow, who is going to be one of the co-grand marshals for the New York City Pride March, and is the founder and executive director of GLITS. That's Gay and Lesbians Living in a Transgender Society. So definitely suggest checking that out. But without further ado, we're going to wrap up today with a really special final conversation and short performance as well. So Meg, I'm going to pass it back to you to introduce our final speaker for today, as well as our Power to Fly's own Lucy, who's going to be leading this conversation.
All right, thank you so much, Rob. So as we get our next guests onboarded, I just want to say hi, welcome to anyone who is just now joining us for day 2 of Power to Fly's virtual summit series for 2021. June's theme is Pride at Work, and we are so excited to have this amazing next guest join us. If you are just joining, please feel free to participate in the upcoming conversation. So add questions, comments, anything that you'd like to direct to the speakers into the panel that's on the right-hand side of your screen. I'll be there to help with, grab those questions or comments and pass them along to the panel in real time. My colleagues Arushi and Patricia are also there. Pardon me, guys, I got a frog in my throat. They are also in the chat today. So if you have any kind of tech issues or problems that you need to sort through, please feel free to DM us. We will do our best to try and help you out so that you are able to really participate and make the most of this, this great event. Now, I will flag again, if you do have, if you're looking to earn SHRM credits or redeem SHRM credits for today's talks, please refer to the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. And then I'm also going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct. I'll be sharing that in the group chat in just a moment. It's there to ensure that this event, as well as all of our virtual events, are a positive experience for everyone involved. I am very pleased to introduce our next guest. We have with us the amazing Bugs Gutta, who is a rapper and CEO of Pink Gorilla Entertainment. So Bugs was born and raised on some of the darkest streets of Virginia. And prior to his rap career, he spent nearly 10 years in and out of the prison system, during which he quickly gained a special appreciation for hip hop and all of its healing powers. Growing up, he spent many nights studying the underground mixtapes of artists like The Lox, Cameron, and Lil Kim. Their stories seem to most reflect his life experiences, eventually inspired his music, and are still spinning on his playlists today. He is a hardcore, no-nonsense, gutta-style rapper who is open and honest about being sexually attracted to both men and women, which, if you're at all familiar with hip-hop or rap, is not the case for the majority of artists. However, Bugs Gutta is very far from being just another gay rapper. When he isn't in the booth, he's an activist and is now the CEO of his own indie label, Pink Gorilla Entertainment, and he's based out of NYC. So welcome, Bugs. Bugs will be joined on the stage with our own amazing Lucy Sandy, who is an account executive with Power to Fly. Lucy joined us in mid-February of 2021, and changing jobs during the pandemic is a little crazy, but she knew that Power to Fly's commitment to helping companies with diversity, equity, and inclusion work was an opportunity she just couldn't refuse. We're so happy that she joined us. Lucy is originally from Houston, Texas, but currently lives in Chicago, where she has been since earning her MFA at DePaul University for the Fine Arts. She enjoys living in the beautiful city of Chicago with her new quarantine cat, Joan. So welcome to the stage, Lucy and Bugs Gutta. I will step aside and leave you two to take over.
Thank you, Meg. Hey, Bugs Gutta, how are you?
How are you doing today?
Good, good. Thank you so much for taking the time to do this and talk to us here at Power to Fly and the community and answer our questions that we are dying to ask you and perform for us. So thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I'm super excited.
Thanks for having me, like for real. This is just a pleasure and I'm excited to be here.
Good, good. So I'm gonna start with a couple of questions. First and foremost, I and we would love to know more about you and how, you know, what inspired you to become a rapper?
I'm originally from Newport News, Virginia. I grew up in, you know, I was born in the 80s, so I grew up in the 90s. And, you know, I grew up in a time where hip hop was like, they consider it the golden era. So like I was introduced to like, it was like Biggie, Wu-Tang, Bad Boy, all of these people. And it was everything that I was seeing at home, like in the hood, in the streets, but it was on TV. And so it was like the visual for it was really what really attracted me. So then when I started listening to the raps and the lyrics, because I wrote poetry, so it was like, oh, this is really good. This is really interesting. So I became a big diehard rap fan. But when I got locked up at an early age, one of my cell partners, he was a rapper and he knew I could write poetry. And so he just challenged me one day and asked me, he was like, you should write a rap. So I wrote a rap and it was good. And from there, it was just like, I was writing every day, it was what I just knew that I wanted to be on stage. I wanted to rap, but I didn't think, you know, it would be possible because of me being gay and all of that. But yeah.
That's interesting though, what you're saying, even at that time, talking about, because I do agree that golden age of hip hop, still at that time, seeing that representation on TV, that resonated with you.
Yeah. It did a lot, like to be living it in the environment and seeing everything that you was actually seeing on in the music videos, on the movies like New Jack City, Juice, Boys in the Hood, all of that. It was like, oh wow, this is the life that I live. But it was always something that was missing in everything, and that was because I knew that I was different from everybody else, that, you know, the rappers, the movies, the TV shows and all of that. I never had like representation because I resonated with them because I was living it, but it was never a person who like, I could be like, oh, except Omar from The Wire. Mm-hmm. When he came about, it was like, oh, now we're getting somewhere.
Well, then let me, not to interview, but let me piggyback off that, because is there a stigma with being gay and being a rapper, like in the hip hop industry?
Of
And if
course,
there is, like, can you please like break that down and expand on that for us, please?
of course, it's a stigma with being gay and rap. It's a stigma with being gay and being a Black man, period. So being a Black man and being gay in hip hop is a double thing, because it's like, for one, they don't respect us as a man, period. So now you're trying to be in an industry that's so built on toxic masculinity. Here comes gay guys, and it becomes an issue, because you know how Black men are, they're so, homophobic. So it's given, oh, I don't want to be around them, I don't want to work with them, this and this and this and that. But I chose not to have to deal with that. And that was my whole reasons of doing Pink Gorilla Entertainment and my nonprofit, which is the Pink Institute, because I didn't want to have to deal with that. Like I did it, I went through a little in the beginning of my career. But once I started seeing it, it was like, okay, I have to create something for me to not have to go through any of this. And by me doing it for myself as an artist, me just being the person that I am, it was like, you know what? I need to build a team, and I need to be the person that I wish I had for other artists out there, other artists that are like me.
I love that. Can you give yourself a little bit more of a shout out? Like, I want to hear a little bit with like the Pink Gorilla, like, how did you come up with that? Like, you could have used every image, or every different color, like why pink and then why gorilla? You know what I mean?
Pink Gorilla to me is balance. It's a balance, for one. Like pink, when you think of femininity of a woman, or being feminine, you can't get nothing. You can't get no more feminine than pink, because they buy the pink clothes, the room is pink, everything is pink. When you think of a gorilla, it's like, it's like the gorilla is the one that's in the jungle, that's just like
the biggest. It's the silverback. It's the biggest. Yeah.
Right. So it was like, I feel like I represent both, because I'm masculine, but yet at the same time I'm feminine. I feel like everything in life has to have balance. It's beauty, it's ugly, it's feminine, it's masculine, it's up, it's down, it's good, it's bad, it's negative, it's positive. And we all have all of that inside of us. And so to me, the best representation for that was Pink Gorilla. And so it just stuck with me, and it was something that I just used to call myself. Like as a rapper, it was like an alter ego.
Really?
And I would call myself the Pink Gorilla. And I was working with this company who was led by a Black trans woman. Shout out to Miss Terry Man-Made, Ghost Project. And they ended our working relationship, not on bad terms. They just wanted to do other things. And so I didn't want to sit there and just be like, what do I do? Where do I go? And so I hit my husband. We were sitting in the living room, and I was like, I think I'm gonna start the label. And he was like, do it. I called my best friend up, Tia Carter, and I was like, Beth, if I do this, is you with me? She was like, yeah, let's do it. I filed the paperwork that night, and
listen,
from there, it's just been on and popping.
Love that. You got your ride or die you do. So with that, so how are you supporting the LGBTQIA plus community to join, the hip hop game? Like, what are you currently doing to make sure that we manifest that and move that forward?
I've created platforms, different platforms. Like we have a showcase called Royalty and Bars, where we haven't been doing it as much because of the pandemic, but now we just started doing virtual, and sooner we're going to start doing the physical shows. But it's a platform where people from the LGBT community can come and they can perform. I give everybody a 10-minute slot. They get paid according to the fan base. So every person that comes to see them, they say their name at the door, and they get half of the entry fee, because I feel like artists deserve to be treated like artists, and not just to be there to bring a crowd for you to get money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I started that with my husband, and I started the Pink Institute, which is a nonprofit organization that I just started, which is geared to creating safe spaces for the LGBT community to be able to perform, record, learn how to do engineering, songwriting, modeling, photography, anything that you do and want to do in this industry to get forward. Then if they living here in New York City, I am here to help. And that, I just feel like it's my job and it's my duty. Being a Black man is very important. And being a Black gay man is very, very important for me to be not only set an example, but be a tool for the youth to be able to, move up levels in this, because it's hard. It's really, really hard, especially when you're conditioned to feel like you can't do it. When the world is already telling you you can't do this and you don't belong here and you don't belong there. I want to be the voice to be able to let them know that it doesn't matter what nobody else says. If this is what you want to do, then you go out there and do it. We no longer have to wait for nobody else to do anything for us. It's 2021. If you want to be a rapper, a singer, anything it is that you want to do, as long as you have a phone, you can do it.
Preach. Yes. Okay. I know like people are itching to see you perform. I just got like a couple more, like one or two more. I wanted to know, and I'm sure people out there want to know as well, like, so who are your role models, or who,
I really don't have many role models. My mom is a role model for me. My mom did drugs for like 20-something for a very long time, and she's been clean now for 25 years. I've seen my mom go from like losing Isaiah, New Jack City, to being one of the most hardworking, productive, beautiful women out there. Like, my mom is great, and the relationship that me and her have, she showed me that it doesn't matter what you went through or what you're going through, that you can always create a better life for yourself. So like, my mom is definitely my biggest role model.
I love that. And also, just being a Black man that's so secure with himself, and also that being a person of your role model, it kind of shows, in the community that, we are not monolithic. You know what I mean? Like we have, like instead of just being, some athlete or something, like you've got people like that's close to you that you see as a role model. So I think that's beautiful to say and share. So I've got one more, and this is selfish because I know we got to go, but I wanted to know, because I was doing my research and word on the street is I hear like you love Little Kim. And my question was personally, what would just on the spot, like your favorite Little Kim song? I know that's hard, but.
Favorite Little Kim song.
I know.
Oh, Crush on You.
I was gonna say the same thing. Yes, I was gonna say the same thing. That video and yes. Oh my goodness. Yes, and yes. Okay, well, that bugs, like, I'm so excited. So thank you so much. I'm looking to see if there's any questions out there. So I don't know. I think we're like ready to see you do your thing.
Okay, so the song that I'm going to perform is called A Letter from Bugs. It's a song that I wrote some years ago. It's very personal. It was something that was very personal for me, and I just decided to, put it out and share with everybody. I think every person who falls under the LGBTQ community can definitely relate to it. And I think everybody needs to hear it, period, because, it's important. So here is A Letter from Bugs. Had to get this off my chest. As long as I could remember, I was different. I ain't want to play with G.I. Joes. I want to skip her. It was something about the feelings that I had. It won't cause I grew up with girls and won't raised by my dad. It was me. Simple as that. If you don't understand, it wasn't a choice. I guess it was God's plan. But shit is real talk. It happens every day. A young adolescent realizes every day. It's like a war inside. Me, myself, and I. It's crazy when you want to tell the truth, but you lie. Because you're afraid of what your family is gonna think. Because you don't want to play ball and you love pink. And it's a shame when they say the words don't hurt. You call me a fag, I would knock you in the dirt. I stayed going off, fucking niggas up. A homo, a punk. But I'm a man first. I had to learn to cope and deal with the pain. Therapist saying something wrong with my brain. All them telling jokes, disrespect that I was given. Growing up, I swear to God, yo, I hated living. They say it's wrong, and if you did, you go to hell. Well, if I go to hell, I know I see some of you there for the same thing, and it's a damn shame. Can't admit that we driving in the same lane. I hate a closet nigga that run around this nigga. You think you hard when you softer than the cloud, nigga, and I'ma be the voice for the other side. All the gays, all the trans, lesbians, and vibes, I'ma ride for you. I'ma die for you. Go to war, I'ma kick down doors for you. You never know the struggle, you never feel my pain. Can't walk in my punk store, my Timberland. This is not a gimmick, and this is not a game. I rep the rainbow, but still I let the things bang. And this the realest shit that I ever wrote. The end of the rainbow, all you see is gun smoke.
Thank you.
you.
Thank you.
Yes, so I thank you for having me. And everybody out there, continue to celebrate Pride. Continue to be prideful. And if there's anything that you want to do in life, just do it. Just wake up tomorrow morning and do it, because that's the first step. It's the hardest step. Everything after you taking that first step to do it, it's easy. Don't allow anybody to make you feel like that you can't do anything and be who you want to be, because you can. It's your life. I'm a prime example. I had it bad. I've been in the system. I prostituted. I sold drugs. I've been locked up. I've gotten my rights restored. I'm a married man. I'm a business owner. I'm happy. I'm productive. I'm handling my depression. I'm doing everything that I need and want to do. And if I can do it, you can do it. And that's no lie, no cap. Like, that's straight facts. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that amazing show you put on for us. It's really great of you to come down here and share your art and share your background with us. Thank you so much. It was absolutely wonderful. All right, to round us out for the end of day 2, I just want to highlight something for y'all. We are hosting a virtual job fair tomorrow. So in case you hadn't heard about it before now, I just want to highlight it for you. I am going to share a link in the thread where you can go to sign up for that. Your ticket for the our virtual Reboot 2021 Summits, that ticket is going to allow you to gain access to our virtual job fair on Friday. So one thing I want to share with you, hold on here. So this is going to be what the virtual job fair screen is going to look like. This is what you are going to navigate to sign up for this job fair. I'm putting the link into the chat thread right now. But just know that this is the way you can sign up. It'll look like this. You'll come in here, you'll register. And the one thing I do recommend that you do before that happens is that you go in and fill out your profile, your Power to Fly profile. It's going to be incredibly important so that way when all that information is shown to our wonderful, shown to our wonderful partner companies that are going to be part of that job fair, they can see, you know, you put your best foot forward. We're going to have representatives from some amazing companies. I think there's 13 companies coming. It's going to be a full day. It's running from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern. So hopefully many of you will join us for that. I hope to see you there. I'll be there as well. And then last but not least, if you are loving this summit, feel free to sign up for our next virtual summit. It's happening in July. I'm going to share the link to that as well. This upcoming summit, the theme is Tech for Social Impact. So what we'll be doing at this summit is talking about and showcasing companies that were founded to create this positive social impact. And we're going to be visiting fields from ed tech to healthcare. And we're going to talk about some startups as well as established companies who are really aligning their values with their mission. So hopefully y'all will be able to join us for that. And I think that's going to do it for the end of day 2. As you hopefully we'll see you coming back tomorrow morning for our virtual networking event starting at 11 a.m. Eastern. That's going to be on our Gather Round platform. You can find the registration details for that in the summit main room. So hopefully y'all will join us for that. And we can't wait to see you come back for day 3. Have a nice night, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.